Excel is not working. Excel. You work with him. Download first. Download. No, down. Editing. Control A. Control A. Yeah, I think some people have. Yeah, fine. Wait, sir. I'll just do it one more time. Do whatever I'm doing in my screen. Same style. Please do it. Look at my screen. I'll repeat again. Please listen here. Just come to this data. First step is come out to select all the data. Anybody? Before that, what you have to do? Select any one of the cell. Don't go to the empty cell. Empty cell means entire cell will be selected. Better you use only the data cell. Control here. First, before that, any of the cell you have to select data cell. Control A. Go to Home tab. See, please listen. For me, it is in the cell. Yours separately format will be there. Okay. Click. Go to format. Go to auto fit. Another one is which one? Auto column fit. Auto row fit, auto column fit. 2 times you have to click. Before that, you have to, can you see the data now? It's formatted, right? See, equally it is equal cell and equal column is there. Now, which is better? Now better, right? Formatted. Auto fit column, auto fit row. 2 is there. Auto fit column. First one is there. First another one is there. Format. First one is there. That one. That's no auto fit. Auto. That's it. Minimize, little minimize. So what will happen is it will give the equal row and equal column for both the row and column. Now looks better, right? Now looks structure is good. See, I given data last night itself. Just you have to go to Home tab. Not this one, madam. Excel open. Please open in Excel. This is, I think, what is it? Excel looks is a home. No. This that is not VPS. Excel. Yes, maybe Excel is not there. Where you store your data, madam? Right click and open. You open in Excel. I think VPS something is there. WPS. Save it. Just save it in the desktop, madam. Click here. Go to this folder. Please open. Folder only open. Open it. Show in the folder. Right click here. Open with Excel. Right click. Open with Excel is not there, madam. Excel is not. Excel only this option. That's free. I think WPS something is there. You use it here, madam. Computer anyway. Yeah. Go to this format here. If you go to this, there is something called format here. Auto fit row, auto fit column. That's very good. That's it. That done. We'll see some more cleaning. Okay. Can you see here? There is some data. Look at the second column. Company name plus unwanted bracket. Can you see? That is, we want only the company name. See the second column. Amazon is there. After this, some bracket. Can you see? X and Y something unwanted things. We have to remove this. Lower to. No, just for 10 minutes will take. Select the second column. Select the second column. Control F, Control F, Control key plus key F key. Please press this. Control and F. First to select this C column. How to select the entire column? Look at my screen. No, not selecting. First, before selecting this column, please go to the heading. Can you see the C? If you go to the C and click, it will select the entire column. Okay. So go to the C and select here. Go to the C and select here. Did you select it? After that, press Control F. Are you able to get it? Okay. So now there is something called replace. Currently find, you have to go to which one? Replace. How to go to replace? Just click here. Look at my screen. Please just follow my screen and do it in your screen. Just go click which one? Replace. Replace. Now come to find to replace. Now what you do? Please open the bracket. Put star. Close it. How to put star? Shift 8. Open the bracket. Star. Close the bracket. Open the bracket, start. What will happen is, in the particular column, whichever inside the bracket, whatever the content, it is a 5 word, 6 word, it will remove. Now after that, replace all. Can you see the replace all is there? Click the replace all. So what will happen is, bracket, why star mean, it is not specifying any number. Some bracket more text will be, some bracket less text. Whatever text, please remove. That is all about which one? Star. Where it will remove? Inside the bracket. It will go to the bracket. This number, it is same number mean you can give the number. But here the text are different. Can you do it? Okay, replace all. Replace all. How many replace? All 21. Are you able to do it? Okay. Now, if you look at the context, two things you have clean. What are the two things you have clean? Format. Second one is which one? Unwanted bracket we removed. Okay, unwanted bracket which one you use? Replace. Control F we replace. First one is format. So now if you see the context, can you see the context here? Replace. See here. Look at my screen, madam. I'll do it again. You selected the column, right? What is the next step? Control. Very good. After that, which one you have to select? Find either. You have to go to which one? Replace. After that, can you see the top bracket, open bracket, start, close bracket. After that, just click here, replace all. Can you see the, that's it is okay. Yeah, 31 replace something you are getting. No? Yeah, that is close, correct only. Answer we are getting, replace. See here, after that, that is not, how come? We are getting same data, no? Everybody using same data. I think other people are getting, no? Already done. Again do. Already is removed. That's why. Close. Yes. See what is the point? Did you remember the bracket previously? You see there is a bracket unwanted thing. Okay. Now see here. Can you see the context here? Third one we are going. Can you see the context? What is the problem with the context? Alignment. Another one is which one? Capital, small. It's not proper. Okay. So we'll use some kind of function to do it. Okay. So please, how to insert a column? Go to the E column. Go to E column. Right click. Insert. So now we are going to create some kind of process to remove the unwanted thing. Okay. Unwanted thing we are going to do it. Insert. Just go to the F column, right click, insert. F column you have to do, insert. Here, yeah, sorry, E column, insert. It will create a only column, the column will be empty column. Are you able to get it? I will put as a heading as which one? New contact. New contact. See, create a new column. What is the heading we are giving? New column. Let's say new contact. There is a function. Look at my screen. Contact or new contact find. Please type this. equal to trim proper D3. I'll do it here, please. Any function in Excel, you have to start with which one? Equal to trim proper so trim means what will happen? It will remove unwanted space. What is the proper? It will make every first letter as capital letter, remaining letter are which one? Small letter. So here some letter are capital letter, some letter small, some space is there. All these. What are the two functions I am using? What are the two functions? Trim. Another one is which one? Proper. Trim will do. It will align to the left side. In unwanted space remove. Proper means you will make only first letter capital. Can you try now? Why? Can you see this? Always in Excel, open bracket and close bracket should be even. You open two brackets, you have to close two brackets. That's why if you see the last two brackets are there. Why two brackets? I open two brackets. Just enter. Can you enter this? Trim. Don't type wording. There is a Excel function name will come. Don't type the word. There is a Excel function will come. Okay. If you type only word, it will not get it. Okay. You have to call the function. I'll repeat again. Look at the screen. TRIM. So now how to call this thing? You can press which key? Tab key or double click. Okay. Trim. Then no. After that, which one we have to press? Proper. PROP. Proper. Now which key? Either tab key or double click. After that, which one you have to do? You have to select the cell. Okay. Why D3? D3 is the box. Okay. Why two close bracket? We open two, we have to close two. Enter. Are getting now? So it was with capital F, unwanted things are there. Now remaining things again I do no need. What do you do? Just please look at my cursor. It is a plus, big plus is there. If you go to the corner of this, can you see? A small plus. Just double click or drag it. That's anything fine. Is it okay? See, this is the way to clean it. Proper and trim and proper. Is it okay? Which one you want, sir? See, you created a column, right? Up to this column is ready. Column you created. Column created, no? So I keep on saying new contact equal to trim you. Then this cell, two bracket, why two bracket? Okay, then just enter. Some people are doing. Are you able to do it? Just 5 minutes, huh? 11:30 up to 11:30 break is there, no? Okay, now go to the corner and drag it. Is it okay? Now we're able to do it, sir? What happened? Please, madam. Proper. I'll show the function again. Trim, proper. Please help each other. Still any problem, rise, welcome. Look at my screen. Proper. Okay, shall I go to the next one? You got it, sir? You have to practice. The first time Excel difficult. Okay. Okay, shall I go to the next one? We'll see. Please come to this. Please come to this. Please select this entire not this entire column, only the data. Okay, so go to this department, Control Shift down arrow. Control Shift down arrow. Department heading. Can you come to this cell? Department cell. Which key you have to press? Control Shift down arrow. Only select only the data. If you go to the column, entire column, empty column also. Control Shift down arrow. There is an arrow called up arrow, down arrow, left, right. Control Shift down arrow. Okay, what will happen is it will select only the data point. Previously we selected the entire only data I want. Okay. Control Shift. You go to this department cell, madam. Please select this. After that, which key you have to press? Control Shift. Don't select separate at a time. Control Shift down arrow. Down arrow. That arrow called down arrow. Can you see the down arrow? Somewhere it will be there. Yeah, it is. Can you see the enter key? Control Shift down arrow, up arrow is the down arrow you have to press. You selected, right? So what is the purpose of this one? Selecting only the particular data point. Okay, please go to home data. Please go to data. Can you see the text to column? There is an option called which tab? Which tab you have to go? Data tab. Currently we are in home tab. If you see the top, there is some tab called which one? Data tab. The data tab. In the data tab, there is something called which one? Text to column. Click this. Next you click delimit. I will go with the other underscore. Underscore. I will repeat again. Please look at my screen. You select this. Currently we are in home tab. Which tab you have to go? Data tab. The data tab, there is something called which one? Text to column. If you click this, you will get some window. Okay. Don't do anything. Just go to list. You get this window, no? There is below, if you see, there is something called which one? Next. Okay. After that, there is a other underscore. Why we are going other? If you see the data backside, underscore is there. See, currently I want to segregate the department and that region. I want to depart. Okay. So you have to use which one? Underscore. How to use underscore? Shift after 0 something is there, right? That Shift 0. Now click OK. Next and finish. Finish. Can you see now? Currently department was there. Now region also. Previously, and I will do underscore. Look at my screen. Just next finish. Next finish. Other underscore. I will repeat again. This data text to column. Please look at my screen. I am doing one more time. After that, what we are doing? Next. We are getting no others. There is underscore. How to make underscore? Shift minus. Next and finish. So what will happen is currently data of two data is there. Department and region. I want to only department. Why you put underscore, anybody? Why I put underscore? Why not I use a tab or semicolon? And if you look at the Excel file data, it's underscore. It is comma is the comma. Okay. If you see the data in the back side of Excel, it is a first department underscore region is there. That's why I used underscore. That's all. Finish. Next and finish. Anything okay? Next and finish better. Okay. Are you getting this? Now this is the department. What is this column? What is the name of this column? Region. Region. Okay. Replace. Payment column replace. Okay. There is an option to non-replace also. That is we can do. No problem. Okay. So like this we can do it. Okay. So if you see the data looks better, no, somewhat better. Okay. So if you select this, Control A, select the data, Control A, go to Home tab. There is something called edit, replace or go to special, replace is there. If you want, it's not, go to, I'll repeat again, how to select entire cell, Control A, go to home tab, somewhere I am not sure, there is something called, which one, go to special, go to special, you correct it, go to special. Are you able to see go to special? Okay. There is something, which one, blank. Go to special, are you able to get it? Go to special. Home tab, home tab. I'll repeat again. Home tab, I think somewhere you find there is something called find and select is there, find and select. Can you see home tab, there is something called find and select. In find and select, there is something called go special, go to special. Go to special is there? Yes. Click that. Click blank, blank. It will highlight all blank cell. It will highlight which one? All blank cell. So either if you want to replace with the mean, median, mode, anything, I will not use, I will go with NA. What is NA? Not applicable, something like that. We are selecting entire table, we are selecting only which one? Blank cell. What is the blank cell? Without any data. How to get it? Home tab, there is something called which one? Find and replace, there is a go special. Click OK. So here all the blank cell will be selected. Now here somewhere in the corner you put which one? NA. You come to the top, NA, control enter. Control enter. Now after typing which one? Which one you press? Control enter. Control enter. Can you see everywhere NA is there? What was NA? Everywhere is there? All the cell NA is there. So we are replacing which after typing NA, which one you have to press? Control enter. Can you see all places? NA is there. So if you do one time, it will press one. Okay, like this we replace. Okay. Control NA. I think I'll stop here. Okay, please write down. There is something called Power Query. Please write down. See here, whatever we have done so far is manual data cleaning. If you want to record by the Excel, if you update new data, if you want to automate, there is something called Power Query. In Excel, there is an option called which one? Power Query. I think your Excel will not be available. I think there is an option called which one? Power Query. What is the Power Query advantage? Automate the data cleaning. It will record the whatever we are doing and it will repeat in the new data. That's called which one? Power Query. Okay. Look at my screen. Look at my screen. Go to if you go to data, there is something called data tab. I think in old Excel it will not be available. I think yours will be old Excel. If you go to data, there is something called which one? Data. There is a tab will be there. Tables. Where it is available? Data. Where it is available? I think it is not available. It's a old Excel. Look at, no problem. If you see this, if you click this table, it will open a new window. See here, this window is called which one? Power Query. Can you see this? This is called Power Query. I will come out so that you can see. See, this is called Power Query. Can you see this? One more file is there. What is one more file? Excel file will be there. So can you see this is called one? Power Query. It is more powerful. With limited 90 minutes, we are able to. If you go to any YouTube, this one, there are a lot of videos are available. How to use Power Query for data cleaning. What is the advantage of Power Query and Excel? Backside Excel Power Query, but normal Excel will use only the manual process. It will not do automate data cleaning. Once if you do it Power Query, it will record. When you add new data, whatever we are doing in the previous data, it will update in the new data. That is all about which one? Power Query. It will automate the process. Okay. So later you check it. There is a lot of YouTube. There is just Google it in the YouTube. Power Query using Excel. What is the advantage of Power Query? It will automate the data cleaning process with the old data with the new data. Okay. Just we will summarize now. Then we will stop. Okay. So today we completed which topic? Data cleaning and pre-processing. We started with the importance. Remember GIGO. What is the GIGO? garbage in, garbage out. Most of the time they are spending on data cleaning. All these things we have discussed. Second one is how many steps of data cleaning are there? 7 steps. Okay, all the 7 steps not possible. Only APSCHE 4 is possible. After that, what we have done? Totally, how many methods we have discussed? Lot of methods are there. Data cleaning method. How many methods we have discussed? 11 methods. And we have taken one sample. This one. There we have used some Excel function. That is manual. Automated. You have to go for which one? Power query. Okay. So that was the 4th topic. And if you look at this, there are a lot of courses available. So there is a Google course. Okay. On the Coursera, right? Coursera, there is separate course on data process or data to data cleaning. They will be discussing whatever we discuss, more thing also they will discuss. This is related to Google company course, but is floated in which platform? Coursera platform. Similarly, if you look at this is another course. This is from Coursera only. Coursera, what is the name of? Data cleaning in Excel. So maybe they are teaching which one? Power query. This also, there are 2 ways in Coursera. One is auditing, another one is payment. Auditing means just learning, no need to pay anything. If you want to certificate, you have to pay 5,000, something like that. Okay. There is another course from Microsoft, data cleaning and pre-processing, the Copilot with Excel, GenAI. This course also available. I share the PPT. Okay. There is another course, Coursera, smart cleaning with GenAI, generative. You upload data in ChatGPT, that it will clean. Okay. That is, it is there. Okay. Another one is data cleaning Excel, this messy data. And getting data cleaning, John Optin, a lot of courses are there. Okay. So only thing what we have discussed is overview. So please understand, if you go to driving class or swimming class, will they teach 1 year, 2 year? They'll teach only 30 years. Similarly, data cleaning we have taken only 90 minutes. But as faculty member, we have to unlearn and relearn. Please take any one of this course and learn. Okay. So this may be the initial push for you. So you have to practice more. More practice will let better. Okay. So with this, I'll stop here and we'll meet some other time. Okay. So thank you for your time. Thank you. Thank you. So I'll upload the PPT.
So you can take a maximum of 10 minutes, maximum of 10 minutes. Yeah, just read it and then summarize into 4 or 5 lines. Yeah. పర్లేదు, మీరు అది ఇంగ్లీష్లోనే సమ్మరైజ్ చేసేయండి. వాడు అనేది ఏంటంటే వర్టికల్ ఫార్మింగ్ అంటే మీరు ఇలా చేసే ఫార్మ్ ఇలా చేసి స్టోరీ.
Nice question. Useful for in future also, we will make it organic side. Production is compared with this possible or not? All farmers are converted to organic farmers, but production is sufficient for Indians or not?
మీ పేరు సార్? కూర్చోండి. రాసండి సార్. ఎక్కడ మీది స్పెషలైజేషన్ అంటే? కూర్చోండి
పొలిటికల్ సైన్స్ అరకు జీడీసీఆర్.
జీడీసీఆర్ అంటే
గవర్నమెంట్ డిగ్రీ కాలేజ్.
ఎక్కడ?
అరకు.
ఓ, నేను విశాఖపట్నంలో చదువుకున్నాను, ఆంధ్ర యూనివర్సిటీలో. అరకు 2 సార్లు వచ్చి
ప్రాపర్
గుంటూరు. ఎక్కడ?
తెనాలి దగ్గర దగ్గర.
నేను బాపట్ల ఇంజనీరింగ్ చేస్తాను. దిగ్గరాల నుంచి అర్ధగంట కదా ట్రైన్లో. తెనాలి, నేడుబ్రోలు, పసుపు. అచ్చా, వన్ మోర్ హూ హెస్ కంప్లీటెడ్, ఇఫ్ యూ కెన్ వాలంటీర్. అయిపోయిందండి మీది? పర్లేదు. ఇఫ్ యూ డన్ విత్ ఇద్దరు చేస్తారు, ఇంకొకళ్ళు ఉంటే జస్ట్ మీరు ముగ్గురు మీరు చేసిన వర్క్ని ప్రజెంట్ చేస్తారు. కానీ మీది అయిపోయిందండి? పర్లేదు, తొందరలేదు. దిస్ ఇస్ నాట్ ఎ టెస్ట్, దిస్ జస్ట్ అన్ ఎక్సర్సైజ్. Uh, 2 minutes more. This small exercise ante, this is not an exam. We read it. Okay. Okay. Now, I have chosen 4 volunteers, right? వీళ్ళ నలుగురు వీళ్ళ సమ్మరీని చెప్తారు ఇప్పుడు. ఇంకా టైం కావాలండి మీకు మిగిలిన వాళ్ళకి? ఒక 2 minutes తీసుకోండి మరి. పర్లేదు, నో ఇష్యూ. 1 2 3 4 5. ఒక 2 minutes అండి. See, this class is going to be very interesting because we are basically looking at how to use AI when you're dealing with the text, right? ఇంట్రెస్టింగ్ థింగ్ ఏంటంటే మనకు భారతీయ భాషల్లో కూడా అప్లికేషన్స్ వస్తున్నాయి కానీ చాలా తక్కువ. ఇంగ్లీష్లో మ్యాక్సిమం ఉన్నాయి, మీకు యూరోపియన్ లాంగ్వేజెస్లో ఉన్నాయి, జపనీస్లో ఉన్నాయి. ఇన్ఫ్యాక్ట్ హైదరాబాద్లో ఒక 5 years బ్యాక్ మాకు కంప్యూటర్ సైన్స్ ప్రొఫెసర్ ఒక ఆయన ఉన్నారు, మూర్తి గారు అని. ఆయన సారాంశ్ అనే ఒక యాప్ తయారు చేశారు, సారాంశ్. అప్పుడు వెంకయ్యనాయుడు గారు వచ్చారు, ఆయన వైస్ ప్రెసిడెంట్గా ఉన్నప్పుడు. వాళ్ళు చాలా కాంప్లెక్స్గా ఉన్న మహాభారతంలోనే ఒక ఘట్టాన్ని తీసుకొని, అది కన్నడలో ఉన్నదనమాట. అంటే ఈ శకుని మాట్లాడే మాటలకి యాక్చువల్లీ మీనింగ్ వేరే ఉంటుంది దోస్తు. వాటిని కన్వర్ట్ చేసి ప్రాపర్గా కన్వర్ట్ చేసి డెమాన్స్ట్రేట్ చేశారు. ఇది ఒకటే ఏంటంటే వాళ్ళు దే ఫోకస్ మెయిన్లీ ఇన్ టర్మ్స్ ఆఫ్ వాట్ యు కాల్ ద ట్రాన్స్లేషన్ ఫ్రమ్ కన్నడ టు తెలుగు వితౌట్ లూజింగ్ ద మీనింగ్ అండ్ ద కాంటెక్స్ట్. బట్ ఇప్పుడు మనం చూసే యాప్స్లో చాలా మటుకు ఏమైందంటే వాళ్ళు చాలా లాంగ్వేజెస్కి డెవలప్ చేస్తారు. సో ఇక్కడ కొన్ని ఇష్యూస్ ఉంటాయి, ఇవి ఎలా వర్క్ చేస్తాయి, వాటిని వర్క్ చేయడంలో బ్లైండ్గా మనం తీసుకోవచ్చు వాటిని, లేదా మనం చేసేదానికి నెక్స్ట్ మెషిన్ చేసేదానికి డిఫరెన్సెస్ ఏంటి, ఈ ఇష్యూస్ అన్ని డిస్కస్ చేద్దాం. సో అందుకని మీకు ఒక చిన్న ఎక్సర్సైజ్, దట్ 1 page ఇది కంటెంట్ వాట్ ఎవర్ ఈస్ దేర్, ఐ డిసైడెడ్ టు గివ్ ఇట్ ఫర్ యూ. ఇప్పుడు మనం డిస్కషన్ మొదలు పెడదాం. మీలో ఎంతమంది మెషిన్ యూస్ చేశారు అంటే, నేను తిరుగుతున్నప్పుడు చూసాను ఎవరెవరు యూస్ చేశారు అనేది. సో ఐదర్ ఫర్ ట్రాన్స్లేషన్ ఆర్ సెకండ్ థింగ్ ఈజ్ ఇన్ టర్మ్స్ ఆఫ్ సమరైజేషన్. మెషిన్ యూస్ చేసిన వాళ్ళు ఎంతమంది, ప్లీజ్ రైజ్ యువర్ హ్యాండ్స్. తప్పనట్లేదు నేను అదేమి, రైట్? యా నథింగ్ రాంగ్, రైట్? మెషిన్ యూస్ చేస్తాం అంటే సమ్వేర్ డౌన్ ద లైన్ ఏంటంటే ఈ అప్లికేషన్స్ గురించి మీకు కొద్దిగా అవగాహన ఉంది, కానీ మనకు పూర్తి అవగాహన అవి ఎలా వర్క్ చేస్తాయి అనేది ఉందా లేదా అనేది నెక్స్ట్ క్వశ్చన్. సో ఇప్పుడు ఫస్ట్ నేను ఏం చేస్తానంటే మన హ్యూమన్ ట్రాన్స్లేషన్ గురించి చూద్దాం, రైట్? ఇన్ఫ్యాక్ట్ నాట్ ఈవెన్ ట్రాన్స్లేషన్, దిస్ ఇస్ బేసిక్లీ సమ్మరైజేషన్. మీరు చెప్తారా మేడం ఒక్కసారి? మీరు యూ కెన్ టేక్ ద మైక్, అది స్విచ్ ఆన్ చేసుకున్నాం, చేసుకొని మీది చదవండి. What are the summary that you have made?
So, with the exponential increase in the population, vertical farming is seen as a sustainable alternative to feed the people of this planet. Vertical farming is advantageous for the traditional farming as it takes less space, less machinery, and more organic in nature. But the challenges of high initial setup cost and crop diversity definitely exist.
Right. Okay. Very crisp. 1 second. మీది ఎడ్యుకేషనల్ బ్యాక్గ్రౌండ్ ఏంటి?
MA Economics.
MA Economics. అంతకుముందు ఏం చేశారు? గ్రాడ్యుయేషన్ ఎంతో చేశారు?
Integrated here also.
అదే ఎందులో చేశారు?
Integrated MA.
ఓకే, రైట్, ఫైన్. నెక్స్ట్ మీరు తీసుకోండి మేడం. No. I'll just see in terms of how each one of them have translated. Before going to the next madam, ఇప్పుడు మేడం చదివిన వాటిలో ఎంతమందికి 80% పైన మ్యాచ్ అయింది మీరు చేసిన దాంతో? 80% పైన ఎంతమందికి మ్యాచ్ అయింది? జస్ట్ రైజ్ యువర్ హ్యాండ్స్. 1 2 3 4 5. మీది కాదు, ఎందుకంటే మీరు చాలా యాప్స్ యూస్ చేశారు. 1 2 3 4 5 6. ఓకే, అట్లీస్ట్. నెక్స్ట్ మీరు చదవండి మేడం, రైట్?
This is broadly based on importance of vertical farming in the backdrop of food security and future population with limited natural resources. Vertical farming is done through aeroponics and hydroponics, which do not rely on traditional farming. The advantages include less consumption of water and machinery, less use of machinery. Drawbacks of this type of farming include establishment costs and intense usage of LED lighting and climate control conditions. It's a supplementary method towards food security.
థ్యాంక్ యూ మేడం. ఎంతమందికి మ్యాచ్ అయిందండి?
50% matches.
ఓకే సార్. మీ ఒక్కడికి మ్యాచ్ అయిందా? మీకు ఎవరికి?
వాళ్ళు చెప్పాలి.
నో వాళ్ళకి అయినప్పుడు మీకు కావట్లేదు, మీకు అయినప్పుడు వాళ్ళకి కావట్లేదు, రైట్? నెక్స్ట్. ఇంట్రెస్టింగ్, రైట్? మీరు చెప్పండి సార్, మీది బ్యాక్గ్రౌండ్ ఏంటి మేడం?
MA PhD.
ఎకనామిక్స్ ఏంటి మీది?
Political.
పొలిటికల్ సైన్స్. మీది ఎకనామిక్స్, రైట్? యా.
In response to the rising population across the globe, traditional agriculture is to be replaced with vertical farming, which is highly effective and efficient. Even though we have many advantages of vertical farming, it has its own demerits. The experts believe that vertical farming cannot replace traditional farming, but supplements the reducing the food insecurity.
ఇంట్రెస్ట్. ఎంతమందితో మ్యాచ్ అయిందండి? ఓకే, రైట్? ఓకే, there is nothing like right or wrong here. We are just looking at, you see, the beauty is she has summarized, he has summarized. Are they the same? No. మీరు కంటెంట్ చూడండి, కంటెంట్ డిఫరెంట్. వాళ్ళు ఎంఫసిస్ వేరే, మీ అందుకని మీ బ్యాక్డ్రాప్ కూడా అడిగాను. మీది బ్యాక్గ్రౌండ్ ఏంటండి? పొలిటికల్ సైన్స్. మీది పొలిటికల్ సైన్స్, మీది ఎకనామిక్స్, రైట్? యా, హిస్టరీ. వెళ్ళండి.
The global population is increasing. Water facing some challenges. Food, water, weather conditions, environmental conditions. Vertical farming is the better to environment to use technology, increasing food products and storage. Present technology used in agriculture, drip irrigation system and sprinkling and use the AI in agriculture is present.
థ్యాంక్ యూ. ఎంతమందితో మ్యాచ్ అయిందండి? ఓకే, నథింగ్ రాంగ్. యా.
So, with the continuous growth in planet's population, providing food security without destroying the planet's ecosystem is becoming critical. In response to the challenges involved in traditional agriculture, vertical farming emerged as a sustainable alternative with advantages like high efficiency, less water usage, production of cleaner and organic produce, with significant reduction in carbon emissions. Even though challenges like high initial setup costs, high investment in technology infrastructure exist in vertical farming, experts believe vertical farming will not entirely replace traditional agriculture, but will become a vital complementary food source.
ఓ, ఇంట్రెస్టింగ్. థ్యాంక్ యూ. మీది బ్యాక్డ్రాప్ అండి? హిస్టరీ. ఓకే ఓకే. నా చెప్పండి సార్.
నేను రాసింది అయితే ఇంగ్లీష్లోనే, కాకపోతే తెలుగులో చెప్పాలనుకుంటున్నాను. పొలిటికల్ ఫార్మింగ్ వల్ల మనకి ఈ గ్రోయింగ్ క్రాప్స్ ఏవైతే ఉన్నాయో ఇవి మనకు ఉండేటువంటి గోడౌన్స్ కానీ వాటిలో బాగా మనం ప్రజలు చేసినట్లయితే ఫ్యూచర్లో మనకి ఏదైతే ఎక్కువ సమయంలో మనం ఉపయోగపడడానికి ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్ కానీ లిమిట్ అంటే ఫ్యూచర్లో మనకి వాటర్ అనేది టెక్నాలజీ యూజ్ చేసి సోలార్ యూజ్ చేయడం వల్ల 90% ఆఫ్ వాటర్ స్కేర్సిటీ మనం తగ్గించుకోవచ్చు. ఛాలెంజ్ సోలార్ ఎనర్జీ వల్ల మనం ఈ క్లైమేట్ కండిషన్స్ ని కూడా దృష్టిలో పెట్టుకొని మనకి ఈ ఆర్గానిక్ ఫార్మింగ్ అని మనం ఎక్కువ అంటున్నాం కదా, అందరూ ఆర్గానిక్ ఫార్మింగ్ పంపిస్తే 140 కోట్ల జనాభాకు ఆ ప్రొడక్షన్ అందుతుందా లేదా అనేటువంటి సందేహం ఉన్న వాళ్ళు ఇది సూటబుల్ తెచ్చిపోతాం. నెక్స్ట్ సూటబుల్ ఫార్ ముఖ్యంగా ఫ్రూట్స్ చిన్న చిన్న వాటికి కనిపించడానికి ఉపయోగపడుతుంది. కానీ హ్యూజ్ అమౌంట్ ఆఫ్ మనకు కావాల్సిన రైస్ వీట్ ఇంకా వాటిలో కొంచెం ఇంకా అభివృద్ధి చెందాల్సింది. నెక్స్ట్ ఫ్యూచర్ ప్రాస్పెక్ట్స్ అండ్ డెవలప్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఫుడ్ సెక్యూరిటీ అండ్ దిస్ టెక్నాలజీ. ఈ ఫుడ్ సెక్యూరిటీ అనే విషయంలో ఇంకా కొంచెం క్లారిటీ ఇస్తే బాగుంటుంది అనేటువంటి విషయంలో నేను ఇది ఇచ్చింది దాన్ని నేను దానికి ఓకే హ్యావ్ బట్ సమ్ డౌట్స్ ఇస్ దేర్. Future developing, definitely we will make this practically from 6 by 1971. I saw agriculture and industries are there, and compared with the AI and these two, it's not suitable for Indian agriculture system. The overall Israel and somewhere else you have to cultivate all those things in India, but other improvements are there. Developed in India also.
Sir, మీరు సమ్మరైజ్ చేయాలి. కాదు ఇక్కడ దీన్ని 5 పాయింట్లు ఏమంటే మీరు 100 పాయింట్లు ఇస్తున్నారు. ఓకే, లేదు అట్లా కాదు. ఇక్కడ ఎక్సర్సైజ్ ఏంటంటే
small crops and future prospects. These 5 are my findings. Thank you.
Okay, right. ఇక్కడ హోల్ ఎక్సర్సైజ్ ఏంటంటే వర్టికల్ ఫార్మింగ్ గురించి కాదు, యాక్చువల్గా ఒక టెక్స్ట్ మనకి ఇచ్చినప్పుడు ఎలా సమ్మరైజ్ చేస్తామనే దాని గురించి బేసికలీ ద హోల్ ఎక్సర్సైజ్ ఈజ్ ఆల్ అబౌట్. అయితే ఇక్కడ మీరు ఒక పేజ్ చేశారు, కొంతమంది టూల్స్ యూస్ చేశారు, కొంతమంది చేయలేదు, దట్ ఈస్ ఫైన్. ఓకే, నెక్స్ట్ నా దగ్గర ఒక 152 pages మెటీరియల్ ఉంది. దాన్ని చేయాలంటే ఏంటి ఏ కావాల్సిందేనా? సో ఇక్కడ ఇంట్రెస్టింగ్ పర్స్పెక్టివ్ ఏంటంటే ఈ 100 page మెషిన్ లెర్నింగ్ బుక్ ఏదైతే ఉందో మెషిన్ లెర్నింగ్ ఏరియాలో దిస్ ఈస్ కన్సిడర్డ్ టు బి ఎ వెరీ స్మాల్ బుక్, రైట్? అందుకని మీకు అది ఇచ్చాను. ఇక్కడ బేసిక్ ఐడియా ఏంటంటే ట్రాన్స్లేషన్ అనేది ఆర్ సమ్మరైజేషన్ అనేది జనరలీ న్యాచురల్ లాంగ్వేజ్ ప్రాసెసింగ్ అనేది మనకి ఏంటంటే ఒక లాంగ్వేజ్ నేర్చుకుంటాం కాబట్టి మనకు ఆ లాంగ్వేజ్లో ఉండే గ్రామరు, మీనింగ్స్, కాంటెక్స్ట్ వీటన్నిటిని బట్టి మనం చేసుకుంటూ వెళ్తాం. ఇవాళ రేపు మనం చాలా యాప్స్ చూస్తున్నాం. మీరు ఏది ఇస్తే దానికి తగ్గట్టుగా ఇచ్చేస్తున్నది. సో యాక్చువల్లీ ఇది ఎలా వర్క్ చేస్తుంది, వీటి మీద పూర్తిగా డిపెండ్ కాగలమా లేదా, యాజ్ ఆఫ్ నౌ వాట్ ఈస్ ద సినారియో, కొద్దిగా ఇష్యూస్ మనం డిస్కస్ చేద్దాం ఇప్పుడు. సో గోయింగ్ బ్యాక్ టు దిస్, నేను ఒక చిన్న ఎక్స్పెరిమెంట్తో స్టార్ట్ చేస్తాను. సో ఎంతమంది చూసారండి మూవీ? లేకుంటే సార్ ఈవినింగ్ తీసుకెళ్తారు, అందరూ తీసుకెళ్తున్నారు కాబట్టి. ఓకే, సో ఇది చూడండి. ద ఇంట్రెస్టింగ్ థింగ్ ఈస్, నేను ఒక చిన్న ప్రాంప్ట్ ఇచ్చాను. సో ఇక్కడ ఏమైందంటే ఈ ప్రాంప్ట్ ఇచ్చింది. సో మీకు ఒక ఎక్సర్సైజ్ ఉంటుందని ఎస్టర్డే వెన్ ఐ వాజ్ యాక్చువల్లీ ప్రిపేరింగ్. ద ప్రాంప్ట్ నేను ఇచ్చింది ఏంటంటే, an Indian dancer from a poor family, a genius dancer, becomes an alcoholic due to love failure. During his last days, he teaches dance to his ex-lover's daughter and passes off peaceful. So whatever way that I could summarize that, because I didn't want to give many sentences, because we will be more or less giving the entire story. So ఇది ఇచ్చినప్పుడు ఏమైందంటే, ఈ అసిస్టెంట్ అనే దానికి ఇచ్చి, ఓకే యూ ప్లీజ్ దిస్ ఇస్ ద స్టోరీ లైన్, రైట్, యూ క్రియేట్ ద స్టోరీ అని అడిగినప్పుడు ఇది టైటిల్ ద లాస్ట్ డాన్స్ అని పెట్టి బ్రహ్మాండంగా ఇచ్చింది. ఒక నిమిషం చూసుకొని చదివేసింది. నేను క్రియేట్ చేసింది కాదు, ఇది యాప్ ఇచ్చింది. అందరికీ విజిబుల్ ఉంది కదండి? మీకు చూపిస్తానండి ఎట్రేట్ అవన్నీ ఉన్నాయి. మరి ఇప్పుడు వన్ బై వన్ విల్ గో త్రూ. విజిబుల్ లేకుంటే మీరు ప్లేస్కి వెళ్ళిపోతారు, మీ ఇష్టం. అంటే ఏం లేదు, ఇక్కడ జనరల్లీ అది మీకు అంటే జాగ్రత్త, అటు ఉన్నప్పుడు జనరల్ మెడ నొప్పి వస్తుంది. లైక్ ద వే వీ లుక్ ఎట్ ద టీవీ. అన్ఫార్చునేట్లీ దట్ సైడ్ వీ డోంట్ హ్యావ్ ఎ స్క్రీన్. సో అయిపోయిందండి, చదివేశారు? సో క్వశ్చన్ నెంబర్ 1 ఈస్, ఇఫ్ ఐ లుక్ ఎట్ ద ప్రాంప్ట్, ఈ ప్రాంప్ట్ని బట్టి సెట్ చేసింది క్వశ్చన్, కాంటెక్స్ట్ తీసుకుంది. సో దాని ఓన్ వేలో అది ఇచ్చింది మనకి, విచ్ ఇస్ క్వైట్ ఇంట్రెస్టింగ్. బికాస్ మనం చేసింది ఏం లేదు, అది చేసింది మొత్తం వచ్చేసి సేమ్ ప్రాంప్ట్. అయితే ఇక్కడ నెక్స్ట్ సినారియోలో ఏం చేశానంటే, సేమ్ ప్రాంప్ట్ ఇంకొక యాప్కి ఇచ్చాను, యువర్ GPT-5 మినీకి ఇచ్చాను. సో ద లాస్ట్ రాగా, ఇది ఇంకా ఇంట్రెస్టింగ్గా చేసింది అనమాట. ద లాస్ట్ రాగా ఆఫ్ సో అండ్ సో అని చెప్పేసి ఇదేమో, ఇది వచ్చేసేమో ద లాస్ట్ డాన్స్ అని పెట్టింది, రైట్. ఇది వచ్చేసి ఇంకాస్త దాన్ని చేంజ్ చేసింది అనమాట వచ్చేసి. సో ఇది పట్టకుంటే నేను ఏం చేసింటే ఐ జస్ట్ రెడ్యూస్డ్ ఇట్స్ అనమాట. ద లాస్ట్ రాగ్ ఆఫ్ స్టెప్ ఆర్ సంథింగ్ ఏదో వచ్చి హీ వాస్ బార్న్ విత్ మ్యూజిక్ ఇన్ హిస్ బోన్స్ అని మొదలుపెట్టింది. ఇదేమో ఇంత చేసి, నెక్స్ట్ దానికి వస్తేనేమో ఇంత చేసింది. అంటే ఏంటి, ఈ రెండింటి ట్రైనింగ్ డిఫరెంట్ ఉంది. ద బేసిక్ ఐడియా ఈజ్, వీడు ట్రైన్ చేసిన డేటా ప్రకారం వీడిచ్చిన అల్గారిథంతో అదొక కథ ఇచ్చింది. సేమ్ స్టోరీ లైన్ without changing a word, the same prompt was given to another one. సో ఇక్కడ ఏంటంటే, సరే ప్రాంప్ట్ ఆల్రెడీ ఎగ్జిస్టింగ్ ఉన్న డేటాని ఏమంటే ఇస్తుంది, అది పర్లేదు. బట్ ఇక్కడ ఏంటంటే, బేస్డ్ ఆన్ ద ట్రైనింగ్ డేటా అది క్రియేట్ చేసింది కాబట్టి, యూఆర్ బేసికలీ లుకింగ్ ఎట్ హౌ లాంగ్వేజ్ ఈస్ యాక్చువల్లీ బీయింగ్ యూస్డ్ ఇన్ ద కాంటెక్స్ట్ ఆఫ్ మెషిన్ లెర్నింగ్, ఫర్ విచ్ ద ఫండమెంటల్ హ్యాపన్స్ టు బి ఇన్ వాట్ ఈస్ నోన్ యాజ్ న్యాచురల్ లాంగ్వేజ్ ప్రాసెసింగ్, NLP అంటాం అనమాట మనం. సో ఇక్కడ మీరు కనుక చూస్తే, how AI tools summarize the text automatically, that is one thing which some of you are already trying. సో చాలాసార్లు మీరు చాట్ బాట్తో ఇంటరాక్ట్ అయ్యి ఉంటారు కదా, ఆ మనిషి ఉండడం, మనం టైప్ చేస్తే అది మళ్ళీ మనకి ఇస్తుంటుంది, రైట్. దాన్ని ఎక్స్ప్లోర్ AI జనరేటెడ్ క్రియేటివ్ రైటింగ్. ఇప్పుడు జస్ట్ మనం ఒక ఎగ్జాంపుల్ చూసాం, AI జనరేటెడ్ క్రియేటివ్ రైటింగ్. యాక్చువల్లీ మూవీ నుంచి స్టోరీ లైన్ తీసుకొని మనం ఇచ్చాము, బట్ అట్ ద సేమ్ టైమ్ ఇట్ క్రియేటెడ్ ఇట్స్ ఓన్ స్టోరీ. నౌ ద మోస్ట్ ఇంట్రెస్టింగ్ థింగ్ ఈస్ కంపేరింగ్ AI generated content with human generated content, where you will actually realize what are the limitations of AI generated content also as of now, right? And then understand how training data influences the AI outputs. These are things that are there. సో ఇప్పుడు మీరు చేసింది ఏంటంటే బేసికలీ మీకు a lot of text ఇచ్చినప్పుడు I asked you to basically make a summary, right? మీరు ఎవరైనా సమ్మరైజ్ చేసిన వాళ్ళు, ఎక్స్పాండ్ చేసిన వాళ్ళు కాదు, సమ్మరైజ్ చేసిన వాళ్ళు, వాట్ ఆర్ ద ప్రిన్సిపల్స్ యూ హ్యావ్ ఫాలోడ్ నాకు చెప్పగలరా? హౌ కుడ్ యూ సమ్మరైజ్ దిస్ డేటా? మీరు అందులో చూసింది ఏంటి యాక్చువల్లీ? యా.
So, without actually missing the key domains, I want to summarize.
Okay.
So, the problem what I see in this paragraph, without missing the key themes, I try to summarize it. One of the problems I faced when I utilized AI tools is what I expected to summarize it, it never gave the similar manner. So the key themes sometimes were missed in some AI tools. That is the problem what I
Okay. Now my next question is, how could you identify the key theme after going through the article? మీరు ఆర్టికల్ చదివాక ఇది కీ థీమ్ అని ఎలా డిసైడ్ చేశారు? అంటే బేసికల్లీ యూ గాన్ త్రూ వేరియస్ టెక్స్ ఎర్లియర్. దీని సెంట్రల్ థీమ్ ఏంటి అనేది మీరు ఏంటంటే మెంటల్లీ యూ అరైవ్డ్ ఎట్ ఎ డెసిషన్. దట్ ఈస్ వేర్ హ్యూమన్ డెసిషన్ మేకింగ్ ఈస్ దేర్, విచ్ ఈస్ డిఫరెంట్ ఫ్రమ్ యువర్ మెషిన్ డెసిషన్ మేకింగ్. మెషిన్కి ఇదంతా ఏముండదు, సెంట్రల్ లైన్ ఏంటి ఇదని, దానికి ట్రైనింగ్ ఇస్తాము, ఆ ట్రైనింగ్ ప్రకారం అది వెళ్ళిపోతుంది, విచ్ విల్ సీ లేటర్. ఓకే, థ్యాంక్ యూ అండి. సో ఇక్కడ జనరల్లీ మనం చేసేవి ఏముంటాయంటే, వన్ ఈస్ ద టెక్స్ట్ సమరైజేషన్, chart-based information retrieval. How can you retrieve information using the charts? Translation, one very big interesting scenario. If time permits, I will take you to Google Translate. There is an app, Google Translate, where you can really start looking at what are the major limitations as well as advantages, especially if you go with a translation app. Of course, story generation, creative writing, ఇప్పుడే చూసాం మనం. సో బేసికల్లీ ఏమవుతుందంటే AI systems అన్ని they are trained on large data sets of books, articles and online text. ఈ మొత్తం ఇలా చేస్తున్నాడు. Of course, back end you have natural language processing, which will spend a few minutes in terms of understanding what is the basic technology behind this. But at the same time, when you are looking at this training data, how these books, how these apps are able to give the output is, it's simply on the basis of the training which was done on large data sets of books, articles and online text. Now, let us go one by one in terms of సమ్మరైజేషన్ ఎలా అవుతుంది. సో సమ్మరైజేషన్ అంటే ఇప్పుడు మీరు కొంతమంది ఆల్రెడీ చూసారు యాప్లో ఆటోమేటిక్గా సమ్మరీ అవుతున్నది, రైట్? మనం కూడా లేటర్ ఐ విల్ టేక్ యూ త్రూ ఎ ఫ్యూ యాప్స్ అండ్ దెన్ వీ లుక్ అట్ సమ్మరైజేషన్. దీని బ్యాక్ ఎండ్, irrespective of whatever the language that you are looking at, this natural language processing is a term used basically to look at language from a computational perspective. అంటే ఏంటంటే ఇప్పుడు మనకు గ్రామరు ఇదంతా అయితే ఎట్లా లాజిక్ లాగా మనం అర్థం చేసుకుంటామో, కంప్యూటేషనల్ పర్స్పెక్టివ్లో మీరు మెషిన్కి యాక్చువల్గా లాంగ్వేజ్ గురించి ట్రైన్ చేస్తారు. అయితే ఇది ఏమవుతుంది, బేసికలీ రీడ్ ద టెక్స్ట్, AI analyzes the entire document, identify important words and sentences. Again we see how it identifies key ideas and frequent concepts. సో ఇక్కడ ఏమైంది, మీ దాంట్లో కీ కాన్సెప్ట్ అగైన్ అండ్ అగైన్ ఏది వస్తున్నది, వర్టికల్ ఫార్మ్. మీ దాంట్లో చూస్తే అఫ్కోర్స్ నేను హెడ్డింగ్ తీసేసినా కానీ ఏమవుతుందంటే రిపీటెడ్గా వచ్చే ఐడియా ఏంటనేది మీకు తెలిసిపోతుంది, రైట్? సో ఫైండ్స్ ద ఐడియాస్ అండ్ ఫ్రీక్వెంట్ కాన్సెప్ట్స్. అదర్ దాన్ దిస్ వాట్ ఆర్ యూ థింక్ అంటే లెస్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ సెంటెన్సెస్ ఏ ఉందో దాన్ని రిమూవ్ చేసేస్తుంది. Automatically you're getting a short summary. AI keeps only the most important points. This helps create a clear and concise summary. Please see this. It is all related to understanding the text in terms of looking at what are the things that are frequently coming, which are the things that are not frequently coming. One model of basically looking at this. So ikkada NLP etla work chestundi anedi we need to spend a few minutes, because when you are talking about translation or when you are talking about voice activation, today we are talking to the apps, how they are able to understand. So this is the technology that allows computers to understand and communicate using human language. So somehow if you look at the computing experts, they were able to feed the language nuances. That means basically the grammar, identification of parts of speech and everything, they are able to train the machines using this. So let us first talk about language. So when we are talking about the human language, interestingly, now language ని యూస్ చేసి యాజ్ ఆఫ్ నౌ నేను ట్రైన్ చేయాలనుకుంటే డేటా ఏముంది నా దగ్గర, ఈమెయిల్స్ ఉన్నాయి, న్యూస్ ఆర్టికల్స్ ఉన్నాయి, రివ్యూస్ ఉన్నాయి, సోషల్ మీడియా పోస్ట్ ఉన్నాయి, Speech at the same time, voice commands, phone conversations, voice assistants, everything is there. సో ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ టుడే మీకు ఈ గూగుల్ యాప్ అన్న తీసుకోండి, లేకుంటే మీరు ఇది అలెక్సా కానీ తీసుకోండి, మీరు వాయిస్తో కమాండ్ ఇస్తుంటే అది ఆటోమేటికల్లీ ఎగ్జిక్యూట్ చేస్తుంది, రైట్? సమ్వేర్ ఎట్ ద బ్యాక్ ఎండ్ ఏమైంది, ట్రైనింగ్ అనేది జరిగింది. ఇది ఎలా అవుతుంది, ఇక్కడ వీ నీడ్ టు స్పెండ్ ఎ ఫ్యూ మినిట్స్. అంటే వితౌట్ గోయింగ్ టూ మచ్ ఇన్ డెప్త్ టెక్నికల్లీ, లెట్స్ లుక్ ఎట్ ఎ వెరీ బేసిక్ లెవెల్ వాట్ ఆర్ ద కైండ్స్ ఆఫ్ థింగ్స్ దట్ ఆర్ డన్ హియర్. ఇక్కడ చూడండి, మీకు ఒక టర్మ్ ఉంది, టోకెనైజేషన్ అని ఉంది. సో వన్ ఆఫ్ ద ఫస్ట్ స్టెప్స్ ఇన్ NLP ఈజ్ టోకెనైజేషన్, విచ్ మీన్స్ స్ప్లిట్టింగ్ ఎ సెంటెన్స్ ఇంటూ స్మాలర్ పార్ట్స్. ఫస్ట్ ఒక సెంటెన్స్ ఇచ్చారు మీరు, ఓకే చూడండి సెంటెన్స్ ఇక్కడ వచ్చేసి ఆర్టిఫిషియల్ ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ ఈజ్ పవర్ఫుల్, ఆర్టిఫిషియల్ ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ ఈజ్ పవర్ఫుల్. ఇక్కడ చూడండి ఇది ఇమీడియట్గా ఏమైంది, మధ్యలో స్పేసెస్ ఉన్నాయి మీకు. ఆర్టిఫిషియల్ ఒక వర్డ్, ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ ఒక వర్డ్, ఈజ్ పవర్ఫుల్. బ్రేక్ చేసేసింది. బ్రేక్ చేసేసరికి ఏమైంది, వాట్ ఎవర్ ద టెక్స్ట్ దట్ యూ హ్యావ్ గివెన్, ఈచ్ వర్డ్ ఈస్ బ్రోకెన్, ఈచ్ వర్డ్ ఈస్ బేసికలీ బ్రోకెన్ ఎట్ ఎ వెరీ ఫండమెంటల్ లెవెల్. ఇక్కడ చూడండి, ఐ లవ్ మెషిన్ లెర్నింగ్ అని ఉంది. ఇక్కడ ఇంకా ఇన్ డెప్త్ ఉంది, ఐ లవ్ మెషిన్ లెర్నింగ్. లెర్నింగ్ తర్వాత ఏముందండి, ఎక్స్క్లమేషన్ ఉంది. ఈవెన్ దాన్ని కూడా ఇక్కడ తీసుకుంది ఇది వచ్చేసి. అంటే ఏంటి, బేసికలీ at the first sight you are breaking the text into words. Now the interesting thing is everything that is there in the sentence, is it required or not? Natural language lo emotundante manam a and the this, okay, this ikkada of course undanukonte, is a ivannu unnai kada, articles gaani ivi gaani పెద్ద మనకు అవసరం లేదు అనుకున్నప్పుడు వీటిని రిమూవ్ చేస్తుంది అనమాట. సో సమ్ వర్డ్స్ అపియర్ ఫ్రీక్వెంట్లీ బట్ డు నాట్ క్యారీ మచ్ మీనింగ్. ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ద, ఈజ్, అండ్, ఇన్, ఆఫ్ ఇవి ఉన్నాయి కదా, వీటిని స్టాప్ వర్డ్స్ అంటాం అనమాట. బేసికలీ ఈ స్టాప్ వర్డ్స్ ఏంటంటే, అది కనుక ఒకవేళ ఇఫ్ ఇట్ ఈస్ ఓన్లీ లుకింగ్ ఎట్ టేకింగ్ ద మీనింగ్, ఇట్ డజంట్ రిక్వైర్ ద స్టాప్ వర్డ్స్. ఇక్కడ చూడండి, ద మూవీ వాజ్ వెరీ ఇంట్రెస్టింగ్. ఇప్పుడు చూడండి, ద మూవీ వాజ్ వెరీ ఇంట్రెస్టింగ్. నా ఇక్కడ ద ఉన్న లేకున్నా మూవీ ఇంపార్టెంట్ మనకి. వాజ్ అఫ్ కోర్స్ వర్బ్ అనుకోండి, వెరీ ఇంట్రెస్టింగ్. సో దీన్ని ఏం చేసింది, స్టాప్ వర్డ్స్ ద తీసేసింది, వాజ్ తీసేసింది, ఏం మిగిలిందండి చివరికి, మూవీ వెరీ ఇంట్రెస్టింగ్. దాంతో అది బేసికలీ ఇట్ ఈస్ ఫార్మింగ్ ద సెంటెన్స్. దిస్ హెల్ప్స్ ద కంప్యూటర్ ఫోకస్ ఆన్ ద ఇంపార్టెంట్ వర్డ్స్. అంటే ఏమవుతుంది, మనం ఏదైనా టెక్స్ట్ని ఇచ్చినప్పుడు స్టాప్ వర్డ్స్ అనే వాటితో దానికి సంబంధం లేదు, రైట్? స్టాప్ వర్డ్స్ స్పెసిఫిక్ పర్పస్ లేదు. లాంగ్వేజ్లో ఇంపార్టెంట్ ఉంటుంది, బట్ వెన్ ఇట్ కమ్స్ టు బేసికలీ బ్రేకింగ్ డౌన్ ద సెంటెన్స్, what it is doing is, it is basically removing the stop words and then reducing the content and then goes with the next analysis. So ikkada meeku two words unnai, okka nimisham chudandi, stemming, lemmatization. So lemma antam ikkada kuda, stemming and lemmatization. Ikkada chudandi meer ganaka chuskunte different words that are there, play, playing, played, okay. Just look at this, what is happening here at the very fundamental level. Play, playing, played, what is common andi, ఏ ఫామ్లో ఉన్నా కానీ అట్ ద ఎండ్ ఆఫ్ ద డే ఇట్ ఈస్ రిలేటెడ్ టు ద ప్లే, రైట్? సో ఇక్కడ ఏమైంది మీకు, ప్లేయింగ్, ప్లే, బట్ అఫ్ కోర్స్ కాషన్ హియర్, దెర్ ఇస్ అ లిటిల్ బిట్ ఆఫ్ డిఫరెన్స్ బిట్వీన్ స్టెమ్మింగ్ అండ్ లెమటైజేషన్. ఐ థింక్ యా యూ కెన్ సీ హియర్ ఇఫ్ యూఆర్ టాకింగ్ అబౌట్ దిస్ టూ సినారియోస్ దట్ ఆర్ దేర్. స్టెమ్మింగ్ అంటే ఏం చేస్తుందంటే, అది జస్ట్ కట్ చేసేస్తుంది వర్డ్ని, అది ఎక్కడ కావాలో అక్కడ దాకా తీసుకొని, ఇప్పుడు STUDI దాకా ఉంది చూడండి, ఇక్కడ సపోజ్ అక్కడ మటుగా తీసుకుంది. కేరింగ్ ఉంది, CAR, ING తీసేసింది. వెంట అఫ్ కోర్స్ తీయడానికి ఏం లేదు, అంతే ఉంది. బెటర్, BETT తీసుకుంది. ఇక్కడ మీరు లెమటైజేషన్లో చూస్తే చూడండి, వాట్ ఈస్ ద డిఫరెన్స్, కాంటెక్స్ట్, మీనింగ్ రెండు తీసుకుంటున్నది. ఇందులో స్టెమ్మింగ్లో ఏంటంటే జస్ట్ అదే ట్యాగింగ్ లాగా లాస్ట్ వాట్ ఎవర్ ఆర్ దేర్, ప్లేయింగ్, ఇంగ్ తీసేస్తుంది, రైట్? ప్లేఫుల్ ఉందనుకోండి, ఫుల్ తీసేస్తుంది, అది రెడ్యూస్ చేస్తుంది వర్డ్ని. ఇక్కడ ఏంటంటే ఇది కాంటెక్స్ట్లో తీసుకునే లెమా వచ్చేసి ఏమవుతుందంటే, ఈ స్టడీస్ ఈజ్ మోర్ రిలేటెడ్ టు స్టడీ, కేరింగ్ ఈజ్ మోర్ రిలేటెడ్ టు ద కేర్, వెంట అనే దానికి బేసిక్ ఈజ్ గో, బెటర్ ద బేసిక్ వర్డ్ ఈజ్ అగైన్ గుడ్. సో ఇక్కడ లెమటైజేషన్, స్టెమ్మింగ్ రెండు అయిన తర్వాత ఏమవుతుందంటే, ఈ వర్డ్స్ ఏవైతే మిగిలాయో వాటిని రికగ్నైజ్ చేయాలి. ఎస్పెషల్లీ ఇన్ సమ్ కేసెస్ ఏమవుతుందంటే, మనం గనక స్పెసిఫిక్ నేమ్స్ యూస్ చేసామనుకోండి. ఇక్కడ ఒక ఎగ్జాంపుల్ చూడండి, ఐన్స్టీన్ డెవలప్డ్ ద థియరీ ఆఫ్ రిలేటివిటీ ఇన్ జర్మనీ, రైట్? ఇక్కడ మనకు తెలిసిన పేర్లు ఏమున్నాయండి, ఐన్స్టీన్ యాజ్ ఎ పర్సన్ అంటే ఆల్రెడీ మనం ఇంపార్టెంట్ నేమ్స్ ఆల్రెడీ ట్రైన్ చేస్తాం. నెక్స్ట్ జర్మనీ, నేమ్ ఆఫ్ ద ప్లేస్. అంటే ఇక్కడ ఏమవుతుంది, ఈ నేమ్డ్ ఎంటిటీ రికగ్నిషన్లో ఏమవుతుందంటే బేసికలీ ఒక పర్సన్, లొకేషన్, డేట్, ఆర్గనైజేషన్ ఎట్సెట్రా వీటిని ఏమవుతుందంటే స్పెసిఫిక్గా ఐడెంటిఫై చేసేస్తుంది అనమాట. ఓకే, ఇది ఒక పర్సన్ నేమ్, ఎందుకంటే మీరు ఆల్రెడీ ఈ నేమ్స్ అన్ని ఫీడ్ చేశారు దానికి, రైట్? సో ఇది ఒక పర్టికులర్ పర్సన్స్ నేము, మేబీ ప్రాబ్లీ దిస్ ద లొకేషన్. సో దట్ ఈస్ వేర్ నేమ్డ్ ఎంటిటీ రికగ్నిషన్ వస్తుంది. నెక్స్ట్ చూడండి ఇంట్రెస్టింగ్గా, సపోజ్ మనం అమెజాన్ రివ్యూస్లోకి వెళ్ళాం, రైట్? అమెజాన్ రివ్యూస్లో దిస్ ఫోన్ ఈస్ ఫంటాస్టిక్ అని వచ్చింది, దిస్ ఫోన్ ఈస్ ఫంటాస్టిక్ అని వచ్చింది. Now here this fantastic, if you basically look at this is there, you can remove the stop word, is removed because it's the stop word. Phone fantastic, positive sentiment. Now product is terrible, sentiment is negative. At a very simplistic level, if you look at how this NLP works, it has been basically trained on the data in such a manner that one is it is able to basically look at identifying the named entity recognitions. The second one is related to basically trying to find out the sentiment. I will also take you through a few free online what you call apps that are there which will help us in terms of doing the sentiment analysis, right? And then parts of speech tagging, quite interesting. ఇప్పుడు చూడండి, NLP can identify the role of each word in a sentence. ఇక్కడ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ సెంటెన్స్ ఏముందండి? The student reads a book. Okay, of course the article anyway తీసేసింది, ఏ కూడా తీసేసింది. Student reads book. Student is a noun, reads is a verb, book is a noun. అంటే ఏమవుతుంది ఇక్కడ, వీటిని అర్థం చేసుకునేప్పటికీ దిస్ హెల్ప్ ద సిస్టమ్ అండర్స్టాండ్ ద సెంటెన్స్ స్ట్రక్చర్ ఎలా వస్తున్నది అనేది అర్థమవుతుంది. ఇప్పుడు మనకు చిన్న డెమో తీసుకుందాం. Okay, Ilopna, before I go to the demo, just see the picture that is pasted there. There are the same term given in two different colors, flies, flies. Please tell me what is happening here. ఇప్పుడు పార్ట్స్ ఆఫ్ స్పీచ్ ఇస్ పిఓఎస్ ట్యాగింగ్ లేదనుకోండి, ఫ్లైస్ అంటే ఫ్లై అంటే ఏంటి మీకు, ఇక మన రాజమౌళి మూవీ, రైట్? అట్ ద సేమ్ టైం వర్బ్ తీసుకుంటే ఫ్లైస్, ఐఎమ్ ఫ్లయింగ్ టు బెంగళూరు ఇఫ్ యు సే. సో దేర్ అక్కడ వచ్చేసి వర్బ్ అవుతుంది. ఇక్కడ బేసికలీ యు ఆర్ లుకింగ్ ఎట్ ద ట్యాగింగ్ వర్సెస్ నాన్ ట్యాగింగ్ యాజ్ టు హౌ దిస్ ఇస్ గోయింగ్ టు హ్యాపెన్. బట్ బిఫోర్ దట్ లెట్ us say we look at a few practical examples. Okay. ఓకే, ఇది యునైటెడ్ నేషన్స్లో మనం ఒక స్పీచ్ని తీసుకుందామండి, కంప్లీట్ టెక్స్ట్ అని కూడా. ఓకే, ఇక్కడ మీరు చూడండి, సపోజ్ మనం కనుక స్టార్ట్ చేస్తే ఇది మొత్తం టెక్స్ట్ కంటెంట్. ఆఫ్ కోర్స్ ఇది అంత బాగాలేదు, మధ్య మధ్యలో బ్రేక్స్ ఉన్నాయి. లెట్ మీ సీ ఫర్ అనదర్ వన్. ప్రైమ్ మినిస్టర్ 6 times UNGS. ఇది చూడండి, ఇదంతా కంప్లీట్గా స్పీచ్. ఓకే, చాలా చిన్నగా ఉంది ఇది, బట్ స్టిల్ వీ విల్ టేక్ ఇట్. ఇది మనం కాపీ చేసి ఏం చేస్తామంటే, సో జస్ట్ సింపుల్ యాప్, ఇందులో పెద్దగా ఏం లేదు. వర్డ్ క్లౌడ్ జనరేటర్ అనే దానికి వెళ్దాము ఫస్ట్. సో లెట్ us say if you go with even Canva, if you tell us, let us see what we can do is we can actually look in terms of okay, it is asking for a login, better let us not go for it. Okay, everywhere it is asking for login. There are a few things మీరు కొద్దిగా ఇవి యాప్స్ యూజ్ చేసేటప్పుడు జాగ్రత్తగా ఉండండి, ఎందుకంటే whenever it is asking for a login, sometimes what happens is once you log in, that fellow will not leave you. He keeps on sending you unnecessary information. So ఇక్కడ ఇది ఫ్రీ ఉన్నట్టుందండి, ఇక్కడ చూద్దాం. ఇక్కడ ఫైల్, రైట్? సో ఇక్కడ ఫైల్ యాజ్ ఆఫ్ నౌ యూ ఆర్ నాట్ గోయింగ్ ఫర్ ఇట్, విల్ గో ఫర్ ఎ న్యూ వర్డ్ క్లౌడ్. ఓకే, ర్యాండమ్ వర్డ్ క్లౌడ్. ఓకే, ఇచ్చిన తర్వాత ఇక్కడ ఏం చేద్దామంటే వచ్చేసి షేప్, ఫాంట్స్ ఇదంతా ఇచ్చాడు. దీన్ని లెటర్స్ for the time being remove this, and let us say if a particular content is there, how can I basically go with taking this? So new word cloud కావాలనుకున్నప్పుడు మనం ఏం చేయొచ్చు అంటే ఇక్కడ ఇమేజ్ సైజు వీటన్నిటిని సెట్ చేసుకున్న తర్వాత మన కంటెంట్ ఇందులోకి ఫీడ్ చేస్తాం అనమాట, రైట్? ఈ కంటెంట్ని ఫీడ్ చేసిన తర్వాత ఆటోమేటికల్లీ ఏం చేస్తుందంటే ఇందాక మనం చదువుకున్నవి ఏవైతే ఉన్నాయో రిపిటేటెడ్ వర్డ్స్ ఇవన్నీ ఏవైతే ఉన్నాయో వాటన్నిటిని వన్ బై వన్ ఇట్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు లుక్ ఎట్ దట్, అండ్ దెన్ ఫైనలీ ఇట్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు బేసికలీ గివ్ అస్ ద అవుట్పుట్. మీరు ఇప్పుడు చూస్తున్నారు, ఇట్లాంటివి ఆల్రెడీ చూస్తుంటారు మీరు, రైట్? సో ఇంట్రెస్టింగ్ పర్స్పెక్టివ్ ఏంటంటే ఇక్కడ సే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇన్ దిస్ కేస్ కంట్రోల్ A, డెల్, ఐల్ గో ఫర్ దిస్. ఇప్పుడు ఈ స్పీచ్ ఇస్తున్నాను చూడండి. ఓకే, మీకు ఏం కనపడుతున్నాయి ఇక్కడ? ఇది మన ప్రైమ్ మినిస్టర్ స్పీచ్ ఎట్ UN. ఏం కనపడుతున్నాయి మీకు? గ్లోబల్ అనేది చాలా పెద్దగా కనపడుతున్నది. ఇండియా ఉంది, వన్ ఉంది, ఫ్రెండ్స్ ఉంది, సస్టైనబుల్ ఉంది, కమిట్మెంట్ ఉంది, హ్యూమన్ ఉంది. సో కంపారిటివ్ అనాలిసిస్కి నేనేం చేస్తానంటే లెట్ us say so again you can see this ఇది వెరీ రీసెంట్ ఉన్నట్టు ఉంది. We can use this. What is it? ఉంటుందండి, ప్రతిదీ ఉంటుంది. ఓకే, నా ఇది చాలా పెద్దది, ఇది కూడా ఇద్దాము. ఇప్పుడు ఇక్కడ కనుక మీరు అగైన్ ఇఫ్ యూ గోయింగ్ టు ద వర్డ్ క్లౌడ్, now let us say in this particular case we will remove this. ఇప్పుడు చూడండి, ఇప్పుడు నేను గో అని చెప్తున్నాను. చూడండి వెరీ క్లియర్లీ మీరు ఇక్కడ చూస్తే ఇంతకు ముందు దానికి దీనికి ఎస్పెషల్లీ ఇఫ్ యూ బేసికలీ లుక్ ఎట్ దిస్. ఓకే, పాకిస్తాన్ చాలా పెద్దగా వచ్చింది, షరీఫ్, ఇండియా వచ్చింది, సీజ్ ఫైర్ వచ్చింది, అండ్ అఫ్ కోర్స్ గాజా గీజా ఇవి కూడా మాట్లాడాడు. బట్ ద ఇంట్రెస్టింగ్ థింగ్ ఈస్ ఇఫ్ యూ రియల్లీ లుక్ ఎట్ ఇందులో చాలా మీరు పాకిస్తాన్, ఇజ్రాయెల్ ఒకటి వచ్చింది కింద చూస్తే, మీరు గాజా వచ్చింది, వార్ వచ్చింది. ఇందాక దాంట్లో దీనికి కంప్లీట్లీ డిఫరెంట్ ఉంది వచ్చేసి. యాక్చువల్గా చెప్పాలంటే ఒకసారి ఏమైందంటే ప్యారలల్గా యూ హ్యాడ్ ద స్పీచెస్ ఆఫ్ let us say when Imran Khan was the Prime Minister, the United Nations, let's say we want the text, right? I think yeah, still we can take it from here. If I am taking this, ఇది very basic step anamata. This step itself is not enough, but essentially it becomes interesting when you really look in terms of how many words are repeating, okay, which is the word that is repeating more. You really have some what I call good platforms. Today I have chosen the platform because whichever platform is allowing me to generate the word cloud without actually asking for a login, I have taken it, right? So let's say go for this, okay, and then paste it here and say, I'll say that, okay, you basically give me go. Please ఇక్కడ చూడండి ఒకసారి. సో వీళ్ళు దేని గురించి మాట్లాడే కానీ ఆఫ్ఘనిస్తాన్ వచ్చింది, కాశ్మీర్ వచ్చింది, రైట్, ఇండియా వచ్చింది. చూడండి, ఆయన మాట్లాడేటప్పుడు ఇండియా వచ్చింది, ఈయన మాట్లాడేటప్పుడు ఇండియా వచ్చింది. అంటే ఇండియా కంటే మనకంటే ఎక్కువ వాళ్ళు ఆలోచిస్తుంటారు. అంటే వాళ్ళ ఫోకస్ ఏంటంటే ఎవ్రీవేర్ somewhere down the line they think about India. Same dantlo, during the same year, if you are looking at this, okay, Pakistan, this is in which year, Rama? 2021, right? Let's say if I look at Prime Minister of India speech in UN, okay, 2021 same మన వాళ్ళే మాట్లాడారు చూద్దాం. Okay, let's basically see this complete text. India, I think earlier we have seen this. Let us say 2019 on it. Let's say we'll go for it. So if I'm looking at this, this is essentially prior COVID, right?
Those are also good platforms, sir.
అంటే ఒకటి సార్ మేము ఏంటంటే పెద్ద ప్లాట్ఫామ్స్ గురించి ఐడియా ఉండదు. A few platforms which are popular we'll be using, but really if you are interested about the platforms, you can keep on trying anamata. That's the only way. అంటే కొన్ని some certain tasks are good in one platform, certain tasks are good in another platform. Okay, now let us say I am taking this. This is around 2020. I am going for this. Now again using the same. In fact, మీరు word cloud generate చేసేటప్పుడు you can tell it in terms of what is the specific shape that you would like to have, how many repeated words you are going to have. That means minimum frequency of the words ఎంత ఉండాలి, ఇవన్నీ కూడా మీరు డిఫైన్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. So let us just see this. Now I went with Indian Prime Minister scenario. Please see this. చూడండి ఎంటైర్లీ ఇక్కడ చూస్తే వెల్ఫేర్ ఇండియా, అఫ్ కోర్స్ యువర్ ఎక్సలెన్స్ అని మల్టిపుల్ టైమ్స్ అన్నాడు, హ్యూమన్, రైట్, పీపుల్, యునైటెడ్, ఓకే, కంట్రీస్, ఉమెన్, ఇవేవి వాళ్ళ దాంట్లో రావు. అంటే వాళ్ళు కూడా మన గురించి అలానే చెప్పుకోవచ్చు. ద హోల్ ఐడియా ఇస్ దట్, ఇప్పుడు మీకు ఒక చిన్న ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇవ్వాలంటే, ఇప్పుడు మహాత్మా గాంధీ రాసిన బుక్ ఏంటంటే ఫేమస్ది? ఓకే. హిట్లర్ రాసిన బుక్ ఏంటి? మెయిన్ క్యాంప్. హిస్టరీ వాళ్ళు ఉన్నారు కదా, రైట్, మై స్ట్రగుల్. రెండు బుక్స్ అనలైజ్ చేసి మీరు పక్క పక్కన పెట్టి చూడొచ్చు పైన. ఆయన థీమ్ ఏది ఉంది, ఈయన థీమ్ ఏది ఉంది, అంటే జస్ట్ ఫర్ ఇది హ్యూమన్లీ చేయొచ్చు అంటే చేయొచ్చు, బట్ ఇట్ టేక్స్ ఎ లాట్ ఆఫ్ టైం. ఇక్కడ మీరు ఏం చేస్తున్నారంటే టూల్ యూస్ చేస్తున్నారు కాబట్టి మీకు ఇమీడియట్లీ సమ్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ రిజల్ట్ ఈస్ దేర్ విచ్ రియల్లీ కెన్ హెల్ప్ యూ ఇన్ టర్మ్స్ ఆఫ్ అండర్స్టాండింగ్. ఓకే, maybe these are the words where the emphasis is more, but remember this is only based on the frequency. It is not based on the meaning. That is a very big limitation here. So from here, let us say if I go to Google Translate, right? So ikkada below, okay, let me take this.
Small dogs.
Sir, ఇది అయ్యాక మాట్లాడదాం సార్. ఓకే, నైట్ ఆఫ్ ద స్కార్పియాన్. Night of the Scorpion. Anyone has an idea about this poem? Right? Ezekiel. Very good, sir. Okay. So, everyone chadutara? Someone good at English?
Yes.
Yeah, please. Any one of you.
I remember the night my mother was stung by a scorpion. 10 hours of steady pain had driven him to crawl beneath a sack of flies.
Yeah, parting with poison.
His poison, flash of diabolic pain in the dark room, he risked the rain again. The patients come like swarms of flies and buzzed the name of God 100 times to paralyze the evil one. With candles and with lanterns, throwing giant scorpion shadows on the mud-baked walls, they searched for him. He was not found. They clicked their tongues with every moment that the scorpion made his poison moved a mother's blood, they said.
మే హీ సిట్ స్టిల్ కనపడుతుందండి?
May he sit still. They say, may the sins of your previous birth be burned away tonight. They say, may your suffering decrease the misfortune of your next birth. They say, may the sum of all evils balance in this unreal world. Against the sum of good became diminished by your pain. May the poison purify your flesh of desire and your spirit of ambition. They say they sat around on the floor with my mother in the center, the piece of understanding on each face. More candles, more lanterns, more neighbors, more insects, and endless rain. My mother twisted through and through, ignoring on a mat. My father septic rationalist, trying every curse and blessing. Powder, mixture, herb, and hybrid. He even poured a little paraffin upon the bitten toe and put a match to it. I watched the flame feeding on my mother. I watched the holy man perform his rites to tame the poison with an incantation. After 20 hours, it lost its sting. My mother always said, thank God the scorpion bit on me and spared my children.
Okay, good. Thank you. So, what is the heart of this poem? Where does the heart of the poem lie? The last stanza, right? Yeah, the last stanza, right? Now, what we'll do is, we will basically take this entire text, okay? Sorry. And then I'll go to Google Translate, okay? So, let us say in this case, I will enter the text here, and then shall we convert it into Telugu? Yeah. ఓకే, ఒకసారి చదవండి. ఇది మరి తెలుగు కూడా చదవాలి ఇప్పుడు. నైట్ ఆఫ్ ద స్కార్పియన్ ఏమైంది? తేలు రాత్రి అయింది. నో చూడండి. See, it is not, these fellows have done it for languages across the world. So, next sentence, నా తల్లిని తేలు కుట్టిన రాత్రి నాకు గుర్తుంది. పర్లేదు, బాగానే ఉంది. 10 గంటల పాటు కుట్టిన వర్షం అతన్ని బియ్యం బస్తా కిందకు తరిమి కొట్టింది. 10 గంటల పాటు కుట్టిన వర్షం, రైట్? సరే, ఓకే, అది కూడా. చీకటి గదిలో తన విషంతో, మెరుపుతో, క్రూరమైన తోకతో విడిపోతూ మళ్ళీ వర్షాన్ని పడంగా పెట్టాడు. పోయింది. అంటే ఏంది ట్రాన్స్లేషన్లో బేసికలీ there are two things that you need to see here. When you are looking at translation, let me ask you a first question. I have a sentence. Each word of the sentence can be translated. Can I call it as translation? No, transliteration is where, ఇప్పుడు సపోజ్ నాకు జ్వరంగా ఉంది, NAAKU, జ్వరంగా ఉంది, the same thing gets converted into Telugu. What I am saying is, suppose my name is Srinivas, na పేరు, name is Srinivas. సెంటెన్స్లో వర్డ్స్ అన్నిటిని తీసుకుని అన్నిటికీ మీనింగ్ ఇస్తే ట్రాన్స్లేషన్ అయిపోతుందా? ఎందుకు కాదు? ఎందుకు అర్థం కాదు? లాంగ్వేజ్ టు లాంగ్వేజ్ మీకు సింటాక్స్, గ్రామర్ మారిపోతుంది, అంతేనండి, రైట్? ఇఫ్ యూ రియల్లీ లుక్ ఇన్ టర్మ్స్ ఆఫ్ ఎనీ లాంగ్వేజ్, ద బౌండరీ ఫర్ ద లాంగ్వేజ్ ఇస్ ద గ్రామర్, రైట్? సో ఇప్పుడు మీరు హిందీలో తీసుకోండి, తెలుగులో తీసుకోండి, ఇంగ్లీష్లో తీసుకోండి, ఈచ్ లాంగ్వేజ్ హ్యాస్ గాట్ ఇట్స్ ఓన్ సింటాక్స్, దానికి హద్దులు ఏవైతే ఉన్నాయో. మీరు అన్నట్టు ట్రాన్స్లిటరేషన్లో ఏమవుతుందంటే, ఇప్పుడు నేనేం చేస్తానంటే, సపోజ్ నా పేరు శ్రీనివాస్కి నేనేం చేస్తుంటే ఇంగ్లీష్లో నా పేరు శ్రీనివాస్, అది ఎగ్జాక్ట్లీ దాన్ని తెలుగులో కన్వర్ట్ చేస్తాను, యాజ్ ఇఫ్ ఐ హ్యావ్ రిటన్ ఇట్ ఇన్ ఇంగ్లీష్, ట్రాన్స్లిటరేషన్. సో ఇక్కడ ఏమవుతున్నదంటే, వీళ్ళు somehow they are using the logic, word to word conversion లేదు. బట్ ఏమవుతున్నది, సమ్వేర్ డౌన్ ద లైన్ కాంటెక్స్ట్ మిస్ అవుతున్నది. సే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మళ్ళీ వర్షాన్ని పణంగా పెట్టాడు, రైట్? చూడండి, రైతులు ఈగల గుంపుల్లో వచ్చి దుష్టుడిని స్తంభింపజేయడానికి 100 సార్లు దేవుడి నామాన్ని పఠించారు. Somewhere down the line, what is happening is you find a lot of discrepancy in terms of the meaning being lost. అయితే మీలో ఎవరన్నా ఎనీవన్ ఆఫ్ యూ గుడ్ ఎట్ హిందీ? ఓకే, రైట్. ఆయనే బుక్ చేయట్లేదు కదా మీరు. ఇప్పుడు చూడండి, అంటే సి ఎనీవన్, మీరనే కదా, హూఎవర్ ఇస్ గుడ్ ఎట్, లెట్స్ గో టు హిందీ. హిందీ ఇస్ దేర్. ఇంట్రెస్టింగ్. బిచ్చు కి రాత్. ఓకే, ఎవరు చదువుతారండి ఇది? యా ప్లీజ్ సార్. డంక్ మారాతా. ఇది కరెక్టే ఉందండి, సెంటెన్స్ ఓకే ఉంది కదా? That's a perspective, interestingly. Because when we did this, they relatively trained it better in Hindi. Okay? Sir, chadvan sir. Okay, Andhra.
उससे अपना जहां गूगल किया और फिर से बारिश का जोखिम उठाया. अरे तेलुगु को दिया.
नेक्स्ट किसान
की तरह आए और 100 बार भगवान का नाम लेकर उसे शैतान को निष्क्रिय करने की कोशिश की है.
ఇది బాగానే ఉంది మీకు. రైట్, నెక్స్ట్ मोमबत्तियां
और लालटेन से मिट्टी से बनी दीवारों पर बिच्छू की विशाल परछाइयां बनाते हुए उन्होंने उसे ढूंढा, वे नहीं मिला.
कंटिन्यू सर.
उन्होंने कहा बिच्छू की हर हरकत के साथ उसका जहर में के खून में घुलता चला जा. उन्होंने कहा शांत हो जाए. उन्होंने कहा काश तुम्हारे पिछले जन्म के पाप आज रात जल जाए.
सी फॉर एग्जांपल ఇక్కడ చూడండి, उन्होंने कहा काश तुम्हारे पिछले जन्म के पाप आज रात जल जाए. ఎంత బ్యూటిఫుల్ గా కన్వర్ట్ అయింది. మీనింగ్ పోలేదు. మీ గత జన్మలో పాపాలు మేబీ ఈ రాత్రి ఆ తేలు కొట్టడంతో నాలుగు మాటలు అంటారు కదా వచ్చిన తర్వాత, అనే దగ్గర అది వచ్చింది. మీకు అక్కడ మీనింగ్ పోలేదు, చాలా బ్యూటిఫుల్గా. ఇన్ఫ్యాక్ట్ హిందీ, దోస్ హూ ఆర్ గుడ్ ఎట్ హిందీ దే రియల్లీ అప్రిషియేటెడ్ ద వే ఇట్ గాట్ కన్వర్టెడ్. మీరు ఒప్పుకుంటారా ఆ పర్టికులర్ సెంటెన్స్? అంటే చూడండి, उन्होंने कहा काश तुम्हारे पिछले जन्म के पाप आज रात जल जाएं. उन्होंने कहा अगेन,
कम हो जाए और उगले जन्म में दुर्भाग्य कम हो जाए.
ओके.
उन्होंने कहा बुराई का योग तुम्हारा धन से कम हो जाए, या तुम्हारे शरीर को इच्छाओं से और तुम्हारी आत्मा को महत्वाकांक्षाओं से शुद्ध करे. उन्होंने कहा वे अब चारों ओर बैठ गए. मेरी माँ बीच में बैठी थी. हाथ चेहरे पर समझ की शांति थी और मोमबत्तियां और लालटेन और पड़ोसी और कीड़े और अंत ही बारिश. मेरी माँ कराहती हुई चटाई पर लेटे हुए थे और मेरी पिता संशयवादी, तर्कवादी, हर तरह के
Now you see this. Every powder mixture herb is the line that every powder mix. My father skeptic rationalist, right? So ఇక్కడ చూడండి, somewhere here strand అంటే ఏంటండి? strand కష్టపడటం కాదు. ఇక్కడ చూడండి, మనకి ఇచ్చిన దాంట్లో ఏమవుతుందంటే మై ఫాదర్ రైట్ స్కెప్టిక్ రేషనలిస్ట్ ట్రయింగ్ ఎవ్రీ కర్స్ అండ్ బ్లెస్సింగ్ పౌడర్ మిక్స్చర్ హెర్బ్ అండ్ హైబ్రిడ్. సో ఇక్కడ చూడండి మీకు వచ్చేసి ఇఫ్ యూఆర్ లుకింగ్ ఎట్ దిస్ అగైన్ అది చూడండి మేరీ మా చటాయి సారీ మేరీ మా కరాతి హై. ఓకే ఇంకాస్త ముందుకెళ్ళలేదు రైట్ కింద ఇప్పుడు చూడండి సార్ సంశయవాది యా కంటిన్యూ సార్ తర్కవాది సరే నెక్స్ట్ దానికి వెళ్ళండి. ఆశీర్వాద్ తర్వాత పౌడర్ హిందీలో ఏమంటారండి? చూర్ణ అంటారా? పౌడర్ హిందీ పౌడర్ ఇంగ్లీష్ వర్డే ఉంటుంది. ఇప్పటిదాకా మనం చూసిన దాంట్లో ఇక్కడికి ఫస్ట్ మిస్టేక్ వచ్చింది. ఇక్కడ నేను ఇది ఎందుకు తీసుకుంటానంటే ఇదే పోయం మీద ఫర్ ద లాస్ట్ 5 to 6 years మా క్లాస్లో టెక్స్ట్ అనలిటిక్స్ అనే క్లాస్ అయ్యేటప్పుడు డెమో ఇచ్చినప్పుడు ఒకప్పుడు ద నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ మిస్టేక్స్ యూస్ టు బి వెరీ హై. ఈ ట్రైనింగ్ డేటా పెరుగుతున్న కొద్దీ ఏమవుతుంది, నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ మిస్టేక్స్ తగ్గిపోతుంటాయి. సార్ కంప్లీట్ చేద్దాం, కంటిన్యూ చేయొచ్చు. పౌడర్ మిశ్రణ ఓకే
अपनी मां को तृप्त करने देगा। मैंने उस पवित्र व्यक्ति को मंत्रों से विश्व प्राप्त करने के लिए अनुष्ठान करने देगा। 20 घंटे बाद इसका झंझट खत्म हो गया। मेरी मां ने बस भगवान शुक्र है कि बिच्छू ने मुझे काटा और मेरे बच्चों को छोड़ दिया।
गुड, थैंक यू. అగైన్ లాస్ట్ సెంటెన్స్ కూడా మీకు మీనింగ్ ఏం పోలేదు, అక్కడ కంప్లీట్గా వచ్చింది రైట్. సో ఇక్కడ బేసిక్ ఐడియా ఏంటంటే దిస్ వర్క్ ఇన్ టర్మ్స్ ఆఫ్ లుకింగ్ ఎట్ ట్రాన్స్లేషన్, అండర్స్టాండింగ్ ద కాంటెక్స్ట్, అండర్స్టాండింగ్ ద స్ట్రక్చర్ ఇన్ వన్ particular language, then carrying it on to the another language. So a lot of work is being done, lots of apps are getting developed, right? At the back end, if someone is talking about text analytics, someone is talking about translation, or if someone is talking about anything related to text data, you should be able to tell that at the back end you have NLP. NLP is the core behind any of the textual applications that are there. So just you can see this here. మీరు చూసుకుంటే టోకనైజేషన్లో ఏం చేస్తున్నామండి, సెంటెన్స్ని బ్రేక్ చేస్తున్నాం, స్టాప్ వర్డ్స్ రిమూవ్ చేస్తున్నాం రైట్, స్టెమ్మింగ్ లెమటైజేషన్, రెడ్యూసింగ్ ది వర్డ్స్ టు ద రూట్ ఫామ్, పార్ట్ ఆఫ్ స్పీచ్ ట్యాగింగ్ రైట్, నేమ్డ్ ఎంటిటీ రికగ్నిషన్, సెంటిమెంట్ అనాలిసిస్. సెంటిమెంట్ అంటే ఏం లేదు, ఎమోషన్. డస్ ఏ పర్టికులర్ సెంటెన్స్ ఎక్స్ప్రెస్ ఎనీ ఆఫ్ ద ఎమోషన్, వెదర్ ఇట్ ఈస్ పాజిటివ్, వెదర్ ఇట్ ఈస్ నెగటివ్ ఆర్ న్యూట్రల్, దట్స్ అ క్వశ్చన్ హియర్. సో ఇక్కడ ఈ ఎన్ఎల్పి మనం whatever we are using right now in terms of voice assistant, machine translation, just now ఇప్పుడే చూసాం మనం, చాట్ బాట్స్, సెంటిమెంట్ అనాలిసిస్, టెక్స్ట్ సమ్మరైజేషన్, వీటన్నిటికీ బ్యాక్డ్రాప్ వచ్చేసి ఎన్ఎల్పి అయిపోతుంది. సో ఇక్కడ టెక్స్ట్ సమ్మరైజేషన్ వచ్చేసరికి ఏమవుతుందంటే, సపోజ్ మీకు న్యూస్ ఉందనుకోండి, మీకు సమ్మరీ కావాలి అంటే 1 minute చదివేసుకోవాలి ఏముందనేది. వన్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్, సెర్చ్ ఇంజిన్స్ క్విక్ ప్రివ్యూ, మీరు ఏదైనా వెబ్ పేజ్ గురించి ఇచ్చినప్పుడు దాని సమ్మరీ ఇస్తుంది అది వచ్చేసి. అగైన్ రీసెర్చ్. In fact, we have an interesting scenario where you can even look at apps that would look at summarizing the academic papers, the research papers, summarize long reports and meeting notes, helping the students understand large reading material very quickly. So, ఇప్పుడు మీరు యాప్స్ అడిగారు కదా, ఎవరి దగ్గర మీకు ల్యాప్టాప్స్ ఉన్నాయండి, ఎంతమంది దగ్గర ఉన్నాయి? ఓకే, కనీసం ఇఫ్ పాసిబుల్ మీరు ఏం చేయొచ్చు అంటే, వితౌట్ మై ఇంటర్వెన్షన్ ఆల్రెడీ ఇది వెబ్సైట్స్ ఏవైతే ఉన్నాయో వాటి లింక్ ఇక్కడ ఇచ్చేసాం కాబట్టి, ఎనీ వన్ ఆఫ్ యూ మీరు దీనికి వెళ్ళి చూడండి. ఎస్ఎంఎంఆర్వై. మేబీ ఇంకొకళ్ళు ఏం చేయండి అంటే స్కాలర్స్ రైట్, ఇది చూడండి, SCHOLARCY, స్కాలర్సీ ఫ్రీ ఆర్టికల్ సమ్మరైజర్ ఉంది. ఈ 2 టూల్స్తో ఒకసారి బేసికలీ స్టార్ట్ ఎక్స్పెరిమెంట్. ఎందుకంటే ఇక్కడ ఏంటంటే మనం టెక్నాలజీని క్రియేట్ చేయట్లేదు, but we are actually looking at how technology is going to do the job, and then we'll also see in terms of what are the relative merits and demerits. అందరు నోట్ చేసుకున్నారండి? మీరిద్దరు యూస్ చేస్తారు కదా, మీ దగ్గర ఎవరి దగ్గర ఉందండి, మీరు షిఫ్ట్ అయిపోండి ఉన్న దగ్గరికి. టేబుల్కి ఒకటి ఉన్నా చాలు, ఏంటంటే జస్ట్ ఓకే ఫాలో అవుతారు కాబట్టి. మీకు ఉంది కదండి, మీలో ఒక్కళ్ళు వేరే వాళ్ళకి హెల్ప్ చేయాలండి. ముగ్గురికి ఉన్నాయి కదా, ఒక్కళ్ళు ఇటు వస్తే వేరే వాళ్ళకి హెల్ప్ చేసినట్టు అవుతుంది. మీరు కూర్చుంటారా? కోర్స్ మిమ్మల్ని రిస్కీ జోన్లోకి పెడుతున్నాను, రండి. మీరు తప్పించుకున్నారు, రైట్. ఓకే, ఇక్కడ మీకు ఉందండి సార్, మీ దగ్గర ఒకటి ఉందా ల్యాప్టాప్? ఒకటి చూడండి. ఓకే, మీరు కొద్దిగా ఇటు వచ్చేస్తారా, లేకుంటే మీరు ఇటు వెళ్ళిపోతారు చూడండి. ఓకే ఓకే, కంఫర్టబుల్. ఓకే నిమిషం అమ్మా, మీరు మీ దగ్గర ఏమైనా ఉందా సార్? పర్లేదా, ఫైన్, చేయండి, నో ఇష్యూ. ఫోన్లో అన్నా చేసండి, ఇబ్బంది ఏం లేదు. ఓకే, అంటే ఏం లేదు, ఇందులో బేసికలీ మీకు ఇంటర్ఫేస్ పెద్దగా ఉంటుందని, రైట్. కనెక్టివిటీ ఉంది కదండి అందరికీ, రైట్. మీకు నచ్చిన కంటెంట్ ఏదైనా సరే మీ రెస్పెక్టివ్ ఏరియాస్లో చూసుకొని యూ కెన్ బేసికలీ గో ఇన్ టర్మ్స్ ఆఫ్ ఆస్కింగ్ ఫర్ అ సమ్మరీ. మీకు కావాల్సింది అప్లోడ్ చేసేయండి, లేదా సమ్ టైమ్స్ కట్ కాపీ పేస్ట్ ఉంటుంది. నార్మల్లీ అప్లోడ్ ఓకే చేస్తుంది, రైట్. ఓకే, మీకు ఒక ఎక్సర్సైజ్ ఇస్తాను. 100 పేజీ మెషిన్ లెర్నింగ్ బుక్ ఫ్రీ డౌన్లోడ్ ఉంటుంది, వెళ్ళండి. యాండీ బర్కో 100 పేజీ మెషిన్ లెర్నింగ్ బుక్, 100 పేజీ, సమ్మరైజ్ ఇట్ ఇంటూ 5 pages. ఓకే, చేసేయండి ఆ ఎక్సర్సైజ్. ఆ తర్వాత సమ్మరీ చదివి మీకు అర్థమైందా లేదో చెప్పాలి నాకు, ఎందుకంటే మోస్ట్ ఆఫ్ యూ మీరు మెషిన్ లెర్నింగ్లో వర్క్ చేయట్లేదు కదా. ఐఎమ్ గివింగ్ యూ ఏ కాంప్లెక్స్ టాపిక్, బట్ నౌ యు ఆర్ టేకింగ్ ద హెల్ప్ ఆఫ్ ద యాప్ టు summarize it and then see to what extent you are able to understand it. Okay, please do that. "100 pages machine learning book, Andy Burko, right? One of the very famous books in the area of machine learning. One hundred page or 100 pages machine learning book. No, 100 pages machine learning book, Andy Burko. Okay. So just ask for summarizing it into 5 pages. 5 పేజెస్కి చేసేయండి. ఓకే, ఎనీ రిజల్ట్స్ అండి? ఓకే, ఫ్రీ వర్షన్లో అవట్లే వదిలేసండి, డోంట్ వరీ. అంటే పాసిబుల్ ఈజ్ ఆస్కింగ్ ఫర్ దట్ లాంగ్ డేటా, ఈజ్ ఆస్కింగ్ ఫర్ యూ టేక్ ఎనీ అదర్ కంటెంట్ విచ్ ఈస్ అరౌండ్ 10 to 15 pages, any other content in your respective areas which is around 10 to 15 pages. ఇది ప్రాంప్టింగ్ గురించి కాదు కదా. అవునండి, మీరు ఇచ్చారు ఇప్పుడు
జస్ట్
అప్లోడ్ చేశారు కదా, స్ట్రక్చర్డ్ సమ్మరీ వచ్చేసింది కదా. ఇదిగోండి, ద టెక్స్ట్ డిస్కసెస్ ఇదేంటి ద ఇంపార్టెన్స్ ఆఫ్ ఎవాల్యుయేటింగ్ మెషిన్ లెర్నింగ్ మోడల్స్ ఇంక్లూడింగ్ అసెసింగ్ ఓవర్ ఫిట్టింగ్ అండ్ యూజింగ్ వేరియస్ మెట్రిక్స్ ఫర్ ఒక స్నాప్షాట్. అంటే జస్ట్ మీకు జస్ట్ 1 sentence మొత్తం సమ్మరీ ఇచ్చి కీ ఫైండింగ్స్ ఇచ్చిన తర్వాత వచ్చేసి ఏమున్నాయనేది. ఓకే, సో ఆ తర్వాత విడిగా ఇచ్చేసింది, అది వచ్చేసి ఇదే మీకు వచ్చేసి. ఓకే, సరిపోతుంది. మీరు ఇంకేదైనా మీకు నచ్చింది ఏదైనా మీ ఏరియాలో ఇచ్చుకోండి. ఓకే, okay, let us run an experiment. Since all of you would have done something by this time, let us run an experiment. ఓకే, ఇది ఒకసారి చూడండి ఇటు. ఆల్ ఆఫ్ యూ కెన్ ఫోకస్ ఆన్ ద స్క్రీన్ వన్స్. ఇక్కడ చూడండి, ఐ హ్యావ్ గాన్ టు వికీపీడియా. I have taken the entire story of this, అంటే condensed story of this, and then I have fed it to one of, because this is asking for a login. Right now I am not logged in, so I went for another summarizer and gave this. So if you look at this entire story has been reduced into somewhere around 15 lines. Can you see here? Now this, let's run an experiment. Now this 15 lines I am taking, and what I'll do is, this 15 lines I would like to give. What is that I am going to do now? This 15 lines, whatever I have taken, I am going to give it. సమ్మరీని మళ్ళీ సమ్మరైజ్ చేసి మనం ఇస్తున్నాను. చూడండి, ప్లీజ్ రిపీట్ దిస్ ఎక్స్పెరిమెంట్. ఐ హ్యావ్ సమ్మరైజ్ సమ్ టెక్స్ట్, ఐ హ్యావ్ టేకెన్ ద సమ్మరీ, ఐ ఎమ్ ఆస్కింగ్ ఇట్ టు సమ్మరైజ్. వాట్ హ్యాపెన్స్ నౌ? What happened? It has been further reduced. Now I will take this. Please see this. What happens at the end? I am again summarizing this. This is the third round. Can you see this? Right? Now again I can go for this. I am giving again the fourth round. I am giving the fourth round. I am asking it for summary. You see this, more or less what is happening is, as far as this app is concerned, it is not further reducing. Some apps, what they do is, you give 100 sentences, they make it as 50, 50 they make it as 25, 25 they make it as 15, and finally one sentence will come. One sentence will, which is not exactly the summary. It keeps on reducing and reducing. In fact, finally, if you look at that particular line will not make any sense for you also. Just because its job is in terms of truncating. So, how this is going to happen is also very interesting. When you're looking at this scenario, let me say, tools anyway, you can use it at any point of time. But then, if you are looking at how this is summarized, now please focus on this.
Extend from some single sentence, sir.
See, there are two things, sir. You give a lot of text, ask it to summarize. You give a small sentence, ask it to expand. It does anything. But how it is done, please look at this. Extractive summarization selects important sentences directly from the original text. It does not change the wording. Please see this. Artificial intelligence is transforming healthcare. AI helps doctors diagnose diseases faster and more accurately. It can analyze medical images and patient data. Now, these 3 lines I have given. So, when you are looking at this extractive summary, what it is saying is, AI helps doctors diagnose diseases faster and more accurately, which is nothing but the second sentence. That means, it is trying to identify which are the important sentences. That sentence, as it is able to present. But whereas, if you look at this next scenario, please see this. Abstractive summarization, AI rewrites the summary using new sentences. It is similar to how humans summarize. ఇప్పుడు డిఫరెన్స్ తెలిసిందా మీకు? జస్ట్ ట్రంకేటింగ్ చేసుకుంటూ పోతే చివరికి ఏం మిగలదు. 10 sentences ని 5 చేస్తుంది, 5 ని 2 చేస్తుంది, 2 ని 1 చేస్తుంది, అక్కడ ఆగిపోతుంది. AI systems can analyze medical images and assist doctors in diagnosing diseases more accurately. So చూడండి, AI helps doctors diagnose diseases more using image analysis. అంటే ఇక్కడ ఏంటి మీనింగ్ ని తీసుకుంటున్నారు. ఇట్ ఈస్ నాట్ లుకింగ్ ఎట్ ద సెంటెన్స్, ఇట్ ఈస్ నాట్ ట్రైంగ్ టు ఐడెంటిఫై ద సెంటెన్స్ అండ్ దెన్ రెడ్యూస్ ద సెంటెన్సెస్, బట్ రాదర్ ఇట్ ఈస్ ట్రైంగ్ టు బేసికలీ క్యాప్చర్ ద మీనింగ్ దట్ ఈస్ దేర్. దిస్ ఇస్ వాట్ ఈస్ నోన్ as abstractive summarization. Are we clear with this? Are we clear with this? Okay. This indirectly you have already done. Select a long article, essay or a news report. Copy the text of the article, paste the article into the summarization tool, generate an AI summary. Observe how AI extracts the most important sentences. Now, ఇంతకు ముందు ఏంటంటే సమ్మరైజేషన్ ఎలా అవుతుంది నేను చెప్పలేదు, కానీ మీరు సమ్మరైజేషన్ చేశారు. ఇప్పుడు అట్లీస్ట్ మనకు 2 మెథడ్స్ ఉన్నాయి. ఒకటేంటి, ఇంపార్టెంట్ సెంటెన్సెస్ తీసుకుని వాటిని కలిపిచ్చేస్తుంది. మీరు 10 lines ఇచ్చారు, అందులో 2 lines ఇంపార్టెంట్ అని పట్టుకుంది, ఆ 2 lines ఇచ్చారు. నెక్స్ట్ ఏం చేస్తుంది, మొత్తాన్ని తీసుకొని ఇట్ ట్రైస్ టు పుట్ ఇట్స్ ఓన్ సెంటెన్సెస్. It is not just repeating the existing sentences, but it is trying to basically look in terms of converting this meaning into few sentences and then giving you back. So, whole idea is in terms of how your AI extracts the most important sentences. Now, ఇందాక మీరు లాగిన్ అయిన వాళ్ళు ఎవరండి? మీరు లాగిన్ అయ్యారు కదా, దేంట్లోకి లాగిన్ అయ్యారు మీరు? స్కాలర్లే కాదు, ఇందాక మీరు దేంట్లో మీరు సమ్మరైజ్ చేశారు? ఓకే, ఇందులో మీరు దేన్ని తీసుకున్నారు? బుక్ నే తీసుకున్నారు. ఓకే, ఫైన్. ఓకే, స్కాలర్లీ దాంట్లో స్కాలర్సీ దాంట్లో ఏమవుతుందంటే ఇట్ ఈస్ బేసికలీ మెంట్ ఫర్ అకాడమిక్ పేపర్స్, అంటే మనలాంటి వాళ్ళకి ఉపయోగపడతాయి. రెస్పెక్టివ్ ఏరియాస్ వీ కెన్ గో ఫర్. రాదర్ యూ కెన్ ట్రై విత్ ఏ జనరల్ సమ్మరైజేషన్ టూల్ అండ్ దెన్ సీ హౌ ఇట్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు హ్యాపెన్. సో ఇది మీరు ఆల్రెడీ చేశారు కాబట్టి అక్కర్లేదు. క్లిక్ సమ్మరైజ్, ఓపెన్ దిస్, పేస్ట్ దిస్, బ్లా బ్లా బ్లా, ఎవ్రీథింగ్ ఈస్ దేర్. So how AI process the large text data? Strengths and limitations of the automated summarization. Please see this. Your strengths, what are the strengths of this automatic summarization? One is time. Absolutely huge amounts of data within no time, with the least amount of manual work you are able to do. That is the best part of it. But what is the worst part of it? The limitation. Maybe you may lose the meaning, the actual meaning. Maybe it is just like reducing things rather than actually capturing the meaning, right? That because summarization is all about how you reduce things, correct? Then as we quickly, what time is your break? Ashwati? She's not there? Okay. Now, one, okay, just a couple of minutes. So, ఇంకొకటి తీసుకోండి మార్నింగ్ ఇందాక స్టార్టింగ్లో మీరు అడిగారు ఏ టూల్ యూజ్ చేస్తారు సార్ నేను POAI, POEAI. Within that, it will link to other tools. Within that, it will link to the other tools. So you can start having conversations with these. Okay, PO.ai is there, that is one. Okay, ఎవరైనా చెప్తారా ఏంటో ఇప్పుడు తెలుగు సామెతలు చూడండి. So yesterday I tried with this direct chat GPTలో a Telugu proverb and its meaning. What is the proverb that is given there? So then I asked it to convert it into Telugu again. So it is basically trying to tell me what is the meaning, the explanation part, and then giving a example, right? And again, you can look at the chatbots basically into the dialogue systems that are there. So the interesting question is how chatbots work versus the other ones. You can again take this story generator. One is play.aidungeon.com. Play.aidungeon.com. Another one is deepai.org. 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 ఓకే, మీరు నెక్స్ట్ టైం వెళ్ళి వన్స్ అప్ అనే టైం ఇన్ అమరావతి అనండి, లేదా ఇంకేమి ఏది ఇవ్వాలో అది ఇవ్వండి, ఇచ్చిన ప్రాంట్ ప్రకారం ఎలా వస్తుంది అనేది చూడండి. సో ఇప్పుడు యా అది వేరియస్ అదర్ చాట్బాట్స్కి లింక్ చేస్తుంది. దాంతో మీకు ఏంటంటే వేరియస్ అప్లికేషన్స్కి నాకు ఈ అప్లికేషన్స్తో రన్ చేయండి అంటే మళ్ళీ ఆ వెబ్సైట్ వెళ్ళక్కర్లేదు, అది వీటికి లింక్ చేస్తుంది. ఓకే, నౌ లెట్ us try to quickly consume. So at the end of the day, what is creativity? క్రియేటివిటీ అంటే మనం అందరం ఎగ్జామ్స్ రాసినప్పుడు చూపిస్తాం, రైట్? చాలా క్రియేటివిటీ చూపిస్తాం కదా. సో ఇంట్రెస్టింగ్ థింగ్ ఈజ్ you can see it from the perspective of AI. Maybe you can look it in terms of the generation of any art related work or any of the patterns that are created by this. But at the same time, please understand that it is all about how your training data shapes the creativity. It is all dependent on the training data. You can even look at poetry directly written by the AI part that is there. Again, you can see the small training data, limited responses, repetitive ideas. దానికి ఐడియాస్ లేకుంటే అదే చెప్తుంటుంది మళ్ళీ. ఇట్ కీప్స్ ఆన్ రిపీటింగ్ ద సేమ్ థింగ్, ఇట్ డజంట్ గో. బట్ లార్జ్ ట్రైనింగ్ డేటా ఉంటే ఏంటంటే రిచ్ వొకాబులరీ ఇస్ దేర్, డైవర్స్ ఐడియాస్ ఆర్ దేర్, మోర్ క్రియేటివ్ కాంబినేషన్స్ ఆర్ దేర్. సో అందుకని లార్జ్ స్కేల్ డేటా, సో వెన్ ఎవర్ యూఆర్ ట్రైనింగ్ ద మెషిన్ యూ ఆర్ ఏబుల్ టు గెట్ ద బెటర్ రిజల్ట్స్. నెక్స్ట్ లిమిటేషన్ స్టూడెంట్, ఒక్కసారి మీకు యూ విల్ ఫైండ్ ఇట్ క్వైట్ ఇంట్రెస్టింగ్. సో ఏ కంప్లీట్ ఎమోషన్స్ని అర్థం చేసుకుంటుందా లేదా, దట్స్ అ బిగ్ క్వశ్చన్, రైట్? Can it create ideas completely outside the training data? Training data మట్టుకే ఉంటుంది, beyond that it can't, right? AI creativity is often called as pattern-based creativity. So at the end of the day, the biggest limitation is training data strongly shapes how creative an AI system appears. So you can again look in terms of writing a poem, asking an AI tool to create a poem. But then let us look at the human creativity. ఇప్పుడు ఇంట్రెస్టింగ్ పర్స్పెక్టివ్ ఏంటంటే హ్యూమన్ క్రియేటివిటీలో ఇమాజినేషన్ చాలా ఉంటుంది, రైట్? సో అక్కడ ఎమోషన్స్ ఉంటాయి, పర్సనల్ ఎక్స్పీరియన్సెస్ ఉంటాయి. ఒరిజినాలిటీ ఇన్ టర్మ్స్ ఆఫ్ థింకింగ్ ఉంటుంది. సో ద ఇంట్రెస్టింగ్ పర్స్పెక్టివ్ హియర్ ఈస్ మనం ఆల్రెడీ ఉన్న ఐడియాస్తో ట్రైన్ చేసి నుంచి అది ఇస్తున్నది. బట్ వెరాజ్ ఇక్కడ మనం చూస్తే ఏంటంటే యూ కెన్ ఇండివిజువల్లీ థింక్ ఆఫ్ యువర్ ఓన్ ఇన్ టర్మ్స్ ఆఫ్ గోయింగ్ విత్ ద క్రియేటివిటీ. సో నెక్స్ట్ టైం చూడండి, మీరు ఒక ఇది మూన్ మీద మీరు ఒక పోయం రాయండి, పోయం ఏని రాయమని చెప్పండి. మీరు ఫైనల్లీ వాట్ యూ ఫైండ్ ఈస్ that learned pattern from all the poems, it keeps on repeating. Patterns learned from the training data only it is able to give. So at the end of the day, if you really look in terms of the comparative analysis of human creativity versus AI creativity, human creativity is entirely based on imagination. Now you see, even a child can imagine things and tell you. But whereas when you're looking at AI creativity, it is based on the training data itself. It is entirely up to the human mind in terms of its ability to create things. But whereas AI is based on only the training data. Now, when it comes to humans, emotions are there, experience is there. Now, AI, patterns, patterns, patterns. Whatever the data you are giving, it finds the patterns, it keeps on repeating the patterns. Humans can produce completely new ideas. Maybe when you look at real AI creativity, based on the training only, it can. See, originality in terms of thinking is possible with the human being. But whereas when you're talking about the AI creativity, it is entirely based on the training data, right? So this is where I would like to stop the discussion. Thanks for the active participation. Thank you.
XR का क्या हो गया? XR का क्या हो गया? दूसरा वाला देखो। बीच में पूरा पूरा प्रेस कर रहा है तो वायर को उसके ऊपर बैठा है चेयर से सब।
This is not sufficient.
For YouTube.
Oh, they are streaming it, huh? Oh. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Next session is handled by S. Nagendra Kumar sir. He is the professor at the School of Computer Science and Information Science, University of Hyderabad. He has been consistently listed among Stanford University's top 2% Indian researchers 2020-2025, reflecting his strong research impact. He earned his PhD from Marseille University, New Zealand, where he received the doctoral scholarship and his thesis was placed on the Dean's list of exceptional theses 2014. His career spans teaching and administrative roles in India, Ethiopia, and Oman, with expertise in program development, departmental leadership, and student mentoring. Dr. Kumar's research contributions include work in smart healthcare systems, computer science applications, and information systems with recognition such as Best Student Paper Award 2013 in the conference New Zealand. He is also a senior member of the Hyderabad section. So you can take the class. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. So, good afternoon to one and all. Okay. Sir is making us be active after the lunch is over, so you should be active so that you should not feel sleepy, right? So, this session we try to understand about one of the important tasks that is needed for us to prepare an AI or an ML system. AI means artificial intelligence or a machine learning model. So, before we start discussing about this topic, I just bring forward one example or one scenario that was happened almost during 2014. So that scenario is well known, maybe some of you might have known, but some who are not known to this, let me just brief you. This is related to the Amazon company, the well-known Amazon company. So what they have done is, during the early stages of using the apps or applications which are developed by machine learning and AI systems, so they also want to use the one particular app for their recruitment process. So what they want to do is, instead of manually scrutiny the applications means from the resumes which have been received from prospective candidates. Now earlier they used to manually see each and every resume, and based on the roles and based on the applications, they try to filter it out. That was a manual process where they used to receive thousands of applications. Now that was automated when the introduction of AI and MLs are in progress. I'm talking about 2014. So this is almost 12 years back. So during that early stages when AI systems were getting developed, same thing, Amazon also want to automate that recruitment process with the help of this AI ML model. They want to automate this recruitment process with an application. Accordingly, their developers, their programmers have developed one AI ML system. But it was happened to be after 2-3 years, it was noted that that application, that app which was developed by the Amazon people themselves, is trying to do some kind of nonsense, in the sense that basically that app was only selecting male applicants. So that automation process, what does led to a particular problem, in the sense that majority of those applicants that were shortlisted by that app are from the gender male. It means some kind of biasing was being done. So may I know what may be the reasons, what can be the reasons why that app was only selecting the male applicants? Coding itself. Coding means algorithms. Yes, see, algorithms are one particular logic. That logic was written by we ourselves as a human being. We write some logic, we create some logic where the machine can understand. It is not actually the algorithm problem or the methodology that data bias. Yeah, data biasing means just to have some interaction. Yes, while the machine is getting learning means from the past data. The data that they have used for the last 10 years, what those applications are, basically all those applications, majority of the applications are inclined towards the gender male, and accordingly those applications were only given for the machine to understand. So actually there was a problem. Obviously that is not proper. That is having gender biasness applications. Later it was identified that application was been scrapped. It means they stopped using that application. And that has been notified, and in the news also it has come. You just Google it, you will get that particular news, complete details about it. So here the data, the most important ingredient, the most important aspect. If the data is not proper, the machine cannot understand, and ultimately the machine will not do proper work. So what is that? The essence, the lessons that we understand from that? Data is important, yes. So in other simple terms, there is one saying that garbage in, garbage out. So if you are giving certain things which are not required, or certain fake values, or the data which is not a qualitative data, obviously the machine that is getting prepared or the machine that is getting learned is also not a qualitative development, and obviously you will get not proper decisions. So that is the biggest problem. So that was to be known. So what is that to be done? Data. So this session, what we are trying to understand is the importance of data. So how quality data needs to be considered, how the quality data can be prepared. What are the important ingredients? What are the important aspects that you need to consider when you are trying to make sure that machine is going to understand some data? So we all talk about now this 1 hour session basically on the data. But please make it have some clarity that we are not preparing any AI ML system here. Please don't misunderstand that. Our focus is not towards preparing an AI ML model, but our focus will be to understand, in order to prepare that AI ML or an AI system to be prepared, that AI system requires a important ingredient on the quality of data. So how best we can prepare that data and make that data to be available to the machine to understand and act accordingly. That particular aspect, the quality data to be realized, the quality data to be prepared. So in that process, we will try to understand what are the various stages or components of AI data pipeline, the stages and components. It means the various steps involved in that particular process. What are the major steps and what are the major aspects that needs to be followed? Scientific, again, you need to understand the scientific nature here. I hope you are all from arts and science, right? So, only arts, okay. Only arts and humanities. Okay, arts and humanities. Nevertheless, please understand, earlier days, 10-15 years back, when I say earlier days means almost 1 or 2 decades back, it was the duty of computer science or IT engineers and programmers to develop better applications and prepare better AI systems. Please remember, now that is not the situation. Every individual, every person who is in different domains, whether it is arts, whether it is science, whether it is engineering, doesn't matter. Everybody is now need to understand and work on AI. So here, I am trying to share some of the important aspects that needs to be considered while preparing a better AI system. So maybe some aspects will be of engineering aspects. You do not worry about that, the intricacies and the major complexity involved in that preparation. But without major engineering aspects and scientific knowledge, nowadays AI systems can be prepared. The only thing that is required is your time, your patience, your efforts to prepare a good system. So you need to have some time for you to do the things. So that you take it into in a positive way. So let us understand how this AI system can be prepared with a qualitative data. To understand it in a better way, so let me bring forward to you what is to be called as artificial intelligence. In your own words, please, let us have some interaction. In your own words, I am not looking for any textbook definition or a literature point of view. Machine which can think like human, right? Acceptable. Any other views, please? Yes, machine can think like human.
Machine can learn, understanding, and you want any type of question.
Machine can able to review that answer. So machine can understand already past data. That's what sir is trying to, yeah. Any other views, please? Artificial intelligence.
Machine system that can solve the problems generally require human intelligence.
So generally machine can solve a problems where human intelligence was required. Yes, but this is a little bit wording problem, sir. Other than that, meaning I can understand it. So basically, what is that actually happening is, what do you mean by intelligence? Okay, where machine has to think, the ability to understand. Before understanding, there is some more step. One more step is there before understanding itself. The ability to learn. Before learning itself, there is again some more steps are there, sir. Observation, yes, very good, sir. Right. Thing is, experience is a secondary aspect, sir. What I mean to say is, suppose we as a human being, now how do we, understanding is again a secondary aspect, sir. The primary aspect is, no ma'am, not processing also. No, first thing is you are missing one important step. We are being a human being. See, we have sense organs. Our sense organs are eyes, ears, nose, skin and all. What does the eye is doing? Seeing, yes. Before understanding, before analysis, before doing anything, our eyes are perceiving. They are collecting some information actually. Identifying is also requires some kind of cognitive levels. Then only you can distinguish between them. No, what I mean to say is, but basically whatever you are saying is right only. But prior to whatever you are saying, there is one more step ahead. Nothing but the step is nothing but data collection. Actually, we are collecting the data through our sense organs. So our eyes are collecting our eyes are trying to visualize the environment. It is collecting some information. My nose is collecting some information. It is smelling. My ears are used to listening. Yes, sounds, audio is coming. I am also collecting it. So once I collect it, what is the next step? Keeping. Keeping means storing. Right. Where are you storing that? Brain. Yes. That is one memory. So first you are collecting the data, then we are trying to store the data, whether it is temporary or for is permanent is a different aspect. Collecting the data, then storing it. After storing, it's not analyzing, processing the data. After processing it, based on our cognitive levels, it means from our childhood we understood so and so things are fruits, so and so things are flowers, so and so things are paper, so and so thing is table, so and so thing is that. Then the analysis comes. After processing it, then the analysis comes. After analysis, evolution means after what is that evolution? Evolution will happen in what terms? Output. Output means how result means some action is going to happen. Some kind of action, some kind of means decisions will allow you to do some actions. Your hands are doing, or your legs are doing, or your body is trying to do some action based on the decision that is taken inside your brain. But if you understand these steps, what are the steps that we are undergoing now? First, receiving, that is perceiving. This has been done through our sense organs. Basically, our sense organs are to perceiving, collection of data. After the collection of data, yes please, collection of data, storing, then processing, then analyzing it, then taking decision and action part. So in general, the ability, if the human person, different human beings have different ability levels, depending on so many contexts, so many factors. We are not looking into the psychological and behavioral aspects. Please understand that the ability to perceive, collect the information, ability to perceive. After perceiving, understand. So whatever you perceived it, you should be able to understand it. Some people may not understand because of different cognitive levels, different memory problems will be there. But the ability to perceive, understand and realize the new situation. Usually this process is called as intelligence. A person is said to be intelligent if he is having the ability to do in a better way of perceiving it, better way of understanding it, better way of realizing the things to the new situations. If that intelligence is given to a machine, then the machine is said to be artificially intelligent. It means what intelligence we are giving to the machine now? Machine means the ability to perceive. Machine should have the ability to collect the information. Machine should have an ability to understand it, process it, analyze it, and realize it, and make some actions to the decisions. So if that machine is able to do all these things, then the machine is also said to be artificially intelligent. But in order to do all these things by the machine, itself, what are the things that are required? What is the background that is required for us? Yes, that is what the crucial parts. So what is that? Data is the foundation for any artificial intelligent system. So data is the most important ingredient. If the data is not proper, the intelligence will not be proper. So garbage in, garbage out. That's what the example. Already a good example. When Amazon has developed that application, because that application is only biasing towards gender, obviously that data is not given to that proper. It is not that algorithm. It is not that the process. It is the basically the data itself was given wrongly for the machine to understand. Maybe diversity, yes, exactly. In that process, data is lacking diversity because female gender and male gender data was not having, only male gender applications were given. Obviously, it was. So, what are the forms of data? If you say data, if your data is the foundation for any AI system, don't worry, this material will be shared to you. Once you come to the next session, I will share that material because you are not having laptops and all. The material, the data sets for the lab and all, we'll do that, practice it. It will take some little bit time, but need not worry to write every aspect. Just write important points, whichever you feel it like it. The entire material will be shared to you. Okay, what are the different forms of data? Now the data can be having different forms. The data can be appearing, or the data is represented, the availability of data is in either it can be numbers, text, images, audio, video, multimedia data, multiple forms of data will be there. Data is not just in one form. Like our sense organs, eye is collecting what type of data? Visual data. Ears are collecting what type of data? Audio data. So eye is collecting video, images data. Similarly, nose, different forms of data are being collected by us. Similarly, the same way artificial intelligence system also is collecting different forms of data. It can understand different forms of data to process it, to make some decisions and act accordingly. So the type of data needed depends on the purpose of the AI. So if you want to prepare an AI system, so what type of data is required? Depends on the what type of AI system are we trying to prepare it, or are we trying to model it, are we trying to develop it. So that type of data, sometimes some systems collect images data. So the AI system that you are going to develop will be depending on the data that is required to understand in the form of images only. If you are preparing a audio system, AI system should give some response like Alexa. Alexa is giving audio responses for your questions. So the Alexa system was prepared based on giving the data related to audio data. Suppose you are giving some images now. Tomorrow you are using a camera. When you are taking a camera, face will be identified. It means the camera, the AI system has already been learned to understand the different faces of the human beings. So like this AI system which you want to develop depends on the what type of data you are trying to give it and what type of applications you are trying to consider here. But the most important thing that you need to understand here is data allows AI systems to learn from the patterns. Data will automatically allow the AI systems to understand the intricacies that are involved in the data. What I mean to say here is, what is the meaning of learn from patterns? How the patterns will be understood by the machine? What patterns are existing in the data? In other terms, yes please? Trend. Trend means indirectly, yes please. Frequency need not be, sir. Similarities and dissimilarities. It is nothing but relationships among those data elements. Some kind of relationship is existing. If you say data means inside the data, some association will be there between different elements. That relationships will be there. That relations, yes, some kind of relationship will be there. Nagendra Kumar is eating chocolate. It means chocolate, Nagendra Kumar. At this point, he is eating chocolate. The relationship is there between one entity and another entity. It means one thing and another thing. Some relationship is existing. That if you write a sentence, Nagendra Kumar is eating chocolate, and you give that sentence to the machine, it means that is the data which I am feeding to my system there. So what is that machine is understanding here? Nothing but some relationship between two things here. One person and another thing is there. Some kind of associations are there between those things. So always whenever you are giving data to the machine means, please understand, machine should be able to understand the internal relationships among those particular data items. That is called the relationships. is basically called as patterns, some kind of patterns. That's called associations, relationships, or some kind of bindings between those items, data items is called as patterns. So almost your data items will have some kind of patterns to be understood, and that will make the machine to have accurate decisions and the predictions that you can make use of. Some kind of examples of data in AI, some products which you are seeing in your e-commerce websites. So you'll see a lot of recommendations are coming. That is in the form of images, in the form of text, whatever you are seeing, that's basically data only. Image recognitions, like how do you understand that this is a dog, this is cat, this or it's nothing but your image, voice assistance, recordings. So data can be in different forms, in different applications. So AI system has become a powerful tool, as you mentioned in the beginning. What an AI system is going to do? The AI system is going to help us solve some problems. Not only solving problems, it will help in our day-to-day life by doing some automated tasks. Why this automation is required for us? Why AI system is required for us? Humans will avoid the repetition of activities. Sorry? To reduce the time complexity, okay? So automated tasks here, automations. That's why because Amazon cannot do it manually, thousands of applications within a single day or 2 days, it cannot be solving. It is some automation tasks are happening here. That's why automation tasks at solving certain problems, new definitions are coming, new applications are coming. Similarly, those applications will be helpful for us to make some decisions properly, to make proper decisions. Sometimes we human beings cannot make decisions correctly, depending on some context. Sometimes biasings will be there, but the machine is prepared properly, it can take a decision on its own and it will be accurate also. So what AI systems require? AI systems depend on high quality data. So high quality data, it means if poor data is given, poor data leads to poor model. Model means AI model here. That is called model performance. Garbage in, garbage out. The same meaning is what is expressed here in this sentence. For this to have high quality data, you need to have structured pipeline. Pipeline is nothing but a set of stages, set of steps that needs to be considered in preparing a better quality data. So with that better quality data, better AI system can be prepared. So that is what the point here. Structured pipeline ensures accuracy and reliable data. So data pipeline ensures that is a set of steps requiring high quality data for better accuracy, for better consistency, for better scalability. Scalability means, suppose tomorrow you are trying to increase the data. Tomorrow your data is getting increased. Huge new data is getting added. So still that data processing should be capable to handle the new data that is going to come. Reliable data. Reliability is also a very important factor here. One more important point I like to bring forward to you. Suppose you say that data is important. Okay, high quality data is important to prepare a AI system. Now the point here is, how much quantity of data is required? How much quantity is required? Sorry, the more the better. Yes, the sentence is the more the better, that is acceptable. But still, is there any number? As in the literature, in the scientific investigations or scientific preparations, there is no number here. So for this to give to a little bit explanation, the Google, actually, when you're using Google Mail, so whenever you receive a message, at the bottom of the message, you will see some suggestions like thank you, okay, noted, okay, we'll get back to you afternoon, based on the message content and based on the subject, the Google is giving you suggestions actually. So that AI system which the Google has developed was taking millions of records as an input to prepare that actually. Google has taken so much of data, millions of records, to prepare some kind of appropriate automated text. Sometimes without writing to you to be replying, you can just click that and automatically that message will be sent. But Google has used how much quantity to come out with millions of records because of in order to require better accuracy. I will tell you in another scenario, one of the Chinese professor, okay, he also prepared an AI system, seeing the tumors and trying to identify the diseases from the MRI and the CT scan images. But you know how many images he has used? How much of data size he has used? He has used only 630 data samples. 630 is just a small size. With using that 630 data samples, he was able to build up a AI system. But Google was using millions of records to prepare an AI system. You see this now the scenarios, both the scenarios. So here what I am trying to say is data size doesn't matter. What matters is the quality of the data that is required here. So this is the point you need to understand so that you have a better accuracy, consistency, scalability and all these things. So now let us understand what are the key or the important stages in the preparation of your AI system, the data pipeline stages that needs to undergo. The first stage is on the data collection. Then the next one is data annotation, and the next one is data pre-processing, data splitting, and feeding the data into the AI models. So it is these 5 stages are nothing but, if you look into the analogy that I told you in the beginning of the session, what we are doing, we are trying to collect the data from our sense organs. That is data collection. Once you collect that, store it, and once you store it, then our cognitive levels, this data is related to this is a pointer. It means some labeling is happening inside my brain. That labeling process is called as annotation. The other name for annotation is nothing but labeling. There is another term also for annotation or labeling, tagging, giving some tag names to your data, tagging. Still any more simple terms, naming. You can call it also naming to a particular data. Tagging, annotation, labeling, naming, all form is the same. So one process is happening because the machine doesn't know. Until unless you give a meaningful information, that is what the annotation is, meaningful information to the data, machine will not know what that particular information is about, so that the machine can learn it and can prepare a AI system. So you need to give some meaningful information to the data. Then only the data can be understood by your machine to learn it, the intricacies and understand it. So that process is called annotation. So today we'll see how that annotation takes place. Then once you do the annotation, the next step is nothing but some kind of pre-processing or simply processing also in generic terms. Some kind of doing some activity there, basically to make a more qualitative data. So that's called as a pre-processing. And once you do this from the raw data which you are collecting, that is the actual data, that is the factual data, facts data has been collected. Then once you pre-process it, that data can be made use for different purposes. There are certain data splitting for the machine to make a proper understanding. So we use the data for training purpose, for validation purpose, and for testing purpose by splitting that entire data set into 2 processes. So once the model is ready or the data is been split up, then once the preparation of model is done, then you are feeding into your AI models to make the AI model to be used in our day-to-day life. So in order to do these stages, in order to do these processes, you need certain steps which are very, very important here, which we term it as important components. So we call them as the first component called as ingestion, data ingestion. Of course, data is the word I have not written there, but it implies that we are talking about data only here. It is called as data ingestion. Data ingestion involves what? Data ingestion involves data collection, just injecting the data, that is collection of data. So once the data is injected, then you will have the storage, where you are storing some data here. Once the storage is done, then some kind of processing is going to be there and doing some meaningful information that can be derived from that data, that is annotation. And we try to validate that data, whether it is properly annotated, properly been seen, properly been understood. Then you give the data for your training purpose, and ultimately that model which is the AI system is there, then that will be used in our day-to-day activities for our different purposes by deploying it. So these are the different components that are being there. So our point of discussion is how to prepare the quality data by following those steps here. That is the point of discussion. So the first step is data collection. So from data, how do you collect the data to prepare an AI system? Depending on the need. Yes, of course, always depending on what type of machine or automation or some problem solving things you want to make it. Yes, but what are the various sources from where you can get the data? That you need to understand here, because there will be so many ways of getting the data here. Commonly, the data can be obtained from the humans only. It means Today we will see one exercise in the next session. I am collecting data. I am going to collect data from you all actually. From you are being the human beings here, I am trying to collect some data. That is, I am going to use that data for some purpose. We will see what is that. So you will do some activity over there. Similarly, you can collect data from machines. You can collect data from digital platforms or social media platforms where a lot of data is being exchanged between different people. So a lot of data is available actually. You can also collect data from different sensors, artificial sensors for our ambient assisted living purpose, for our different types of activities that you do it. So we have like our natural sensors are there. Similarly, you are deploying artificial sensors for the automation purpose to collect some data. You also have different sources where you can collect the data. It can be an authenticated sources where data is available from different universities, from research organizations, where a lot of data is available from research, from government statistical informations or publicly available documents. So the main purpose of data collection is, obviously you said that relevant data is to be collected. So what is relevant data here? Relevancy comes in different form. Of course, diverse is the one which you have just seen, because the data is only pertaining to male. That system is developed in a wrong way. Diverse means even female data should also be there here. But what is meant by relevant here? Any examples, please?
Developing an app related to, for example, medical things.
Right.
We need to upload the images or data
Related to the medical field. True. That is one aspect. One aspect, right? Any other aspects?
Yeah. Expected output or situation.
Output or a situation, right, sir? Any example? Let us have this example wise.
Say like assessing the students.
Right.
Assessment of students. You will have to gather how the students can be assessed, and the method should be provided here in order for the assessment to happen properly.
Okay, so now I'll put the question now. In order to prepare an app for assessing the student, can I take the data of the students from the American university students?
If we are developing the app for American students, then it is app.
For that one, yes. If I am going to develop an app for our Indian students, will that data will be apt for me to use it? Yeah, exactly. That's what I am trying to say here. Another example in whatever survey we are discussing, basically you are developing an app for the Amazon website. Let us see here. But that Amazon application, that web app is only to be run for the Indian context, because our Indian consumers are different. Our Indian context is different. But you don't have data with you, but you want to develop an app. But if you take the data from the American or Canada or from the other countries where the consumer's behavior is different, during a particular period, during festivals and all, their sales will be high, their purchases will be different. If you take that same data and you prepare that, means the data will be, if you prepare that data to make it an AI system, that relevance is completely, contextual references are going to be coming into it. So you need to take an relevant data. That's what the most important point. It is not that I have a data, I can develop an app now. If you go in that way, it will not be suitable for you, most of it. So relevance data, diverse data, and high quality data sets are required to prepare a better AI system. So there are several things to do, consider when collecting the data. Please remember, where does the data come from? Are you collecting the data from a reliable source or not? That is more important, reliable source. When I say reliable source means, nowadays, of course, there are so many websites are there are so many other companies which are selling some data. Most of the time, they may give a synthetic data. Synthetic data means that is not real facts. They might have generated the data might have come up from the machine itself, but that may not be real data. That is just not the factual data. If you are using that as a synthetic data, data is there, but what is the point? If there is not proper source one, then obviously the application also may not work properly. So make sure that it is not just simple. For learning purpose, it is okay. For understanding purpose, it is okay. But if you want to really deploy that and use it for our day-to-day life, for our commercialization and other things, it will not be apt one. So make sure that where from does the data come from, what type of data is there, and how much data, as I told you, data set is not the important criteria. And what attributes do I need? What do you mean by attributes here? What do you mean by attributes? Characteristics, yes, they are the attributes. Usually what I do is, I'll just say the synonyms here. Once again, I'm repeating in your session also. What are the different synonyms for attributes? Just characteristics, qualities, attributes, features, only 4. Dimensions, I want 10. In other sessions, 10 names have come. No, classification is not. No. In your own words, which you might have seen up to now. I repeat once again. So far, attributes, characteristics, features, dimensions, and some qualities here. Yes, 5 you have told me. No. Perspectives, no. Dimensions already just not. I'll tell you. Field names, fields, that are also called as fields, also called as columns, also called as properties. Properties or attributes or characteristics. Now I added 3. 2 more. Components can be considered, sir. Any other, in your arts terminology? Traits. Okay, traits also you can make sure. What does that mean? Basically, gives some kind of features, some kind of meaningful information that carries certain information about a particular data. That's what you need to understand. Elements, yes, you can consider. Yes, like this, so many. But when you are discussing with students or when you are trying to do with the projects, different textbooks, different authors, different literatures, will use all these different terms. That's why just bringing forward those synonyms here. So whenever you are trying to collect the data, you have to understand that what is the characteristics of the data that you are trying to grab in, so that for your preparation of the models. So most commonly, what is the data collection can happen, how the collection can take place, how the collection usually most of the time, this non-computer science, non-IT guys, this is the one method usually people try to collect the data by executing a survey forms, in the sense by running or sharing those survey forms and trying to collect the data depending on what is. But who prepared that? Because if you want a quality data, ultimately that question has to be prepared by quality persons only. It means by human curation, means expert curation is very much required here. Otherwise, garbage in, garbage out. If you simply prepare some questions, a meaningful information is not collected, obviously you are going to prepare a machine system. Your expectation is something, but you are collecting something may not be matching to your requirements. Then it may lead to a garbage out system only here. So curated and experts had only to be proper questionings, question answers, what information is to be extracted from the persons is very much required here. So this is one form. You can see different forms. So in the coming session, you'll do this exercise. I'm going to collect some information. Similarly, there are other methods are also there in data collections. What are these other methods? From the machines, you are trying to collect the data. From the devices, from the machines. One such example is sensors and IoTs. So if you look into this agricultural application, in these are agricultural applications, if you see here, there are certain machines, certain devices which are deployed in the farm, in agriculture. Why they are being deployed? Or what is the purpose of this? To collect the data. Yes, the data again is in real time. Please remember, when I say real time means you should understand what do you mean by real time here. I'll come back to that real time meaning here. But what data is being collected from there? Yes, basically the information related to this, what is the soil moisture contents, how much is the temperature in the ambience or the environment, what is the humidity, yes, seeds quality, the plant growth, all this information, these are nothing but artificial sensors which are being designed and developed and deployed on this particular field. Usually I work in this particular field, IoT. My field is IoT only. I can give a lot of information, but small information I'm sharing with you. So why we are collecting the data? We are collecting as what is the pH value, what is the nitrate, what is nitrate content, what is the potassium content, what is the sodium content, NPK, we call it as NPK from the soils. And suppose there is something, moisture content, if the moisture means high there, now the watering has to be done. So automatically the bore should be on, the water should be flowing. It means maintaining proper moisture content all the time so that the plant will not die, proper growth will be there. So like this, in the real time, the things are happening, collecting the data, and the data is used for certain automation process for doing the things in an apt way. Not only in the agricultural way, in the real scenario also, There are certain gadgets, the electronic gadgets which you are using in our day-to-day life. Smart watches. So what is that? You are trying to collect your blood pressure, your skin temperature, your heart rate. So in the real time, they are trying to give some information. If the blood pressure is high, now I have to relax. I need not be stressed at this point. It means real time, real processing. So collection of data, processing of the data, and giving you the decisions in the very fraction of the second. Everything is happening in the real time. So data collection is also happening, the various forms of through the means of sensors and IoTs. That is also one way. If you see the smart cities concept, maybe not in India, but most of the now smart cities, they are deploying different sensors in our day-to-day activities, in your day-to-day life, where they can manage the situations, the utility programs in a better way, transportations.
Government implemented smart mission programs.
Yes, so many cities are now trying to use those things. So where you are collecting the data in the real time, once the data is collected, it is not stopped there. Immediately it needs to be processed in a proper way, and proper decisions have to be done so that proper activities can be flown. All these things, data collection, these are also. So real time environmental monitoring is happening through your different types of data collections. So there are other data collection methods are also there, not only from human beings, not only from machines, but the activities which we do in our day-to-day life. Suppose you take the example of a banking application. In the banking application, what exactly we do in the banking? Some kind of transactions are happening here. So where the transactions information, the transactions data is getting stored, the transactions data is getting available in the log files or in the server files or the server computer. So they keeps of lot of information actually, which customer, which client, how much transaction amount, what lot of information is being collected. It is the data is getting accumulated over there, so that you can use that particular data to prepare a better AI system also. That is the real data. So basically you can get data from not only from the banking, you can get the data from your some website clicks, server activity, log files. For different types of applications, you get different data here. This is for the banking. There is also one way called as web scraping or scrapping, or whatever, pronunciation is not important here. So scraping, what is this? Scrape means extraction. Extraction means how that getting extracted. It means here data is getting extracted. From where it is getting extracted? The data is getting extracted from web. What is web here? Websites. Yes, websites, internet. So here you in the olden days means of course 1 decade or so, people used to write programs. The computer science and IT engineers, developers and the programmers, they write programs. So the program is going to run on a computer, and that computer is connected to internet. So now that program is going to crawl means it is going to spread across that internet because it is connected in the internet. And that information from various websites which are there on the internet, they try to collect that information, extract that information, and bring that information to the computer where here. So I need not go open website, copy, paste it. I need not go to another website, copy, paste it. I need not go to another website, copy, paste it. Automatically, my program is going to different programs, servers, and client machines where data is available. Data is abundant in the internet. So a lot of data can be extracted. That way of collecting the data, which from the reliable sources, this is called as web scraping. That was to be done. That was been done in the last decade. But now that technique is also a little bit old. So nowadays, what is that another technique? So that web scraping is nothing but automated extraction from the website. The data is being extracted. That data can be related to your market data. That data related to your social media content data. Okay, that is used for, it can be fairly useful for fair purpose. Something cannot be used. Different ethics are coming to come into picture. That is a different case. Now coming to that, there is another way called as APIs. So what is API? API's full form is, it is an abbreviation for Application Programming Interface. So this is one technological word which you use it. So this application programming interface will allow you to extract that information or bring the information from various sources. So when you do in the activity in the next session, try to click this link and try to get the data from the weather. So like this weather websites, government websites, stock trading websites, financial websites, so many stuff information. So for your arts, can you tell me some website names where data can be extracted or data can be brought in? World Bank, yes, not only World Bank, some heritage websites. where from heritage websites where you can extract some information. UNESCO website, very good, sir. Exactly, this is what UNESCO is given the APIs. Actually, you can get a lot of data from the very authenticated data and reliable data from the UNESCO. Apart from UNESCO, World Bank, any other thing? Stock market, yes. NSE, stock market. If you search in that website and search for APIs, of course, some websites, they will not give the entire content, or if you want huge quantity, you need to subscribe, means you need to pay for that. But for academic purpose and for research purpose, for experimentation purpose, they give limited quantity of data, which is very reliable data, for it will be accurate data for you to prepare some automated AI systems. So, sorry, sir? Wikaspedia. Wikaspedia, Wikipedia. Wikipedia is also some kind of reliable information only where you can get them. Now I am just looking for something called, because you are from arts, why I am telling here is, basically I was looking for some, maybe not exactly was, dance images. Dance, because we worked in one project actually, technically speaking, arts and dance people, actually to preserve our culture, especially for different dance. Sorry, sir? NSSO, yes, no, I'll tell you the requirement. The requirement is like this. Again, that's what, in the beginning stage only I told you, data are available, whether that is relevant data or not, that is the biggest question mark. We cannot use the as data as like, our requirement is something like this. We want to preserve the Kuchibidi culture. Now, Kuchibidi dance poses has to be preserved here. So, I want Kuchibidi poses. When the videos are there, from the videos, whether the means the dancer is performing the Kuchibidi dance according to our need, means according to properly, whether they are doing properly the dance steps, the dance poses are correct or not, so that the dancer also can know whether they are doing correctly or not, whether they are learning correctly or not. And at the same time, we also preserve, so and so pose is dance pose, so and so steps will be like this, so and so structure is like this. So I'll tell you, sir, these are websites are there, but what according to you, whether data set is available, there is no, why I'm telling you, because I'm just narrating one scenario where. So here, like this, suppose you want to develop an AI system, yes, ultimately now we want to preserve that culture now. So as days goes on, most of the learners, they are not learning it properly. The trainers are also very difficult, and more training, so many things are there. Now you want to do automation. Tomorrow for your arts, for your paints or something like this, you also need to automate the things. Please select the appropriate data and so for that you need to have collection of data. You use this data for different sources. This is for the APIs we can make use of. So once you collected the data, what is the next step? Storing the data and doing some annotations. What is annotations? Another name for annotation is labeling. So labeling the data. So what is that meaning labeling? Adding meaningful informations to your raw data. So meaningful labels to your raw data. So this will be allow us to have, if meaningful informations are properly given, then the machine can learn properly. So there are different ways of learning the machine. In technically, in AI ML terminology, one type of learning is called as supervised learning, where you give some meaningful information already to the data. Have you done this exercise, Google Teachable Machine? Then you have seen that when the data was collected from the images, obviously, after that what has been done? Yes, ma'am? Classification is the next task, but labeling, that's what. A name is given to a class 1, class 2, class 3. That process is nothing but annotation only. Why you are giving a name to that particular set of images? Give a related image that belongs to that particular class. That's way of. So if you give a name to that particular set of images, that machine can understand so and so images are of with so and so names. It means that in that way of learning is called as supervised learning. Supervision is there in terms of giving some meaningful informations to the data. There is other types of learning also in AIML called as unsupervised learning and reinforcement learning, and different kind of strategies are there. But at least you have done that Google Teachable Machine, that is fine, you have understood. So that is one form of learning that can be done with proper labeling. So the labeling will improve the accuracy and reduce the biases. So that proper labeling is done, you can try to get better accurate and reduce the bias natures. Helps in feature learning. It means proper labels will give you proper features, the characteristics, the properties can be understood properly with that given meaningful name. and what are how the annotation can take place, how the annotation can be happening. So there can be two types basically. One is manual, another one is automated. So manual way we'll do it in the afternoon session. It is basically that method or the methodology will allow you to have a better accurate system, but that process itself is a laborious process. The process involves a lot of time, lot of patience, lot of cost is involved, and more efforts are to be required in annotating the particular data sets so that the machine can know what that particular data set means. Manually is tedious process, but nevertheless it has got some meaningful impact. So when you are doing manual annotations, you require human experts. For example, if you are preparing an AI system which is related to the medical field, so obviously you are collecting, you have data with in the form of X-ray images or in the form of CT scans or MRI images. So who is going to do that labeling? For example, some tumor is to be labeled. Yes, they have they collected some images, some tumor brain inside the brain, some tumor is there now. Now that there is a tumor, something labeling has to be done, and that image is to be given to the machine to understand with so and so pattern, so and so whatever the image is there, how much is there, maybe very minute only, but still that is to be considered. The machine should understand that there is a tumor of that particular nature. So who has to annotate that? Radiologist or the expert, means the medical doctors only. It is not that we can directly annotate, but something we can also annotate it. Some of the aspects, like suppose we all know what are called fruits, so we all know what are called flowers, we all know what are called the physical objects in our day-to-day life, whatever the objects we are seeing, whatever the day-to-day items we are using it for a different purpose, we also know. So we are being eliminated, some tasks can be done. No, actually we are not debating from the point.
Person doesn't want to stop, they become tired easily.
True.
So tiredness goes.
Yes, acceptable. There is a tiredness.
The efficiency will reduce.
The answer, from my perspective, I'll tell you the answer is very simple, sir. Huh? Sorry, ma'am?
The money that they get for the job.
Exactly. This is what time is not there for anybody. The problem is radiologists and doctors, they don't have time. I'm not criticizing that particular field, because they are also busy with so many things. There are less number of people there. So time, important factor is on the time. Nobody can sit and spend a lot of time in doing those, because that itself is a very mundane task. It's a very laborious process. So they have to annotate not one or two or hundred of thousands, millions of pictures, they have to annotate it. If you want to prepare a proper AI system. So for that you need to pay a lot of money. For that you need to pay, means you have to spend a lot of time, money, so much of things are there. So that is a manual process is there. But this manual process can be eliminated or can be minimized rather by using the automated systems. Now there are certain AI, ML agents are coming to picture. Programs only. Agents means, that is the latest thing, terminology we call it as AI agents. So they are there to do that particular task. But remember, ultimately, whenever you are using an AI system to do automation tasks, ultimately, who is the person who is to verify and validate it? Human expert. At the end of the thing, at the end point, human expert is compulsory. Please remember it. You cannot eliminate a human expert, even if you are using that mundane task is done by your system. Human expert should be in the loop for any activity to be accomplished. So remember that particular point. So there are automated tools are there, which is very faster than this manual annotations. So if time permits, we'll use this one, but at least this exercise we'll do it in the next session. That's what annotation. As per your syllabus, you need to do some activity on that. Yes. Now let us do the different types of annotations. What are the different annotations that are available? So sometimes you can annotate the data for your classification purpose too. Just to classify that this is normal and this is abnormal. This is a spam message, this is not a spam message. Something like that you can classify by looking to the data itself. You can classify that particular data, set of data values as a spam or not spam, or regular or irregular, or normal or abnormal kind of thing. That type of thing is basically a classification of annotations. Then sometimes see bounding boxes also. You will see what is the bounding box. A particular region or a rectangular box that will help you to select a particular region of the image. So that box has been bounded with certain coordinates. That's why that box is called as a bounding box. So that you can use bounding box also for you to annotate some parts of the images. So that is called as a bounding box. Using bounding boxes, drawing boxes around the objects in images, that is used in the object detection. This is one type of annotations. Another type of annotation is through segmentation. It means like for medical images, very tumors kind of stuff, or for some abnormal regions. So that particular part of the images should be segmented. Only certain pixels are to be selected there. That will give the characteristics of that particular abnormalities, so that it can be labeled that this is an abnormality. Some not normal content is been available here. Similarly, we have transcription annotation also. Transcription annotation, which you are better familiar with me, in the sense that you are all familiar with this. Transcription, where do you find these transcriptions? WhatsApp transcription, I don't think so, ma'am. That's what exactly. Your meaning is audio is been you mean to say audio from English to Telugu or from Telugu to English? Voice also, yes, exactly. Transcription is nothing but in your YouTube when you are watching some videos or when you are in the online meetings. Actually, whatever the voice you are speaking, that has been transcripted to your words in the English or to another language. It's been translated. That is nothing but generating that text. Nothing but coming from the audio is also one type of annotation only. That's called transcription annotations. We'll also have something called as named entity recognitions. Named entity recognition, especially this activity, this type of annotation, usually happens when you're preparing an AI system of NLP. NLP means natural language processing. It means your AI model or AI machine that is getting developed requires this type of annotations. What is that annotation? If I have a paragraph with me, like your arts, this is very much vital, there is very much activity for your people, for your domain only. So you have one page of write-up is there. In that one page write-up, I want to find out name, place, animal, things. Name, place, animal, thing. Where did you come across this? Games, in our childhood games. Very good. So what is that childhood games? Name, place, animal, thing is start with one letter. We used to play that. You tell me one name of the place or thing or name animal or some kind of. What is that basically? Name, or it is a date. Is it a date? Everybody says. We also know that it is not a date. But for a machine, doesn't know what is that about. So you need to annotate that particular set of words that are appearing in the entire textual form. That process is called as named entity recognition. You recognize to do some kind of pre-processing. If you are not doing pre-processing, obviously the data is not qualitative data here. That's the most important step. What you need, the telecommunication or that company wants to know whether that subscriber will be continuing in the next year or not. That is what churning, we call it as continuation process. So what is the data available with us now? Customer ID 1, age 34, gender male, monthly charges some 70.5, contract type month to month, churning, yes. This is the data collected from one particular customer. Now look to the second customer, customer ID number 2. What is the age? Age, that value is not there. We don't know what is the age of that customer. Gender is female. Monthly charges they are paying is 85. Contract type 1 year. Churning, no. Already know that customer, this particular kind of information, they are not continuing. Third customer 45. Gender female. Monthly charges, how much they are paying, we don't know. Then contract type month to month. This is a different type, that monthly to month they are paying the money. Churning, yes. So again we have some fourth customer. Now if you are giving or considering this data so that you can prepare an AI system, so that the AI system can give me the answer, if I give a particular input, whether that customer can continue or not, if I want to predict that kind of thing. But the system doesn't have proper data to be understood, because what is missing here? Missing is something in this column, this particular value is missing here. What about here? This value is missing here. It means missing values are there. If missing values are there, obviously the machine cannot understand that the relationship because among that particular set of values. Proper patterns cannot be known to that machine. So like this, there are 4 records. But if you assume that in reality, you will have a huge quantity of data. Huge quantity of data means thousands and thousands and millions of records will be there. Among the millions of records, thousands of records doesn't have proper values or missing values are there. So machine cannot learn from that things properly. So missing, how do you handle the missing values? How can we handle that missing value? So we apply certain kind of logics, certain logics. Common logic, or in a more specific way, scientific logic, technically speaking. In the scientific way, we need to put it some data there. For what? For missing value. For example, fill in the missing age with average. It may not be accurate. This customer may not be exactly 36 also. But at least for our machine to have to understand proper thing, missing values cannot be given. But we need to fill that missing value so that some proper reasoning can be made by the machine to understand. So some kind of statistical measuring features can be incorporated in our data set. From the raw data, you are trying to fill it up to the missing values. Some statistical techniques. Statistical technique means some scientific approaches are followed there, so that meaningful information may not be exact information, but some correlated and meaningful information and right information is going to be fed into the AI model so that it can understand. So that is one thing. Similarly, missing monthly charges here for this one can be considered with the median value of this one. So I hope you know the statistical measures, mean, medians, the mode. Yes, those are very, very generic one, but not only those techniques. Technically speaking, we use different techniques are there, but it's similar things. Now, another important thing that you need to understand here is, if you are giving this data to the machine to understand, what are these actually? These gender values are male, female, female, male. These are not numerical values. This data cannot be processed by the machine because the machine has to process this data. So these are categorical values. They are not numerical values. But for us to understand, machine readable, this is human readable data only. But machine is not machine understandable. Machine understands what? Only numbers, in the sense digital. That's why they are called digital systems. Your binary representations, digital data is going to be understand. So this categorical data cannot be understood by your machines, not only in the gender. If you look to the contract type also, here also you have month to month, 1 year, month to month, and 2 years. This is also some categorical data. But for us to understand, we understand because we have some readable understandings are there. Textual values, categorical values. So there are certain mechanisms are there. So what we do here is, generally this gender, this male and female, there are only 2 categories. Maybe the third category, others also can come into picture. So what we do here is, we apply the encoding techniques so that this data can be transformed into a meaningful with a numeric way for processing the data. Machine can process the data now. So what we do here is encoding categorical values. Gender, male or female, can, and contract type can are the categorical values. So apply label encoding to gender. You are applying this label encoding. This is called label, and this has been encoded with these values. Gender, male category has been encoded with 0, female category is encoded with 1. 0 and 1. Now 0 and 1, what is 0 and what is 1? It is a digital number, numerical number, can be understood by your machine properly. Similarly, we use one-hot encoding. One-hot encoding means there are 3 categories are there. You will generate new columns for that one. That is called one-hot encodings. So that the meaningful information will be there. Meanings of that information can be preserved by adding more columns there. Similarly, for churning, yes and no. Yes and no are basically your binary values are there. So by that binary values can be represented with yes 1 and no 1. So when you pre-process the data has been pre-processed into, now you see this table, there are no categorical values. There are no missing values. So entire the data is been made available for the machine to process it and derive some meaningful information. This type of data pre-processing is going to be happening in your data from the raw data. So it is not that as it is the raw data is going to be given to the machine to learn. So we need to do some kind of, so for this one there are certain software tools are there. So I have listed some software tools. Usually the software programmers and the developers, they use these tools to handle this pre-processing techniques. If you are not writing programs, nevertheless, no problem. But if you are interested, you can just explore this particular set of software tools for you to understand that I just mentioned here. So now the data can be easily, it is clean and it is a quality data for processing it and can derive the meaningful information. That is called as pre-processing. Okay, now the next stage is, what is the next stage here? Data splitting. So once you have the data set and you do the data pre-processing, that data has to be split into 3 processes. What are these 3 processes? They are called as basically training set, validation set and testing set. Why we need to do these things? Or what is the need for this? What is the importance of this one? Sorry, sir? Categorization. Any more? Okay, let me just start with an example so that you can understand in a better way. A student is preparing for certain examination and he was reading the textbooks. So by reading the textbooks, he has acquired the knowledge. Sorry, sir? Very good. So here, the testing is done in the final examination. The student has to sit for the final examination. But before sitting in the final examination, the student has attempted a mock examination. Why did he attempt the mock examination? What is the purpose of that? To understand his? That is the right word. Self-assessment. Getting to know whether he understood the topics, whether he is able to understand the questions, what was asked. The mock examination. That is not a real examination. That is only mock examination. The actual examination is the next step, next stage. That is the final examination. So what is exactly the mock examination? To validate the student himself for a self-assessment. The same thing here also. You use the data to make the machine to train that. And you use some data, whatever the data you pre-processed it and made it, clean it, everything. You use some data for validations and checking and verification purpose. Then you use some data for actual testing it. So that's why the data split is coming. It means you have to split the entire quantity of data into 3 parts. Most of the time, the training stage will have a little more quantity of data. It will be in terms of 70 to 80% of the data, the pre-processed data. The remaining 30% is divided into again 2 processes. One is validation process with around 10 to 15%. The other one is your testing process with another 10 to 15% or 20%. So what is the test data will include? The test data will include those questions or those data items which are not there in the training process. Then that data set is called as a test data set or a testing to be done. In the validation data, what data will be there? Some quantity of training and some quantity of unknown data should also be there for validation checking, check the validation accuracy. So what happens if you don't do a proper splitting of into 3? Most of the time, some machine learning algorithms, they do training and testing only. Validation, some people execute it, but ideally it is most preferable to have training, validation and testing, like I just given the example to you just now. So if you are not doing this splitting process, one problem which you come across is overfitting. So what is called model overfitting, or the machine is overfitting, is nothing but model memorizes the training data. If you give entire data as a training data only without using the data for validation and testing, because the testing data is also given as a part of training data, it is said to be overfitting, and accuracy will be sometimes very high, sometimes no accuracy, depends on the context in which it is prepared. Similarly, sometimes it is called as underfitting. Model is too simple with too simple data. Data leakage. If the test data is also available in the model, then it said that testing data is also available in the training data. So if test data is there in the training data, what output should be given for a particular respective input is also known in the training data. Model will act according to that output only, even what is the input is given here. Question paper, yes, already question paper has been revealed here. So that is data leakage. That's what paper leakage. The same thing, inflated accuracy. Sometimes the data is not properly split in this. These are the important things that are required. Why you do the data splitting? To train the AI model and to fine tune the hyperparameters to evaluate the performance of the model when it has been generated. So here, once the data has been generated or the prepared and accordingly we have done it. So we have something called as, we need to convert the data into proper form or proper vectors. Of course, I am not teaching AI modeling here. Maybe your another teachers or other schedules will be there. Just try to understand here. And our focus and our topic is only up to the data quality preparation, please. So you have feature vectors, that is the important vectors that are required. Tensors, nothing but the data structures where the data can be properly represented and organized to have proper processings. So that will be fed into the ML models and DL models. And we use certain metrics here. Those common metrics in the AI modeling or the machine learning models are common metrics. Because you are not from computer science, you may not be knowing these metrics, but I presume that you know these things. Those metrics are accuracy, precision, recall, and F1. What are these called as? Where did you come across these metrics? Statistical measures only. Statistical satellite data, okay, during that, yes. Testing. Not only that, sir, this is a common thing that we use it in our day-to-day life. What is precision? What is recall? The statistics, I think you know, no? Statistics concepts. You have not come across these words? Precision, recall. Okay, I'll put the question in another way. Let me just bring it. What are called true positives? True positives means true positive. True positive. True positive. The two words. The phrase is true positive. True negative. False positive. False negative. You got the distinction between these words? Matrix is there. That is the statistical measurement. That's what. But what is the meaning? Did you get the clarity there? That's what I was saying. Okay, I'll put the question in another way now still. See, you prepared a model now. Machine is prepared. You are giving an input to the machine, what output you are going to get. Suppose you are giving the input as, that input is related to a male person. Machine is also giving that the output is, that data belongs to a male person. That is, then you know it then. What is true? That is true positive here. What is true negative? Yes. What is false positive? Excellent, yes, or false positive, false negative. These are the things actually. Your precision, recall, FM score, accuracy, they are nothing but these only. True positives, true negatives, false positives, and false negatives. They are the formula is there for these things. That's all. You don't worry about this, but at least you know that we try to understand that machine. Okay, now it has learned, now it has understood the data. Now, based on the understanding whether it is working properly or not, we try to quantify its performance. We talk in terms of 80% accurate. This system is 90% accurate. The precision level of this AI system that we developed is 10%, 20%, 40%, 80%, 90%. The recall is this much. It means how much is the true positive and how much is the false positives. We try to categorize in terms of those things by talking in terms of these things. So now let us see here, when the activity comes, we'll try to understand how the data ingestion takes place. When you go to the next lab session, I'll share that link to you there so that you can directly click and open the form to fill it up the data. So here we'll see this data ingestion, data storage. What is this process? Can you please recollect? Giving the data. What is the name I used there? Simple 2 words. Data collection. That's all. Observation. All this means the correct. So just I'm trying to recollect you the steps there involved. After that, storage, processing, labeling, yes, validation and delivery. So how do you collect the data? Sometimes you collect the data in batches, or sometimes you collect the data in real time. Real time means, say, IoT data. IoT data are collected individually only, single times, but it happens in the real time, so that the data, whatever it is collected, immediately it is processed and decision has been done. But batch processing means takes time. Very good. Answer is correct only, but example. Yes, please. What is this type of data collection? Oh, sorry. What is this type of data collection? This is batch processing only. I am collecting all your people data at a time. Then I am trying to analyze the data. I am taking one person data and analyzing it. So that is a group only, group activity, batch processing. This type of data is collection. It can happen batch processing or it can happen as a real time, as a single. So usually you will see these are different types of data collections. So most of the time collects data from multiple sources during the data ingestion. It can be batch processing or real time streaming. There are certain tools for real time streaming. Stream processes are there, ingestion frameworks are there. But in the activity that you are going to do in the next session is basically a batch processing activity. So after collecting the data, where are you going to store the data? there must be some data storage. So most of the time when you collect the data from the forms, where the data is getting stored in the drive or in your Google Sheet or in that's what Google Sheet. So we'll see in the database that is activity your data getting stored in the Google Sheets, cloud also, that's what cloud you are going to store the data. But make sure that the data that you are going to store wherever you are keeping the data should be scalable, because in future new data is going to be added, the data should be appended to the existing databases. It should be secure so that the data cannot be taken up. And sometimes if something goes wrong with the data storage, you should be able to back up that data also. So they always remember these are the basic steps, principles that need to be followed. So once the data is collected, is stored, then the actual pre-processing takes place. In the pre-processing, you are trying to see that there is a clean data has been transformed, proper feature engineering, proper features have been derived, and you can do that in the form of distributed processing systems. Then you are checking for the data validations, like your student self-assessment, checking the quality of data that is used in the data preparations or for your machine learning preparations. Checking for anomaly, it means some unknown values not from the given boundary set of values, whether it is able to identify or detect. Integrity assurances, removing inconsistencies among the data relationships. Then actually once the data is done, so once I collect the data from all of you and I put it in the Excel sheet, I'll share that Excel sheet to you, so that what you'll do after that Excel sheet, you need to understand the data. If I'm collecting, okay, 30 people's data is fine, a small data only. If I'm collecting the data from all these university students, 5,000, 6,000 students data, if I'm collecting data from all Hyderabad, all the citizens from the Hyderabad, lakhs of people's of data. So before preparation, before giving the data to the machine to be understood, as a programmer, as a developer, what will you do with the data? That's what, understanding and analysis. Before analysis, first you visualize the data. Visualization is the only thing where you can understand huge quantity of data. Can you see each and every citizen data? To understand the data means, no, you are going to visualize the data. So visualizations comes in different forms. What are the different forms where you can visualize the data? Graphs, the pictorial representation, graph, pie charts, like this. So in the lab, in the next lab session also, once I collect the data for you, there are so many tools are there. Of course, you are using some Orange data mining tool. Similarly, you can use another software called as Google's Looker Studio also. I'll just show you the steps to visualize the data from the Excel sheet that you are collecting in the real time, so that tomorrow your managers, your decision makers can immediately see the decision, can understand what is the information that is present in that huge quantity of information to make appropriate programs and appropriate decisions in the later stages. So that's why you need to prepare that data which is before to be delivered, provide data to the AI models in the form of dashboards and applications. So you are preparing one dashboard, small dashboard application using Looker Studio to display the data that you collected here. Up to this step is what we are going to do. The later steps will be AI and machine learning models that you will be learning in the, hopefully in the other sessions. So what are the challenges in AI data pipeline? So far you understood there are different stages in this pipeline. So what are the challenges? Yes, we have to make sure that data is not biased. Privacy and security aspects are to be taken care. High annotation will be, cost will be there, high annotation cost, scalability concerns. And in conclusion, please remember for this session, data is the backbone of AI. So data is the most 80% of your project work. If you are preparing AI system, 80% of your time is spent in preparing a quality data only. Only 20 to 30% will come your algorithms, your machine programming and other aspects. Even anybody as a software developer, as a programmer, all the computer scientists, they will spend a lot of time in the preparation of your data. If the data is proper, then only AI system will be proper. Garbage in, garbage out. So to get complement of that one or complementary of that is quality data in, quality data out, you get it. So data is the backbone of AI. Well-designed pipeline improves your performance in preparing the quality data. So your data collection, data annotations, data pre-processings, data validations, data testings and all is a proper pipeline process. Quality annotation determines the model success. Efficient components ensure scalable AI systems. So these are all the points I just brought out. We'll see the other session 2 there once you go there. Little bit, some more slides are there and some more work you need to do it practically. These things we'll discuss it in there. This material I'll share to you once you come over there. Yeah, any doubts here, please? Sorry, sir? Oh, thank you, sir. So exactly 3:25 now. Any 5 minutes discussion. I think 3:30 we need to break, right? So let us have some, any queries? Let me know.
Recently, Indian AI platform, Sarvam, they have utilized less data compared to ChatGPT as well as Gemini, Google Gemini, but still they're able to give accurate
Quality data. That matters the quality data, sir.
what we are giving as input.
True. See, basically, your ChatGPT or Gemini or Grok or our own servants and all, basically, as over a period of time, the more quality of data is going to be feeded into that, it becomes a better quality because they are hunger of data. They also need some data. Even if you are using something, you are giving some data only. So they are learning actually. So 2-3 years back, they are not that much efficient. Efficient in the sense they are not giving right outputs, proper outputs and all. But if you see today, they are much matured. They have learned a lot of things. Even if you give images, even if you give textual form, even if you give multimodal form, means different forms of data, they are able to ingest it properly. It means you give PDFs, you give audio file, you give video file, you give images. Still that machines are able to understand what is that you are giving and what is that you are trying to query the data from that one. So earlier in the beginning days, ChatGPT or your Gemini, they were not, if you give only text form, if you give a proper prompt, then only they are going to give the proper answers. But nowadays, even if you just take a picture and you tell them and you ask the question, that meaningful information is getting generated here. So maturity means over a period of learning. So in the coming days, yes, that learning will be improved. There is no doubt. Over a period of time, yes, our systems are also, our Indian systems, they are a little bit slow on these aspects in getting the things. But our Indian context, even Indian scientists, we always depend on somebody. So we depend on so many outside factors. So there are so many constraints are there. Yeah. Any other doubts, please? Any discussion? That's all. Yes, please. So this, what my emphasis is on the data quality. Please prepare a data quality sets for your data preparations and all, so that it will be useful for preparing a better AI systems. And in your domain also, please collect your data, start preparing the systems. Don't think that it is a job of somebody else's. Those days are gone. AI is to be used by everybody and everyone should be well acquainted. You need to gear up yourself to get proper outputs from the AI system. If you are not conversant, if you are not having awareness also, it will be a problem also as a teacher. So please, we need to be self-sustainable with a lot of knowledge in it. Okay, we'll see it in the practice session. Okay, thank you.
So we give a prompt, what are the steps? How do we get
I hope you are able to download the files, please. Any difficulty? No. Sorry, yeah, done. Then just hold on. I'll give the instructions to be done. How many are still trying to download the files? Can you please raise your hands? Oh, please complete it. No, Google form will not be able to download. I do not give the access for you to edit it. Downloadable means it is editable. That is only for your reference point. But to do the activity, I will give the steps for you to do, sir. Later we will do. That form is going to be useful for you in the later stage when you want to put some forms for you. That is just for your reference. PPTs are there, sir. Oh, right. Right. Let's keep it like this, sir. Just keep it like this. Just give me two. Let the others join with us. So that anything, sir? When opening, sir, already you are. Done, sir? Yes. No, just enter that. No, here, sir. 1 second. You just go here. Oops, sorry. Remove this one and enter ER, small e, small e, capital R, there's access, small j. Just hold on. No, now you download this. Yes, 3 files download. Yes, download. So once, yeah, please try to follow the instructions here. I think majority of them are able to download the files. Now please look onto my screen. All of you, please give some time to see it on the screen. So please look onto my screen, please. You might have downloaded one file called fruits in the zip format. Okay. So please unzip that particular file. First step is, yeah, please listen here. All of you, please look onto my screen. I will give time for you to work it on. Please try to follow the instruction here. One particular file is fruits_pics. There will be a file name like this. There will be a lengthier file name. Do not worry about that. But the file name starts with fruits_pics. But this file is basically a compressed file. This is not your original file. It is a zip format is there. How to unzip this one? All of you listen. All of you, please look onto the screen. First, select this file. Put your mouse pointer on that particular file. Once you put your mouse pointer, you can see it on my screen. Right click your mouse pointer and click extract here. Once you click extract here or unzip here, for different computers you will have different name there, but you will get something like extract here. Once you click extract here, you will get a folder fruits_pics. It means you got some data set now with you. That data set includes pictures related to fruits. Did everybody able to open the data set fruits_pics folder? Yeah, only few of them are responding, please. I am not getting any response that side. Is it done, sir? So usually if you show the URL. Sorry, sir. You need not type HTTPS, please. By default, your browser will add. Don't confuse with this one. HTTPS is optional for you. You can just type short url.at/ only this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This 5 characters you enter, you will be able to get 4 files. but 3 are downloadable and one can be on in the view way. I want you to get those data sets because those data sets will be useful for you to do some practice now. Yeah, so once you open this folder, basically some images with fruits will be shown. Are you able to open that file? Yes, folder. Right. So just kindly hold on for 2 minutes. I am just waiting for. Right. Thank you, sir. Just 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes. This is PPT only, sir. For your reference in the later stage. How come you are missing? No, it will be there. You downloaded this file or not? This one is okay. Let me just close this one. You already opened here. This is what the folder is. You are not downloaded. I think this is what the fruit picture. Oh, you are not downloaded this one. Yeah, please. Sir, please. This one is download, sir. Okay. This is traffic science. This also please download it. Okay. It will take a little bit. No, sorry, sir. No. Yeah. Yes. Traffic science also you please. కింద అవుతుంది సార్ ఫ్రూట్స్ పిక్స్ కదా ఇది యాక్చువల్గా జిప్ ఫైల్ అనమాట. ఇప్పుడు ఎక్స్ట్రాక్ట్ ఎట్లా చేయాలో చూపించాను చెప్తున్నాను. సేవ్ చేసుకోండి లోకల్ సిస్టమ్లో సేవ్ చేసుకోండి. వస్తుంది డౌన్లోడ్ అవ్వలేదు. ఎస్ ప్లీజ్ డన్. తప్పు ఎంటర్ చేశారు నేను. 1 సెకండ్ కనెక్ట్. మీరు ఇంటర్నెట్లోనే ఉన్నారు కదా కనెక్షన్? పాస్వర్డ్ ఆఫ్ చూసారు కదా. www షార్ట్ యూఆర్ఎల్ UR1 కాదు సార్, అది URL. ఇక్కడ 1 అని టైప్ చేశారు కదా, అది తప్పు ఎంటర్ అయ్యారు. అది ఎల్ సార్. అంతే ఇది క్యాపిటల్ లెటర్ ఉన్నదా? నేను క్యాపిటల్ స్మాల్ లెటర్ ఇచ్చినట్టుందని నాకు గుర్తున్నందు లేదు ఇది స్మాల్ లెటర్ అది. ఈ రెండు ఒక మిస్టేక్ ఉంది అంతే. వస్తుంది ఇప్పుడు వస్తుంది. అన్నీ డౌన్లోడ్ చేసుకోండి. ఇక్కడ డౌన్లోడ్ చేసుకోండి. క్లిక్ చేయండి, డౌన్లోడ్ చేసుకోండి. అట్లా ఇది కూడా ఇది క్లిక్ చేయండి. ఇక్కడ డౌన్లోడ్ అవుతుంది చూసారా? ఒక నిమిషం డౌన్లోడ్ అవుతుంది. ఒక నిమిషం ఇది టైం పడుతుంది, స్లోగా ఉంది, ఇంటర్నెట్ స్లో ఉంది. అదే అది ఫ్రూట్స్ ఒకటి ఓపెన్ చేయండి. ఎందుకంటే ఇప్పుడు ఇది అయిపోయింది, ఇది అయిపోయింది. ఇది ఇక్కడ మీరు డౌన్లోడ్ ఫోల్డర్స్లో ఉంటుంది ఇది. ఇది స్లైడ్స్ వచ్చింది కొంచెం, ఇది రావలేదు. ఇది టైం పడుతుంది. ట్రాఫిక్ సైన్స్ అది స్లో ఉంది. ఫ్రూట్స్ అయిపోయింది. ఇక్కడ ఈ ఫోల్డర్కి వెళ్ళండి. ఫ్రూట్స్ అయిపోయింది కదా. ఇది ఇప్పుడు మీరు రైట్ క్లిక్ చేసి చేయండి. సెలెక్ట్ చేసి ఓపెన్ కాదు, ఎక్స్ట్రాక్ట్ ఆల్. ఓకే ఎక్స్ట్రాక్ట్. సో ఇది వచ్చింది, ఫ్రూట్ పిక్చర్స్ వచ్చింది. డబుల్ క్లిక్ చేయండి, పిక్చర్స్ వస్తుంది. ఒక్కొక్క పిక్చర్ ఉన్నది. అది అక్కడ నేను చూడండి సేమ్ అన్నీ వస్తాయి ఒకసారి, అన్నీ ఒకటేసారి. మీకు అది టైల్స్లో చూసుకోవాలి. మీరు టైల్స్లోకి వెళ్ళండి. మీరు లిస్ట్లో ఉన్నారు ఇక్కడ టైల్స్. ఒక నిమిషం. For anyone any difficulty? Are you able to open the folder and see the fruits, right? Yeah. What happened, sir? Sorry, sir. It is not one. Sorry, so one is the URL, sir. Try చేయండి వస్తుందండి. So now listen here, we are trying to do some annotation. Is it okay? Shall I move forward? Yes. So what we are doing is an image annotation. In the previous section we are doing annotation actually. So how do we do annotation for images? Maybe for your arts group, sometimes you may not require this image annotation, but nevertheless it will be useful for you to know that how the image annotation is going to be done. So let us see here. For this, please try to follow the instructions, then I will give time for you. If you are not following the instructions, you will miss some of the points and it will be confusing for you in the later stage. So to do image annotation, there is a software. Yeah. So to do the image annotations, there is a software now. That software name is makesense.ai. Don't enter it. That's what I am telling. Just hold on. Please hold on. Just I will give instructions for you to do it in the later stage. Just 5 minutes discussion here. Kindly bear with me. So makesense.ai. Once I enter, all of you are able to see my screen? Makesense.ai. Once you enter, so you will be landing up to this particular page. Once you, all of you please try to follow the instruction. Whatever the state is now, don't worry, I will come and try to rectify it. Please follow the steps. So once you land up to this page, on the bottom right side, there is a button called Get Started. Just follow the instructions. Leave your system, please, leave, don't worry. Yeah, please leave. So click the Get Started button. Click the Get Started button. Once you click that Get Started button, see these softwares are no code, low code, means we call it as there is no coding requirement. So without writing single line of code, you try to use it. For non-computers and IT background, this will be very much useful for you all. So you might have used Orange software, which is similar to that Orange software only, but is not for Orange software, cannot be used for annotation purpose. So for annotation, there are so many open source, no code softwares are available. One among them is the something software called as makesense.ai. So now we are using this software. Once you land up to this page, click the drop images. Once you click the drop images, go to the folder where your fruit images are there. Sir, I will give the time for you, just hold on, I will give the time. So just listen to this. So once you open this folder, go to select all the images. You can select it and drag it, or select how many number of images you want, that many number of images, you can click OK. So once you click it, 60 images are been loaded onto this. So once you click the 60 images, then you go to object detection. So in this step, please follow the steps here, please. First thing you need to do is you need to give some labels. Label means morning session we have seen. What is label? Some kind of meaningful names to be given to this, to give these objects, or to give this to these fruits. So what are the names you can give? I know that fruits are basically of particular type and particular nature, and I know that there are some 3 to 4 categories of fruits are there here. So first thing is all of you to create labels. What labels you are going to be ascertaining to those images. So click this plus symbol. Are you able to see my cursor pointer? So this cursor pointer, you just click the plus symbol and give the labels like apple is one of the fruit item that is going to be there in the image set. Then the next label again can be given by clicking the plus symbol. You will be asked to enter the second label, something like orange, and similarly you give as many labels as you can at this moment. Banana, something like this, some 3-4 label names you give it here. Once you think that these are sufficient for you to do some activity, then click the start project. Once you click the start project, by default one image will be shown from the images that were uploaded onto this software. So that will be the first image, 1/ out of 60, the first image has been shown here. And you can see the mouse pointer now. Mouse pointer, see if you hover your mouse pointer onto the screen, you can see that is a plus symbol, mouse cursor we call it as. So this is, you can see like this. Now what we need to do is, we need to give labels to these images. So how the annotation process usually happens for images? That's what the example that you are going to understand here. Now, I know that from this particular portion, from this portion to this portion is basically one particular part of the image I selected, and I know that this particular portion from this point to this point. So, this is called as a bounding box. That is what we are discussing in the previous section called as bounding box. This is basically what shape it is? Rectangle. The rectangle shape bounding box will be shown here. If you want a different shape, there are different shapes are there. You can select point, you can select line, you can select polygon. Polygon means poly means many, basically 5. You can pick the mouse pointer here and you can play with the polygon also. I will give time for you to just listen here please. So, on the right hand side you will get different types of mapping. This is one type of mapping. So, now this particular portion of the image we need to give a label to this. So, what is this image meaning is? This image meaning is basically select. So, what is that I am giving that name now as an expert, as an domain person, I am going to give that label as, see I have selected the label as apple. Similarly, I also know that this particular portion is also been labeled, it can be labeled as apple. So, similarly this particular portion I can label it as apple here. Similarly, once you think that you have done labeling for this image, select this arrow mark, click this arrow mark, scroll to the next images. Again this also can be, this select the images and it is nothing but your apple. Like this, for each image you need to assign a label to that. You need to do the annotation process. So, once you come to another image, for example I am giving another image here. So, what is this image now? This is not apple, I know it. So, this I am giving it as now, select this one, this is not apple, this is, select the list of available label names from your list, select this as banana. Now, similarly you go to this, these are also bananas. So, select this as bananas. So, like this you go to the different images and you have to label them all. So, here I know that this particular portion of the image, the rectangular portion is, it is not banana, it is orange here, and this particular portion, the purple color one is orange and this particular portion is basically your apple. Apple is been mapped to green color and purple is been mapped to your orange, and again there is another fruit also available in this image here, but this is basically I know that this is a banana. Now, the banana has been given with another color here, light green color something. It means every image, every part of the image is given labels here. So, in this image there are multi labels are there. In one image you can give the same label, but in this image you are giving multi labels. Like that every image, how many images are there here? Yes, now you see here, this is right side one is basically your orange, the bottom one is basically your banana, and the left top is basically your apple. So, 3 different fruits are been labeled here. For every image, how many images? 60. Each image you need to do properly here. Sometimes if you are leaving some portions of the image, this is also very important information for a machine to understand. So, what is that labeling is actually doing internally? You give a name to your pictures. Like in the childhood days, when the children are learning from the looking by pictures, so they are trying to, the cognitive levels, their memory is been filled up with so and so items. Apple will be in red color, maybe apple can be in blue color or green color as different colors. If you train, the way you train it, the child also is going to train like that only. The way you give the labels correctly here, the machine is also going to now learn it. So, once you do the exercise for all this, of course I am not asking to do for 60 pictures here, just try to do for 4 or 5 pictures, that is enough. Once you do it, the next and the last foremost step is nothing but click here actions, go to the actions part, and in the actions part you have an option called export annotations. It means whatever the exercise you have done it, they are to be exported so that this data can be given to another machine where your AI modeling can be happening over there. So, that data consists of what? What does this data consist now? This data consists of images as well as the labels here. This process is called as basically annotation, and this annotation is happening with respect to your images. Similarly, the annotation can happen with respect to your audio files. Similarly, the annotations can happen with respect to your text data and all. So first you do this activity, then we will see how it can be done. Click this one, okay, in just 2 minutes time, click this one, it will be asking you to save the file. So when you click this one, it can be asked to save that file in the form of 3 different ways. One form is already aware by you. This particular form is a fundamental, the traditional way of saving your data in the CSV format, comma separated values. But in the latest technologies, there are different formats are there. One such format is your YOLO format. YOLO stands for you only look once, means only one. That is one algorithm is there, one method is there for image classification and machine learning purpose. That particular methodology is used. For that particular algorithm, the format is required in this particular YOLO format. But if you just click here and you click export, the data will be downloaded. Here I am just clicking the CSV format and click export. Now the data is been downloaded in the. So this file can be used for the next step of AI ML model preparations. Up to now, please do it. I will give some time, 10 to 15 minutes time to you to do it. Any difficulty, please raise your hands. I will come to your point. Hope you understood the steps here. Oh, sorry. You want me to open from the beginning? Excel. That Excel file contains your bounding box coordinates, XY coordinates of that image. That is the bounding box. B box stands for bounding box X coordinate, bounding box Y coordinate. For this particular first image label ID 1, how much is the width, how much is the height, how much is what your values of the width and height. These are the respective. Apple, banana is there. It actually mixed. Mixed means multiple values are there in that particular images for this many number of images, the entire set. But remember, annotation has to be not to be done only for, it has to be done for huge collection of data. Then only machine can understand it properly. So at least for 5 to 6 images, try to do practice. Practice with polygon also. Practice with point and line and rectangle. Just one image, one set. Later you can practice on your own at your own time. Again, I repeat the steps. Look onto my screen. Close the browser. Open the browser. Go to the website called makesense.ai. Once you enter into this website, click get started. Then you need to give your data set. I already shared the fruits data set with you, right? Drop images, please click the button, sir. Drop images button. And you pick all the images from that folder. Yeah, please select as many pictures as you want. Yeah, 6 images loaded. Then object detection. But you don't have labels from the file. You have to create. No. Hold on. There only is one mistake. One step you have missed, sir. Once your objects are the data has been loaded, click object detection. First to create labels. It will be easy for you to assign the labels during the annotation process. To create the labels, create labels, one window will be open for you. That name of the window itself is create labels. Click plus symbol. Then you give your names, whatever the names you want to give to your fruits. Yes, sir. Doubts? After that, start. If you think that you have given 2 or 3 label names, you can start. But if you forgot to give it later, also you can add it. Don't worry. Sorry, sir. Okay. Again, you click the press button, sir. Again, you please click the press button. Okay, if you think that 3 are sufficient for you to start working, click start project. Then your image will come. Now select the portions of your images to give the labels. Select there, sir, and drag it. Click there, sir. If you think, click. Okay, sir, you first. No problem. If you want to cancel, you select it and do it. Just click there, sir. You just drag it now. Yes. Click there. One more time you click it from the, that's what. You select it and drag it, sir. Select it and drag it, yeah. Select it and drag it, yes. Start project, sir. Start project. Start project. Empty label. Achha, you are not given a name here. You just click this cross button. Now you start project. Then it is okay. Yeah, you select the portion. Now by default rectangle will be selected. That is bounding box you call it. Now you just give some labels to some of the images. What happens, sir? Any problem? A folder select cheyatledha adi. Connection, sir. Sorry. ఇక్కడ ఏం లేదు సార్ పిక్చర్స్ మీరు ఎక్కడ డౌన్లోడ్ చేశారు ఇక్కడ లేవు సార్ లెట్ మీ జస్ట్ క్యాన్సల్ ఎక్కడ ఉంది ఫస్ట్ చూపించండి ఇక్కడ ఉంది ఇది ఎక్కడుంది ఇది ఈ డెస్క్టాప్లో ఉంది సార్ ఇది మీ వన్ డ్రైవ్లో ఉంది యాక్చువల్గా డౌన్లోడ్స్ కాదు ఉంది ఇది మీరు వన్ డ్రైవ్ మీ ఒక డ్రైవ్లోకి వెళ్ళిపోయినాయి ఆల్రెడీ ఫైల్స్ నా క్లౌడ్లోకి వెళ్ళిపోయినాయి ఇవన్నీ సో అక్కడి నుంచి యాక్సెస్ చేద్దాం ఏం కాదు నెట్లో ఉన్నారు ఎంత పర్వాలేదు అక్కడి నుంచి యాక్సెస్ చేయొచ్చు ఇక్కడ వన్ డ్రైవ్ ఫస్ట్ ఇక్కడ వన్ డ్రైవ్ ఎక్కడ ఉంది ఇది వన్ డ్రైవ్ చూపించట్లేదు ఇక్కడికి వెళ్ళి మీరు అక్కడ ఇందాక మనకి ఎక్కడ చూపించింది పాత ఇది పిక్చర్స్లోకి వెళ్ళిందా అటాచ్మెంట్లో ఉందా డెస్క్టాప్ సారీ డెస్క్టాప్లో ఉంది కరెక్ట్ డెస్క్టాప్లో మీరు ఇందాక ఇక్కడ ఫోల్డర్కి ఇంకొక ఫోల్డర్ ఉంది సార్ దాంట్లో సరే నేను చూడలేదు సార్ ఇది అది ఒక్క నిమిషం దేంట్లో ఉంటుంది కర్మయోగి మీకు కూడా అయిందా సార్ కర్మయోగి ఏదో ఫోల్డర్లో ఉంటుంది ఒక్క నిమిషం చూస్తున్నాను కరెక్ట్ అది డెస్క్టాప్లోనే ఉంది కానీ ఎక్కడ ఉన్నదని డెస్క్టాప్లోనే అయితే మీరు జిప్లోనే ఉన్నారు సార్ అది అన్జిప్ అవ్వలేదు అది అందుకని చూపి కదా ఆ జిప్లోనే ఉన్నారు ఇది మీరు వన్ డ్రైవ్లో కూడా మీరు అది అన్జిప్ చేయలేదన్నమాట యాక్చువల్గా సో ఎక్స్ట్రాక్ట్ ఆల్ అని అది ఓపెన్ అవ్వట్లేదు అది ఎక్స్ట్రాక్ట్ ఆల్ పెట్టింది అది ఎక్స్ట్రాక్ట్ ఆల్ మీరు ఏం చేయండి లోకల్ సిస్టంలో పెట్టుకున్నాను మళ్ళీ వన్ డ్రైవ్లో వెళ్తున్నాను ఇక్కడ డౌన్లోడ్స్లో పెట్టేస్తాను డౌన్లోడ్స్లోనే ఒక నేమ్ ఇదే డౌన్లోడ్స్ ఒక నిమిషం సెలెక్ట్లో పెట్టింది దీంట్లో పెట్టింది ఇక డౌన్లోడ్స్లో పెట్టేసాను ఓకే డౌన్లోడ్స్లో ఫ్రూట్స్ అన్ని చెక్ చేయాలి సో ఇక్కడ మీ పేజ్ మీరు అప్లోడ్ చేసాను ఇప్పుడు ఫ్రూట్స్ ఇప్పుడు సెలెక్ట్ చేసాను సార్ డౌన్లోడ్ లేదా సార్ ఇది డౌన్లోడ్ చేసుకోండి సార్ ఫస్ట్ కొంచెం ఇక్కడ క్లిక్ చేయండి డౌన్లోడ్ ఇప్పుడు జిప్పింగ్ వస్తుంది డౌన్లోడ్ వస్తుంది డౌన్లోడ్ ఏమన్నా వస్తుందండి మళ్ళీ Yes, ma'am. That's what. Just I want to share one doubt for everybody so that it will be useful for others also. In a picture, you will have multiple figures, multiple apples or different will be there. If you want to make your machine learning to be more accurate and be specified, you need to specify the more quality images here. That's what this is a laborious process. This manual annotation is a very laborious and very tedious process for to do it. Just for 10 images, you will be feeling very boring for you to do it. But remember, in reality, in practice, when projects are being developed, data annotation, data sets, preparation itself is a 80% of the task. The more accurate information you give to the machine, the better machine memory. So that is what actually the point to be understood. You can give it, there is no problem, because just for practice purpose. But ultimately, tomorrow if you give this image, only this particular which has been peeled off, the orange has been peeled off and give only the fruit, machine will not recognize. It may give something else answer. ఇవ్వాలి వస్తుంది అంతే అంతే అదే మోర్ అక్యురేట్గా అంతే 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 అదే కానీ మాన్యువల్ లేదు అది మేడం ఇవ్వాల్సింది సపరేట్గా ఇవ్వాల్సింది మీరు అంతే అన్ని ఇమేజ్లు కలిపి ఇది ఒకటే ఇట్లా అంటే యాక్చువల్గా మెషిన్ ఏమన్నా అర్థం చేసుకుంటుందంటే ఈ 4 యాపిల్స్ ఐ మీన్ 4 ఫ్రూట్స్ కలిపి ఇట్లా ఉంటేనే ఇదే ఆరెంజ్ అనే మీనింగ్ వస్తుంది దానికి అట్లా అర్థం చేసుకుంటుంది. అందుకని ఎర్లియర్ సిస్టమ్స్ అంత అక్యురేట్ కాదు, ఎందుకంటే ఇట్లా ఇన్మెంట్ బట్ ఓవర్ ఏ పీరియడ్ ఆఫ్ టైమ్ యాక్యురేట్గా ఇస్తే యాక్యురేట్. సారీ మ్యామ్. ఎస్ మ్యామ్. స్టార్ట్ ప్రాజెక్ట్ మ్యామ్. లుక్స్ లైక్ నాట్ ఆల్ యువర్ లేబుల్ నేమ్స్ ఆర్ యూనిక్. అచ్చా ఇక్కడ 2 సార్లు మీరు 3 సార్లు యాపిల్ అని పెట్టారు, మనం సేమ్ నేమ్ ఇవ్వకూడదు. మనం మీరు డిలీట్ అని ఒకటి వేరే ఇక్కడ కూడా వేరే ఏదైనా మార్చండి. అన్నది కొంచెం మీరు రెక్టాంగిల్ అయితే సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకున్నారుగా వస్తుంది మేడం, ఇదండి బాక్స్ వచ్చింది అదండి యాపిల్ కానీ సెట్ ఇచ్చాను అయిపోయింది. మీరు నెక్స్ట్ ఇమేజ్కి వెళ్ళండి. ఇక ఇది మౌస్ పాయింటర్ కొద్దిగా ఫ్రీగా లేదు మీకు, మౌస్ పాయింటర్ డిఫరెంట్గా ఉంటుంది. మౌస్ పాయింటర్ కొద్దిగా హ్యాండీగా ఉండాలి సార్. ఇప్పుడు ఇది ఇట్లా ప్రాపర్గా సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకుని కింద డ్రాగ్ చేసుకోండి, ఇట్లా డ్రాగ్ వస్తుంది. అప్పుడు ఇది ఇక్కడ డబుల్ క్లిక్ చేస్తే ఇది యాపిల్ కింద క్లిక్ చేస్తాం. మీరు ఎక్స్ట్రా వచ్చింది అనుకోండి ఇట్లా డిలీట్ చేసి ఈ మాత్రమే ఇస్తాం. అంటే కొద్దిగా మౌస్ పాయింటర్ కూడా కొద్దిగా ఫ్లెక్సిబుల్గా ఉండాలి ఇట్లాంటి వాటికి. ఎస్ సార్, డన్ సార్. Exported the annotations please. Okay, that is our task is only to do data annotation. We are not doing any machine learning AI model here. We are doing the data annotation. You need to understand. Any doubt? No? Yes, no. Oh, sorry. Just you can use this more. Okay, then this is not apple man. Actually, this is banana. You just to rechange it. More to be more specific, then you just to drag this pointers to the better shape, because at the end points like that. So it will be very accurate actually. Means whichever image is banana, you have to. The more the better information, ma'am. More information. More annotation process is little bit annotated. Okay, just save your work, export the annotations and save your work. This is for the image annotations. Now let us move to the another type of annotation called as text annotations. So, how many are still doing? At least how many are still yet to do at least 3-4 images? 3 images or 4 images, that is okay. CSV, any format, sir. Yes, sir. No problem. You can just export, sir. No, sir, that is you should be separately, sir. Actually, one second. You select means you have given this also, sir. Okay. Then because that doesn't support CSV format, so because it is a polygon, multi coordinates are there here. Separately. Yes. AI modeling is basically, that is another process, madam. This is annotation is one independent process, but this is linked to all other things. అవును అదొక సాఫ్ట్వేర్ ఎనోటేషన్ కోసమే హౌ ఎనోటేషన్ కెన్ బి డన్ అంతే 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 దే డోంట్ మీన్స్ లేదు ఆ సాఫ్ట్వేర్ అది చేయట్లేదు మేడం మీకు చేసుకోవడానికి చేస్తున్నాను సి వన్ డౌట్ ఈజ్ దాట్ క్యాన్ యూ ప్లీజ్ సారీ సారీ మ్యామ్ యూస్ మీరు ఇమేజ్ రికగ్నిషన్కి వెళ్ళారమ్మా నేను ఇమేజ్ రికగ్నిషన్ ఉన్నారు మీరు ఆల్రెడీ నేను డిటెక్షన్ మీకు చేయమంది రికగ్నిషన్లో డిటెక్షన్ రాదు అది తెలియకుండా మీరు అది సెకండ్ ఆప్షన్ నొక్కి ఉంటారు అది ఆ వర్క్ కొద్దిగా మళ్ళీ బ్యాక్కి వెళ్ళి చేయాల్సి వస్తుంది మేడం లేదు మేడం అది డిటెక్షన్ వేరేది డిటెక్షన్ డోంట్ వరీ మేడం స్టెప్స్ అయితే సిమిలర్ మీకు అర్థమైంది కదా ప్రాసెస్ అర్థమవుతే పర్వాలేదు వస్తున్నాయి కాబట్టి ఓకే ఉంచండి అట్లా ఉంచండి ఏం కదా సి హియర్ our task is nothing but to understand the data annotation process. What we have used is one software makes sense. Like this there are hundreds and hundreds of softwares are there. Make sense is not the only software. It is because usually when we do a software programmers software development, what happens is basically the most important ingredient is the data. Please remember it. First point is data. Don't give your data to anybody. If you think your data is precious and unique and it has got some value for you, don't disclose it, don't share it. Whatever you are doing just now, it is for practice purpose, and the data that is been given is a fruits data set. No problem, everybody knows that there are fruits and they cannot do manipulations on that, and we have uploaded that fruits data to the cloud actually. This makesense.ai is running on a cloud platform. Cloud means you are using the platform to use this software. There are software which are not running on cloud. There are softwares which can run only on your local machines. They do not need internet connection. Now at that situations, which is preferable for you, cloud or your machine to be used? Machine to be used, because your data, you are owning the data. Data is the most valuable thing in this universe, please remember. So if you have some experimentation with you are having real data, anything you put it on the cloud, somebody else will be taking your data. Like Google is taking that your data every day, whatever you are doing on the Google, same way these software people, they take away your data. It is there, sir. Everything is there. Everything is there, and at some time it is protected to some extent also is there. Don't worry about that. Yes. So don't worry, misusing can be done by misuse people only, provided there is a lot of scopes are there. Everything is problematic is there. If you look into that, everything is problem only, sir. So don't worry, don't look into the very miniature wise and look into the aspect. But what I am trying to say is, when you are doing some scientific experimentations for your students or in a research lab, we don't prefer this kind of cloud platform. Only for you to practice it in very quickly within half an hour. We don't want to install the software and we don't want to struggle with you. Many of you are novice in doing the thing, so that's why we make use of these tools. That's what again prescribed from the syllabus point of view. But we use our own software so that the data cannot be disclosed. Now, sorry. Export, sir. Go to the actions part. Yes, sir. Click actions part. Click export annotations. Now you want to, yes, export it. So that's what the annotation part is done. This is image annotation, sir. It means you are not done for other images, sir. Mostly you are not done for other images. Maybe you are not done it properly. Just process is understood by you, no? Later you do the practice here. Sorry, sir, I forgot. Have you done, sir? Are you okay? Image open here, sir, ante. But you are not loaded. 1 second, sir. Sorry, just give me. You are not open here. Where are you now? Here. Maybe the makesense.ai website can answer. Okay, you got the data now here. Assume that is a sample data. Make sense dot AI. ఈ వెబ్సైట్కి వెళ్ళినాక get started. Select the images now. Once the images are loaded, go to object detection. Give some labels here. Like this, you orange. Then you start the project here. Now you select this image, sir. Now this is basically called as a asset. You can select something. Right click, you are getting here. Similarly, you go to another images here. Something like you don't have banana now. So once you click here, you can go to actions part, edit labels, then add your banana part here. So new labels can be added here. Understood, sir? This is yeah. Yes, sir. JSON also can open. I will tell you what is JSON, sir. That is there in our part. I will go step by step. Just give me time. Okay. So now we will move to another software. Save your works. Any doubts for anybody? Any major doubt? At least you understood the process. In the evening time or in the later stage when you have free time, please practice it with the. I have given another data set called traffic signs. If you see, traffic signs have got huge data now. That is not just simply fruits data set. That is a reality where you need to play with. So in the traffic signs, where is the stop symbol? You need to label it as stop. How much speed is going to be there? Where is the road? Where is the vehicles? If you see the images, you will understand it. You will understand it, but the machine will not understand. So in order to machine to understand it, you have to do annotation. That's the process here. So I have just shown with some small data set. Later you play with your traffic signs, and you can get so many data sets like this from the Kaggle or from the other machine repositories are available. You can download it according to your application. You download the appropriate data set for you. Process remains almost the same, sir. Process remains the same. Right. Thank you, sir. Good. Right. So I am moving to another software called Label Studio. All of you, please open the software called as Label Studio. First, look onto my screen. Then just follow it. Later we will do it. So go to your Google search bar, use the Label Studio. All of you have opened your email box, right? So you can use your authentication through your email. Just see the please the step here. I am just showing the step, then later I will give time for you to do practice. So go to Label Studio. You can know better thing, that is the open source data labeling platform. This is process involves the same thing. What you have done for the image labels, this image labeling can also be done by using this particular software. Similarly, actually your syllabus has given a software name called as Prodigy, Prodigy. But unfortunately what happens is that software requires payment. I don't know why they have given, and that also requires, free version requires on the Linux, but your systems are on the Windows versions. So I am not showing that particular activity, Prodigy, but I am showing the equivalent of Prodigy is Label Studio. So don't confuse with that one. Process remains the same. I am just showing with another tool here, but that requires lot of subscription payment and all. Demo versions will be there. Demo versions will not be means it will not be appreciated by you, because it is like a video that is going to be shown to you. But you do little bit activity here and get understood in a better way. So use this open source software. Click the, sorry, 1 second. Go to the free cloud trial version. 14 days trial versions have been there. Just see the steps here. I will give the time for you to do. Hold on. So then what I suggest is, for the first time, just fill it up. Okay. Since already account is there for me, I am not filling it up. I will be using the login. You fill it up these things, and once you login credentials are correct, logged in, then you land up to a page. Please don't do it, please. I will give time for you. Just see here. Yeah, it is going on. It is landing up the page. Hold on. So what annotation you are doing here is text annotation. What annotation you have seen just now? Image annotation. Now text annotation indicates what? Text annotation means your natural text will be there. Means your English language. Paragraphs, files, file contains a lot of English text. So from that English text, what annotations will be done? Can you recollect what we discussed in the previous session? name, name, yes, location, organization, all those kind of things. So once you land up to this, just see the couple of minutes, create a project. In the workspace, yes, just use the personal, keep the settings, something like sample 2 and give some description. This is text annotation, whatever you like to give it to you. Then click continue. Then it will be asking for you to upload some files. The only file extension that can be uploaded is .txt file, a file name with .txt. You cannot upload in the free versions .pdf. TXT files can be done. Even if you don't have .txt also, do not worry. You will do some without .txt. So once you upload this one, something like I will try to look for any .txt, some data processing. Later some other files are there. I am just seeing on my desktop. It is not there. You can use some text files on your desktop, please. Click open. It is basically a .pnv file. Sorry for that. Just hold on. That is also .pnv file. Okay, let me just create one text file. How to create a text file? Open a notepad. Yes, notepad text editor. So I just typed some text here. Okay. So now you save this file. Save it in a particular file. And give the extension. What is the file extension should be? txt. I am just giving some and save it at a location here, minimize the file and try to, it is in the my documents file. Yeah, sample txt file. This is a text document. Once the text document is getting uploaded, yes, this is what time series or a whole text file. Select that operation now. Once it is done, now once that this is a general project, then the data import is been done. What is the next step is? Labeling. So you are selecting the labeling operation. So once you select the labeling operation, it is asking to select a template. So just all of you browse this template. Means there are different options will be there here. What are those options? You keenly observe those options here. What are the options here, please? Computer vision. So what is the exercise just now you have done previously? Image, that is related to computer vision only. If you have images, you can upload the images like this only. In this software also you can do for the images. What about this one, please? Image classification. This is for inventory tracking. This is for key point labeling. This is for medical image class. See how the medical images are given here. The medical images, this is what the segmentation is. So wherever the small tumors are there, this is benign or malign, some kind of classification is there. You go through these examples. When you go today home, please go through these softwares and see the observations, how the annotation process is happening. So for images like fruits, it's very easy. But for images like X-ray, these are basically X-rays and MRI and CT scans here, is very, very difficult actually. So that annotation process involves lot of steps here. But I am selecting one operation here. Just scroll down here. You will come to the natural language processing. So under the natural language processing, what is that you have to select for? NER, named entity recognition. This is what given in your syllabus page. Of course, there are means I am just showing you there are different options are available here. Please select named entity means recognitions now for this particular task. Once you select this one, now see here by default What are the labels given here? Person, organization, location, some miscellaneous things. Now in the left hand side, you will have option to insert or add new labels actually. Go to that left hand side. So here there is option here. You are giving the labels here. So what kind of labels can you give here? What kind of labels, please? So, yes, please. Yeah, profession, something like this. I am adding a label called as date. Sometimes date is a common thing. Date, time, all these things. So click add here. So once you click the date, a new label is been added here. Now you have to bring, please listen here, sample, you have to bring your text here. So your text will go here, means you have to bring the actual English language text here. Then the text can be annotated. So how to bring the text? Just see the steps here. Either you can import the file or you can set manually. So if you want to set it manually, I am just entering the sample text here. So I entered here the text. Once I enter the text is going to be whatever the text. Either you can bring it from the file or you can enter the sample text here. So now what you need to do, you need to annotation has to be done now. So what is Nagendra Kumar? Yes, basically it is a person. All of you please type 4 to 5 lines for you to get to practice. So once you select the person, then you click here. So that is been selected as person. What is University of Hyderabad is? Organization. So university, basically it is an organization. Just give a little bit of seconds, it will take some time because depending on your internet connection. Don't be hurry, don't get confused here. Once you select it and once you click here, it will, by the time it gets highlighted here, it will take some time. So don't get confused there. And Hyderabad is basically your location. So I am just like this. If there is a huge collection of text is there, then huge collection is there. Once you think everything, that this is text way of annotating, giving labels to your text. That is called as named entity recognition. So once you have done it, then what is the next step? Save and open. Then it will ask you to download the file in a particular format. So now I give time to you. Just do the practice, please. Please do the practice. Sorry, sir. From the Gmail. Label Studio, sir. The software name is Label Studio. And maybe when you have time in the later stage, please write down one name, RoboFlow. There is another software which is cloud based only called as RoboFlow. ROBOFLOW. That is also a website which many of the softwares people use it. So you can also just have a learn. Those who want to explore it, you can just write down those names. But for time being, you just do this activity. Still one important activity we have not done. Kindly speed it up, please. Which password, sir? You need to create your. You need to create the sign up page, sir. The first. You give your password, sir. It's up to you. Your password. Don't disclose to others. You have to create one account, sir. There. Please create an account on the Label Studio. Don't worry. This is an authenticated software only. Don't worry. You create one account, yeah. Password is up to you, sir. Just your email ID password, which you can remember, but you have to remember your passwords. Just because so many passwords, nobody is having ability to remember all those passwords. But please try to make sure that you remember your password to log into that software. Okay, continue, ma'am. Oh, sorry, my hand is there. Please go to the continue one. Don't worry. Yeah, now it is asking for you to means you need to give a text file. That text file should be in the text format. I told you know how the text file can be created. You can give it, or you can directly give some text directly there also. Yeah, if you have some text file with you, you just upload that file there. You don't have, then you create, just practice. No problem. Go to Notepad and create one. Just with one line and save it. And save it as a .txt file. It is coming, sir. Just hold on. Go to visual, sir. Go to click. You are labeling, continuing, empty. 1 second. You have not done this one? It's coming, sir. At the same time. By default, some labels will come for you. It should come taking some time. Continue. No problem. Yes. If you want, you can upload the file. Otherwise, you go to label setup and start working. But practice, sir. Upload one file. That is, you create a text file there. Upload it. You have given a name to your project, sir. Oh, this is the first project, sir. Give one name to it. Okay, sir. That's one sentence. Yeah, please highlight like that. Yes. But add some new labels, sir. First, add some new labels. That will be customized labels. Sir, ఇక్కడ మీకు లేదు, మీరు క్రియేట్ చేసుకోవాలి. అంటే ఎట్లా క్రియేట్ చేయాలో గబుక్కున ఒక స్టెప్ చూపించాలి. ఏం చేయండి అంటే గో టు నోట్ సేవ్ చేయలేదు సార్. మీరు ఇక్కడ ఫైల్ నేమ్ ఇవ్వాలి. ఒక పేరు ఇవ్వండి సార్. డాట్ కాదు, పేరు ఇచ్చి డాట్ పేరు ఇవ్వండి. పేరు ఇచ్చి డాట్ టీఎక్స్టీ ఇవ్వండి. అవును సార్, సేవ్ చేయాల్సిందండి. అంటే ఇది మీరు కోర్సులో పెడితే బెటర్ ఎప్పుడైనా. ఓకే, నో ప్రాబ్లం. కోర్స్ సార్, కోర్స్ పర్వాలేదు. కోర్స్ సార్, డాలర్ కాదు సార్. కోర్స్ డబుల్ కోర్స్ సార్. మీరు వదిలేసాను ఇది డాలర్ కాదు, తీసాను. సేవ్ చేసుకున్నారు. ఓకే, ఇప్పుడు మీరు ఇది అప్లోడ్ చేయండి. ఇక్కడికి వెళ్ళి ఇక్కడ అప్లోడ్ ఆప్షన్ చూసారా, ఇది కానీ ఇక్కడ అది ఇందాక మనం ఫైల్ ఎక్కడ పాత పెట్టుకున్నా సార్, అదే ఎక్కడ స్టోర్ చేసిన డాక్యుమెంట్స్ స్టోర్ చేసాము. ఇదే కదా మీరు ఇచ్చింది. ఇదే కదా, అంటే అది టీఎక్స్ ఉంది కాబట్టి తీసుకుంటుంది. టీఎక్స్ లేకపోతే తీసుకోలేండి అది. అంతే సార్, మీరు ఒక పేరు ఇచ్చేసాను. డాట్ ఓకేఆర్. ఓకేఆర్ సేవ్ అవసరం లేదు. టీఎక్స్ అనేది ఎక్స్టెన్షన్ యాడ్ అవుతుంది ఇక్కడ. మీ పాత మీరు అది టీఎక్స్టీ ఫైలే ఉండాలి. ఓకే, ఒక్క నిమిషం సార్, ఒక్క నిమిషం. ఇది మీరు ఇప్పుడు నేను కంటిన్యూ చేశాను. మీరు అర్థమైంది సార్. ఇష్టం చూసి టెంప్లెట్, ఇప్పుడు టెంప్లెట్ ఏ టెంప్లెట్ చూస్ చేసుకుంటారో ఇక్కడ మనకి. అంటే ఇప్పుడు మనం ఇందాక మనం ఇమేజెస్ చేసాం, అట్లాంటివి ఇక్కడ ఉన్నాయన్నమాట. ఈ డిఫరెంట్ టైప్ ఆఫ్ ఇమేజెస్. మీరు న్యాచురల్ లాంగ్వేజ్ ప్రాసెసింగ్ చేయాక మనం చేయాల్సింది నేమ్ ఏంటిది, ఈ పర్టికులర్ ఇది క్లిక్ చేయండి. నెక్స్ట్ ఇది హోల్డ్ పక్క తీసుకోండి. Project description is, see, always whenever you are doing some project, because you will be doing multiple projects and many projects you are going to do it. So you need to describe about that particular project so that you can recollect it back. It is up to you. You need to do app names, sir, app descriptions, and so on and so forth. Yes, sir. One second, let me come back. So you are here, right, sir? Okay. What you do is you are in the labeling setup only. Did you import some data? Okay, you have imported it. It is already done some. Now go to data, go to visual. Labeling is empty. Yes, that's what. Yes. You need to. It is taking some time to. Not opening. Let me just hold on. Now it's taking a little bit time to hold on. ఇప్పుడు ఇది సెలెక్ట్ చేశారు కదా, ఈ ఫైల్ ఇక్కడ అప్లోడ్ అయిపోయింది కదా మీకు ఇక్కడ. ఓకే, అప్లికేషన్ క్రియేటెడ్, నాట్ ఎట్ క్రియేటెడ్. దిస్ ఈజ్ మీరు ఇచ్చిన న్యూ ప్రాజెక్ట్ ఉన్నా సార్, ఉన్నది ఇచ్చింది. మీరు సెలెక్ట్ చేయలేదు ఇందాక ఎన్ని గారు. ఓకే, ఇక్కడ వచ్చింది సార్, ఇప్పుడు వచ్చింది సార్. మీరు ఫైల్ అప్లోడ్ చేసినాక మీ ఫైల్ ఇక్కడ కనపడుతుంది సార్. ఇక్కడ వచ్చింది, అది అక్కడ పెట్టుకున్న ఫైల్ అక్కడ ఉంచుకొని ముందు ఈ ఫైల్కి ఇక్కడ మీరు క్రియేట్ ప్రాజెక్ట్ వచ్చినప్పుడు ఎన్ఈఆర్ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకోండి. ఒక నిమిషం అవ్వండి సార్, మీరు ఎక్కడికి వచ్చారు? ఇది వేరేగా ఉంది, ఇంటర్ఫేస్ వేరేగా వచ్చింది నాకు. ఓకే 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 రైట్ రైట్. నో యూ అప్లోడెడ్ ద ఫైల్. చేయాలా? ఇందాక మీరు డేటా అప్లోడింగ్ వస్తే రావాలి మీరు. ఇది ఏ ట్రైనింగ్ మీది కదా, ఇది అప్లోడ్ చేయలేదు అది. ఓకే, లేటెస్ట్ ఓకేనా? ఇక్కడ దీంట్లో అప్లోడ్ చేయడం ఓకేనా మీకు? ఓకే, ఓకే. సో హియర్ యూ కెన్ అప్లోడ్ ద ఫైల్. టెక్స్ట్ ఫైల్ ఎక్కడ పెట్టారు? క్రియేట్ చేయండి. అదే ఇక్కడికైనా క్లిక్ చేసి లేదా ఇక్కడైనా మనకి సేవ్ చేస్తే అప్లోడ్ అవుతుంది. So this is the file you got it, right, sir? What is this Martin? Is the name of the person. Martin is the king. Now use the person. You select this one and you click this. It is labeled now. This is the color actually. So it is a person actually. Now this is March means again date. You need to add date label. By default we'll get some person, organization, location. Because when కొత్త labels add, when you want to add a new label, then you need to select this one. So the same thing. So let me open the దానికి ఇంకా మీకు కొత్త లేబుల్స్ యాడ్ చేయాలంటే ఇక్కడ నుంచి యాడ్ చేసుకోండి. అది పాయింట్ చేస్తారు. సరే సార్, మీరు ఇక్కడికి వెళ్ళి ఫ్రీ క్లౌడ్ ట్రై చేయండి సార్. ఫ్రీ క్లౌడ్ సో ఎస్ మీరు ఆల్రెడీ మీరు లాగిన్ అయ్యారు కాబట్టి క్రియేట్ ఏ న్యూ ప్రాజెక్ట్. ఇక్కడ మీ ప్రాజెక్ట్ నేమ్ ఇచ్చి ప్రాజెక్ట్ డిస్క్రిప్షన్ అంటే మీరు ఏం చేస్తారు ఒక పేరు ఇచ్చేసేసి అసలు ఆ ప్రాజెక్ట్ ఏంటనేది మీకు గుర్తుంటుంది రేపొద్దున. ఎందుకంటే మల్టిపుల్ ప్రాజెక్ట్స్ చేస్తారు కదా రేపొద్దున. సో యూఆర్ గివింగ్ ఎ నేమ్ టు దిస్ ప్రాజెక్ట్. దిస్ సాఫ్ట్వేర్ హ్యాస్ ఆల్సో గాట్ ఎ ప్రొవిజన్ ఆఫ్ automatically annotating. Because it is a laborious process for you, you can also use, there is an automatic labeling for images as well as for text. You can also as well look into that aspect. No. Sir has imported. You see, sir. No. Come here. Just if you don't mind, you just see, sir. Okay, sir. ఏదైనా రఫ్గా ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ అడిగింది అక్కడ సార్ నాకు సార్ విల్ హెల్ప్ యూ. సో హియర్ యూ జస్ట్ సీ హియర్ దిస్ ఈజ్ సంథింగ్ లైక్ దిస్ ఈజ్ sample. This is a sample file. Okay, information అనమాట అంటే మీకు ఇచ్చిన తర్వాత కంటిన్యూకి వెళ్ళండి సార్. కంటిన్యూకి వెళ్ళాక మీరు టెక్స్ట్ ఫైల్ క్రియేట్ చేశారా సార్? ఒక ఫైల్ మనం క్రియేట్ చేయమని అనుకున్నాం కదా, లేకపోతే కనుక ఆ ఫైల్ క్రియేట్ చేసిన దాన్ని ఇక్కడ అప్లోడ్ చేయండి. ఓ 1 సెకండ్, అది ఉంది సార్. నేను అనుకున్నాను మీరు ఇంపోర్ట్ చేశారనుకున్నాను. ఓకే, మీరు ఒక చూపించండి. టెక్స్ట్ ఫైల్ ఎక్కడ పెట్టారు సార్? క్రియేట్ చేశారు అసలు ఏమన్నా? ఓకే ఓకే, అంటే మీరు డైరెక్ట్గా అంత టెక్స్ట్ కాపీ చేసి పెట్టారా? నేను అప్లోడ్ చేస్తాను. ఓకే ఓకే, లెట్ ఇట్ బి, మీకు ఇంపోర్ట్ చేస్తే ఇక్కడ ఉంది కదా, లిస్ట్ ఉంది ఇక్కడ, కంటిన్యూ చేయండి ఆ పర్టికులర్ గో టు విజువల్, గో టు ఇక్కడ టెక్స్ట్ ఫ్రమ్ ఉంది కదా, ఇక్కడ మీరు ఇంపోర్ట్ ఫైల్ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకున్నారా? ఇంపోర్ట్ ఫైల్ సెలెక్ట్ చేస్తే టైం వస్తుంది. That file, once it is selected, it will come here, sir, actually, and that's what needs to come here. ఒకసారి నేను ఈ లోపల చూసి వస్తాను, మీరు చూస్తున్నాడు సార్, వస్తుంది సార్. జస్ట్ ఓకే, ఇక్కడ మీరు శాంపుల్ టెక్స్ట్ ఎంటర్ చేయండి సార్. గో టు విజువల్ అండ్ నౌ యూ హ్యావ్ యువర్ లేబుల్స్ హియర్. సో ఇఫ్ యూ వాంట్ యూ హ్యావ్ టు యాడ్ యువర్ టెక్స్ట్ హియర్, సంథింగ్ లైక్ మీ పేరు ఇచ్చేసి మీ అడ్రస్ ఇచ్చేసండి. అడ్రస్ రైట్ 1 సెకండ్ సార్. కంటిన్యూ సేవ్ అండ్ కంటిన్యూ. సేవ్ కంటిన్యూ క్లిక్. ఎస్ నో ప్రాబ్లం, వస్తుంది సార్. కంటిన్యూ. ఓకే, ఇక్కడ మీరు లేబుల్స్ యాడ్ చేయండి సార్. ఇక్కడ కమింగ్ స్లోలీ, ఇంటర్నెట్ స్లో.
మన ఓన్
మీకు ఇమేజ్ పెట్టిన ఇమేజ్ అంటే మళ్ళీ ఇందాక చేశారు కదా సార్ ఒకటి. ఇప్పుడు టెక్స్ట్లోనే ప్రాక్టీస్ చేయండి, ఒక 5-10 minutes టెక్స్ట్లోనే ప్రాక్టీస్ చేయండి. ఇది ఏం చేయండి అంటే ఇక్కడ బయటకి వెళ్ళిపోయి ఇందాక మనం ఎక్కడైతే బ్యాక్ వరకు ఒక నిమిషం సార్, ఇక్కడికి వెళ్ళి లింక్ ఉంది. ఇదేనా సార్ మీది? ఇందాక సెలెక్ట్ చేసినట్లేదు మీరు అడిగారు, అంతా లేబుల్స్ రాలేదు. ఇప్పుడు ఇక్కడ మీరు ఈ టెక్స్ట్ ఇక్కడ ఎంటర్ చేసి లేబుల్స్ చేయండి. ఇక్కడ టెక్స్ట్ ఇక్కడ ఎంటర్ చేయండి. Okay, just you understood the process. I'll just move forward to conclusion section. Just try to bear with me, and we move on to go to the slides, please. Please save your works. I'll give time for you to at the end, 5 to 10 minutes. Just hold on. All of you open the slide which has been shared with you all. So we are here. So please understand, there are two important things. The data formats. Data is available in different formats. So now, sir, it comes JSON. What is JSON? Let us try to understand here. So the CSV is very old technology, whereas the new technology is storing the data in the JavaScript object notation, JSON format we call it as. So what are these two things? Now in the same slide, the slides which I have shared to you, you can just go to this particular data set. I have given the link for you here. Now please click this link, not just now, I will give time for you, just hold on. So go to this data set called as heart disease data set. Now this is a data set which is available in the UCI, University of California, Irvine. There is a repository. There a lot of data sets are available, like Kaggle. You might have familiar with Kaggle. Similarly, there is another repository called as UCI repository. So what you do is just click this link. Once you click that link, see, I am just opening that particular website. So you will have, this is the data set which is already posted in 1988, which is related to the heart disease. So data will be reliable data only. Some kind of parameters were there. So what is that? This is talking about, or this is giving some information. This is some metadata. This is giving you some metadata, data about data. So data about data is nothing but your attributes. You have seen what are attributes. So what are attributes are talking about? That attributes are talking about the data related to that particular data set information. Similarly, what information is available here? That metadata is available, stating that there are 303 rows instances. How many features are there? 13 features are there. Now once you click here download, you are going to download the data, and most likely the data that you are getting, the data that is being downloaded is in what format? Is in CSV format. And another, there is another, if you go to the next slide, there is another slide here. So called here Alpha Vantage Stock Market. So if you click this particular link, you are moving towards a website called as Alpha Vantage API documentation here. So this is another website which keeps recorded information related to the stocks. So once you click this one, just scroll down here. What you see is basically, yes, if you scroll down, there are certain links are there here. So this is a link related to your API. Means once you click this particular link, so what is this API? API stands for Application Programming Interface. So what it contains? Certain information. What information? It is a query you are asking for some time series data which related to the stocks, 5 minutes interval from this particular IBM company, and this is what the key. Some information is given in this query itself, in this particular URL itself. We call it as URL, but in this URL some kind of querying the things are there. So when you add that querying the things with the URL, that becomes basically your API, Application Programming Interface. So once you click this, any one of those, what you are getting here, what you are trying to get here is, so once I click it, so you are getting some data. So what is that data? Metadata. Metadata is about information. The information is related to that intraday 5 minutes interval. Of course, those people who are aware of stock terminology, you call it as open. When the stock is open, what is the value? When it is high, what is the value? When it is low, when the close price is. This is the real time data. This is data, is yesterday's data, of course. Data is related with the time instances, that is called as time series data. So here yesterday 9/3/2026, 9:55, the open value is this much, high value is this much, low value is this much, close value is this much, the volume is 42. At 7:50, these are the values. At 7:45, these are the values. For every 5 minutes, the values have been, yes, that changing, yes, but there is the real data, the real time data. And that data you can, now we are taking this data. So, but if you see this format, what is this format? This format is not your CSV format. This format is called as JSON format. So what is the difference between this format and the previous data formats which you have seen in the CSV format? This is dynamic. Dynamic means what? Changing, need not be like this. Actually, let me just brief you. JSON is basically is a advanced one only, sir. But what is the use of JSON is to transport the data from one process to another process or from one place to another place. In the olden days, before JSON, there was to be a format called as XML, Extended Markup Language. But that extended markup language is outdated now. Most of the technologies we are not using. But since the legacy systems are there, we are using that extended markup language format. But today, our technologies have changed. Our requirements have changed. Now, this JSON format is a human readable, understandable format. Means we as a human being can read the data. Now, I can read the data, I can understand what is this data is. But if you ask me to read XML file, that XML file format, it will be very lengthy and it will be lot of junks will be there. So it is not that much flexible. It is not that much flexible. This JSON format data is very flexible to port the data from one computer to another computer, from one software program to another software program in an easy format for the machines to understand. Not only humans, but for the machines also understandable. It is a lightweight process. That is the advantage of having the data representation in the JSON. And if you look closely, this JSON format is called as key value pair. Key values. What are called keys? Before the colon, whatever the things are there, they are basically keys. The other name for keys is attributes. So the left hand side of colon is attributes and the right hand side of that colon is values corresponding to attributes. So that's why that is called as key value pair. Key value pair. And this data is represented in a hierarchical manner. This is at this one, this is at below level. Whenever data is represented in hierarchical manner, it is an organized manner. So it can be understood and what level the data has been stored and what level the data has been organized. So this is one advantage of data being represented in JSON format, especially for the both for the human readable things and for the machine readable things, and processing the data is very easy. So nowadays you are trying to grab the data, the API data is coming in the JSON format. If you make the availability of the data in the JSON formats, that is more flexible and more useful for the scientific investigation purposes. So these differences I have given to you here. So if you go to the next slide, that's what some differences I have given here. The difference between the medical data set which is there in the CSV and the financial data set which is there in the JSON format. So basically the main difference is CSV is very simple, flat table, easy for spreadsheets and machine learning tools, whereas for JSON data sets are dominate in API domains for you to transport the data in very flexible manner. So these are some of the this material is already shared to you. Later you try to understand any difficulty, you can try to query to me by email. So now the last exercise, within 5 minutes you need to do one thing. One thing is, please try to upload your data. Which data need to be uploaded? So let me just open this. Don't click the form data which I shared to you. Don't click that form directly. Yeah, please fill up the form. Fill up the form. I want you to show something there, the last step. After you enter the responses, I can just show the last step. Because that is a real data. That's what. Sorry, sir. It is there, sir. It's coming. URL, sir. Please enter it in the URL. Yes. That is an address. Always addresses are to be entered in URL. You might have entered this, copy paste it there. Directly you entered here. You entered here, no? Then just click here. So click in. Okay, copy చేసుకోండి as it is. ఇది copy చేసుకోండి. Copy చేసుకొని అక్కడ ఎంటర్ చేయండి. Copy. అవును, ఇక్కడ సంథింగ్ మిస్టేక్ ఉంది యాక్చువల్లీ. ఒక నిమిషం. Forms dot షేర్ చేస్తాను సార్. ఇది ఓపెన్ చేయాలి, ఫామ్ ఓపెన్ చేయాలి సార్. 1 second. IU5BTK ఈ క్యాపిటల్ లెటర్ కే సార్. సారీ సార్, తప్పు ఎంటర్ చేశారు. అది క్యాపిటల్ లెటర్ కే. తర్వాత బి క్యాపిటల్ లెటర్ క్యూ, తర్వాత BPXE ఎంటర్ కొట్టండి, వచ్చేస్తుంది. మోస్ట్లీ వచ్చేసారు. అప్పుడు లెటర్ తప్పు అదే ప్రాబ్లం. మీరు తప్పు ఇది కాదు సార్, ఫస్ట్ ఇది కాదు సార్, సెకండ్ వన్, సెకండ్ లింక్ సార్, సెకండ్ లింక్. డన్ సార్. యా ప్లీజ్ జస్ట్ హోల్డ్ ఆన్ 2 minutes. అదే సార్. No, because you are not logged in with your email account, sir. మీరు లాగిన్ చేయలేదు ఎక్కడ ఈమెయిల్. మీరు ఈమెయిల్ ఓపెన్ చేయాలి, అందుకని ఈమెయిల్ ఓపెన్ చేసి పెట్టమన్నాను. ఒకసారి ఈమెయిల్ ఓపెన్ చేయాలి మీరు తప్పదు. వాట్ హ్యాపెన్ సార్? సారీ సార్, ఇక్కడ కాదు సార్, యూఆర్ఎల్లో సార్. సారీ, దిస్ ఈజ్ అ సర్చ్ హియర్. టేక్ ఇట్ దిస్ వన్, కట్ ఇట్ టు పేస్ట్ ఇట్ హియర్, కంట్రోల్ V, press enter. Yes, now select up the font. వస్తుంది సార్. అది సమ్ స్లోగా ఉందని నేను చూడలేదు. అది కరెక్టే, ఈసారి కూడా అడిగారు. అదే మీరు ఒకసారి నోట్ ప్యాడ్లో కానీ, బట్ ప్రాసెస్ అర్థమైంది కదా సార్. అది అయితే అది ఒకసారి ట్రై చేయండి కొద్దిగా. నేను ట్రై చేసుకుంటాను. నో, ఆ ఫైల్ ఇంకో స్టెప్లో ఉంటుంది సార్, చూసి నేను చెప్తాను ప్రస్తుతంగా ట్రై అవుతాను. ఎందుకంటే ఇది కొద్దిగా ఇంపార్టెంట్ ఉంది, ఇది ఒకటి కంప్లీట్ చేస్తే. డన్ సార్. That is just a data collection only. So I have just prepared a form. Later that form can be used by yourself to prepare similar forms. Please have a practice of data collection, especially for arts and science people. Mostly your data collection, sometimes arts people and management people, lot of human interventions are required. So that will be useful for you too. I hope everybody knows how to prepare a form. Then fine. No. Later, how the annotation can be done is what that exercise is. And after the annotation, the actual machine learning process you will understand from the other steps. What happens, sir? Any doubt? Yeah, 77 to 83. Only 6 people have submitted. I can see the responses there. Only 6 people have submitted. There are other people from other sessions also, but I am going to share that data to you all so that you can play with the data in the later stage. But don't misuse the data, please. That is the only thing. It is for the fair purpose. Yeah. If you don't want to misuse this data, that is responsible AI, madam. That is the simplest example. You should not use this data for some other purpose. Done, done, sir. Yeah, just I'm waiting for another just 2 minutes. I received only 11 as of now. Only 11 people have submitted. Maybe there are around another 20 people are there. Kindly complete it fast so that I want to show you one important step. That's the only thing. Yes, sir. Done? Yes, sir. Just 2 minutes. 89 means 12 people have submitted. This is not a feedback, don't worry. This is not feedback, it is only just a data collection only. Your feedback will be taken from later stages. Yeah, 90 people means 13 people have submitted. Madam? Yes, but now as of now it is only CSV format now. There is no converted tool. You can convert CSV to JSON, JSON to CSV. Yes, conversion tools are there. Open source tools and on the cloud also it is there. Because Google allows you to have the data in CSV only. Yeah, 92. Okay, I will just, those who have 77 onwards, it means at 5, yeah, 76 onwards, starting from Ella Pragade A. Srinivas Garu, from this particular onwards, I just sharing this Excel sheet. Those who are not getting it, please collect it from one of your friends in the later stage. Now, what you observe from this data, this is the important thing, please try to understand. You see, some of them have given the mobile number incorrectly, some of them have given some information something like 94 only. So, these are missing values, data is incorrect, data will be inconsistent actually. So, always you people only given the data, but still you are making that mistakes, means see, it is always possible, we are humans, the errors are possible. So, always you need to pre-process the data. So, just make sure all these data are going to be pre-processed. See, some people have given like this short forms. So, there is sometimes, if you see the data now, yes. Now, I want to know how many people are aware of AI models. How can I get the answer from this data? Answer, how many people are having knowledge of AI programming? No, as of now you are directly answering me no, but I want the data, means I want the answer from this data that is been collected. Like this, if I want to query from that, I should be able to do that one. To do that one, first I need to visualize the data. It means there will be huge collection, not just hundreds of people, there will be millions of lakhs and millions of people. So, how to visualize the data in the form of charts? For that, use the software called as Looker Studio. Looker Studio, that is also a Google software only. So, to quickly go through it, I am just showing the steps here. I am just sending the Excel sheet for you to practice it for these people. So I have already shared the data to you all. You can see that Excel sheet. Now, those who want to understand the data, go to something called Looker Studio. So once you enter the Looker Studio, I already signed in because that's why it is able to give me. You can look onto my screen, please. First see the steps. For the first time, it will ask you in which country you are. Just select which company you are. No need to give any company name. Just use self. Once you logged in, then you will land up to this first page. This is the first page. In the first page, select the blank report. Then it is asking me to connect to the data. So your data, please scroll down. You will have an option of either Google Sheets or CSV file upload. You please click the CSV file upload. You know that you downloaded the data in the CSV format. So click the CSV file upload. Yes, it asked me to authorize it. It is asking me to give permission to upload the data. You please give authorization. That is because you know that the data belongs to you. So select your email account and give the authorization. Then it will ask add file. Just click the add file and select the Excel sheet which I have sent to your email. Please download that email. From that email, download it to your local machine. That file will be available in your local machine. Select that file, click open and give a name to your data set. Click continue. I am just taking 2 to 3 minutes only. Almost session is over. Just hold on please. So once you select your file will be here. That's what the sample, and the sample Excel sheet is here, AI modeling, whatever the name you are given, and click add. And click add to report. Now once you added your Excel sheet, that Excel sheet, whatever the fields, whatever the column names are there, all the columns names will be displayed on the right hand side. On the left hand side, you are preparing your dashboard. The dashboard will be prepared according to your charts, your whatever the line diagrams, all the graphical representations can be built up here now. So for example, I want to just show you one pie chart to show you some data that is represented in a graphical format. So for this one, you select the responsive layout. You can select any one of the layout, click the response layout. Now my question is, AI tools used, how many people have used AI tools as of now? You already responded to that one, but I don't know what is that number is. So among that 88 or 90 participants are there, I want to see how much percentage of people are known to the AI tools. So if you want to analyze that, if you want to make some understanding, so select that particular field, drag it to your dashboard, select it and drag it. Just select it and drag it. No need to do any other thing. Once the data has been visible here on your dashboard, go to insert and click whatever the charts you want to see here. Already ready-made charts are available to you. It is like Tableau only. Some of you are aware of Tableaus, some of you are aware of Power BIs, Orange tools and all same, but this is Google's software called Looker Studio. It is also free. You can use it because you all have Google accounts, you can use it for that. So I am selecting it as a pie chart. Now if you see here, the pie chart is generated within a few seconds from that 90 participants, 88 participants. So here almost around 76% people say they don't know any AI tool. Out of these 90, you can have bar charts or you can have pie charts and whatever. You can customize this dashboard according to your requirement. So just try to practice it whenever you have time. Just these are some of the basic examples. Yeah, any other doubts please? Sorry sir. You select that particular field from this. And once again I am showing you sir, just see here carefully. Somebody, I want to know, have you implemented or have you worked on any AI project? This is the question actually asked. So have you worked on any project? Suppose I want to know how many people have given responded. Select that question and drag it to the left hand side. Once I place that one, the data will be available here. And that data can be now visualized by selecting the appropriate either pie chart, table or bubble map, field map. There are so many versions are there. This is a no code one. Suppose I am selecting the pie chart. Now you can see here 90% of them have not used any or not done any AI projects. The people's respond immediately, I can come to know that. Just have an idea about how to prepare your dashboards. That is the last step of our data annotations. After data annotation is there, pre-processing is done, data visualization. Yeah, any other doubts, please? Otherwise, I will wind up the session here. All the best for your next sessions and for your career. Thank you. Thank you, Ananda. Thank you. Yeah.